we should be careful with some of the accounts that come out of the newspapers at the turn of the century, late 1800s, early 1900s. There was a lot of embellishment. There was a lot of hyperbole in the papers. The periodicals were in competition, and so they would often publish sensational stories to try and captivate the audience. So it was not uncommon to have all kinds of fanciful stories being reported as legitimate news stories. Having said that, there's no way that all of the stories related to the bones of giants that appeared in those periodicals are all false. There's definitely, in my estimation, there's definitely truth to the idea that the bones of giants were being discovered in the mounds of America. I think that it's the most logical conclusion to draw when you look at all the evidence, when you look at the abundance of stories that were appearing at the turn of the century. Abraham Lincoln, of course, famously mentions the bones of that ancient race of giants that are buried in the mounds of America, something to that effect. And Colonel Powell, who was the director of the Smithsonian Institution, in a correspondence with a colleague of his, was remarking about the bones of giants being discovered in America. And he said that we cannot yet discuss, basically, and this is paraphrasing, we can't discuss this topic of giants until we can determine where they came from, because he was most interested and most concerned with the anthropologic doctrine of isolationism. And that was why he was hesitant to talk about the giants, because according to my research, the giants came from the Middle East, primarily. The giants that were in America, the red-haired giants that the Indians talk about, and indeed some of the accounts of the bones of giants being discovered in the mounds in various parts of America, especially in the Midwest. Those giants, there was evidence that they had red hair, and that they were dressed in some cases, they were dressed in various kinds of armor, and were discovered with artifacts that were reminiscent of Middle Eastern artifacts. So Colonel Powell's problem, who was the director of the Smithsonian Institution, his problem was not so much that the bones of giants were being discovered, but that apparently they had arrived to the United States from foreign shores, which again contradicted the doctrine of isolationism. There was one particular article that told the story of one Professor Kincaid who discovered Egyptian artifacts in the Grand Canyon, and there's no way to know if that story is true or if it was just a fanciful attempt by the newspaper to regale their readers with this incredible story. So I think that there is something in the Grand Canyon. I'm not sure what it is, but the Grand Canyon is an area that is it's very bizarrely guarded. There are parts of it that are off limits, not just because of geological concerns, but there's something else going on there as far as I'm concerned. I don't know if any of those stories about Egyptian artifacts in the Grand Canyon can be verified or have been verified. Again, I'm cautious when dealing with those stories that came from the newspapers at the turn of the century. But at the same time, I would not discount the notion that you could find Egyptian artifacts in the Grand Canyon. I think that the ancients were crossing the oceans much earlier than we think. I would say undoubtedly the Phoenicians were, and it wouldn't surprise me if the Egyptians were, but undoubtedly the Phoenicians. So I would expect to find Phoenician artifacts, and indeed I believe Phoenician artifacts have been found in America.
These are some examples of Phoenician art, and I wanted to emphasize the face, because the face is big, flat, and wide, like a Caucasian, and most importantly, facial hair, beard, mustache.
Okay.
This is a big key in the equation. Who carved this thing? And we can see this on the next one, which comes from a sacrificial altar in the Mediterranean region.
That whole idea of the beard or facial hair, that works.
That's why I want to point out the bowl on top, because this is a big part of the puzzle here. In my opinion, this is a telltale sign of being a Tophet.
What's a Tophet?
A Tophet was a sacrificial altar of the Phoenician people. This bowl on the top of the head is about the same size as an infant child would be.
So you think this was used for ritual sacrifice of babies?
As grisly as it sounds, Scott, I think it's indicative of child sacrifice on the banks of the Chicago River thousands of years ago.
There are sites where you have a Phoenician or Proto-Phoenician script, for example, that have been discovered. At American Stonehenge, L.A. Marsuli discovered this. Well, he highlighted this in one of his films, that there were Phoenician, some sort of a Phoenician or Proto-Phoenician script discovered at that site. And if that's true, and I believe it is, then that is definitive evidence that the Phoenicians were here in the ancient past. And if the Phoenicians could make it, then it's also possible that the Egyptians could as well. The Phoenicians were the better mariners. They were, in fact, the builders, the boat builders for the Egyptian fleet, and they were the master mariners. The Phoenicians could have had all kinds of artifacts that they carried with them because they were traders. So they would stop at all of the major ports on their journeys and engage in trade. And among the Phoenicians, I believe that among the regular-sized Phoenicians were giants, were individuals of extraordinary stature. The Phoenicians certainly had a cult of giant worship, and I believe that they had some descendants of the Nephilim or the Anakim among them, because they were essentially Canaanites. And indeed, the Greeks called the Canaanites Phoenician. That's where we get the term. So the Phoenicians were obviously a seafaring people, and we know that the Philistines were a seafaring people. There could be some crossover there. And the Philistines, among the Philistines was Goliath of Gath, the most famous giant in the Bible who David slew. And so there's ample evidence that there were giants among the Phoenicians, and that the Phoenicians, traveling all around the world, were in a sense depositing these descendants of the Nephilim on different continents, including North America. I believe that the key to understanding the dispersion of the Nephilim all across the earth is the Phoenicians. They definitely had a presence, a very prominent presence on the island of Sardinia. And in fact, I would say that even in a more Canaanitish Proto-Phoenician culture inhabited Sardinia first. And among this culture were people of extraordinary stature, giants. And others who have investigated, some investigators in the 1800s and early 1900s drew the same conclusion, that there are many indications that Canaanitish giants inhabited the island of Sardinia. I myself conducted 2 separate investigations on the island and interviewed multiple witnesses, mostly elderly people who were living and who grew up during a time when the government was still concealing the bones of giants. Not just concealing them. When I say the government, I mean the provincial government in Sardinia, and also the University of Cagliari, the capital city of Cagliari in Sardinia, seems to have been involved in not only covering up and concealing the existence of giants, but confiscating the relics, the artifacts, the bones of giants on the island of Sardinia. And these witnesses were not conveying to me hearsay. They were telling me stories about digging up the bones and bodies of giants themselves. And these are not, lest anyone think that these people are confusing these bones with giant sloths or mammoths or dinosaurs. The reason why this was so popular in Sardinia, the stories of people digging up the bones of giants, was because people were actively looking for the bones of giants, because oftentimes you could find bracelets and necklaces and rings on the deceased bodies of these gigantic individuals. And so people were obviously wanting to, they were treasure hunting. They wanted to harvest the valuables from these bodies because they were so often associated with riches, with jewels, with various kinds of ornaments, even earrings. And obviously mammoths and giant sloths and dinosaurs were not in the habit of wearing jewelry. And I've interviewed dozens of people who discovered the bodies of giants in different circumstances. Some people were just plowing in their field. Others were digging the foundations of their basements. Others were officially employed by the government to dig up artifacts related to the Nuragic civilization, the ancient Nuragic civilization, and working around the Nuragi towers. And were in the course of excavating some of these sites, we're discovering entire skeletons of giants. And we're talking anywhere from 7.5 to 12 foot to 15 foot tall. So we're not just talking about, 6.5 foot tall people. And most of the accounts were much larger than 7 foot. Most of the accounts were 8, 9, 10 foot giants, all the way up to 15. And they were explicit. The stories are there's just way too many eyewitness accounts, way too many people who have held the bones of giants in their hands, way too many people who have opened sarcophagi of giants in Sardinia to discount this as mere fables, folklore. And again, I interviewed individuals who took the rings off of the fingers, the gigantic rings off of the gigantic fingers, and then later on, when the discovery came to light, individuals, agents from the government or from the university would show up to their house and forcibly confiscate all of the artifacts. So this was happening, by the way, this was happening in the early 20th century on the island of Sardinia. So all the way through the teens and the 20s and the 30s and the 40s, even up into the 50s, in Sardinia, people were routinely discovering the skeletal remains of gigantic humanoids. And so if you interview, especially the elderly people in Sardinia, you will discover that many of them, all of them, remember when the bones of giants were being routinely discovered and confiscated. But some of them will tell you stories of their own encounters with such artifacts. And again, I interviewed a handful of these individuals who were in the employ of the government to excavate the relics of the Nuragic civilization, and among those relics were the skeletal remains of giants, most likely Canaanitish giants, the Rephaim. We're talking about the descendants of the Nephilim. We know that the land of Canaan was littered with clans of giants, especially in the hill country. There were the sons of the Anakim, who were themselves the descendants of the Nephilim, the Zamzumim, the Emim, various tribes, clans of giants inhabiting the hill country in Canaan. And these were the most formidable enemies that Joshua and the Israelites had to contend with in order to subdue the land, to conquer the land of Canaan. So who knows how long these Canaanitish tribes, these giant clans, were inhabiting Canaan before the conquest. It could have been for thousands of years, could have been for hundreds of years, but certainly the land of Canaan seems to have been a veritable minefield of the descendants of the Nephilim after the flood. So they consolidated in this region. Now, it perhaps wasn't exclusively in the land of Canaan that these giant clans had settled, maybe all over the Mediterranean, but certainly the land of Canaan was perhaps ground zero for post-flood giants, the offspring of the Nephilim. And I would say that the land of Canaan and Sardinia, because Sardinia certainly to me appears to be one of the primary settlements of the descendants of the Nephilim in the post-Diluvian age. I think that the giants, certainly there was a mandate from heaven, according to the Bible, to extinguish, to annihilate the offspring of the Nephilim. This is, of course, the famous genocide that happened in Canaan during the conquest. And what most people don't realize is that those clans, the ones that God wanted the Hebrews to utterly annihilate, were in fact the descendants of the Nephilim. These were the clans that were intermingled with the Anakim and the offspring of what was left of the offspring of the Watchers in the post-flood world. So there's a reason why this genocide was directed at these clans in the hill country, precisely because they were the remnants of the hybrid species that were inhabiting the earth, still in the aftermath of the flood.
And isn't it interesting the way Hollywood is beating this drum about the return of the Titans? Thanos, the Mad Titan, Sam Worthington, who was in Clash of the Titans and Wrath of the Titans, starred in a movie last year, went straight to Netflix, called The Titan, and the new Godzilla movie, where they have rebranded them. They're no longer Mutos, which is what, monsters of unusual size or whatever. They rebranded them as the Titans, the original and rightful rulers of Earth. Because again, presenting them as Titans, the original and rightful rulers of the Earth. The Titans are still around. In fact, I argue in my book, Last Clash of the Titans, that they are somehow still influencing things on this earth, even though they are currently chained in the abyss. Revelation 9 says they're going to get out for 5.5 months at the end. When the Nephilim return, and we understand that the Nephilim, the spirits of the Nephilim that were destroyed in the days of Noah, in the flood, were barred entrance into the afterlife, into the netherworld, into heaven, basically condemned to roam the earth. That was the belief of the early church. That was the belief of the Jews in the time of Jesus and through all, the Old Testament period. It wasn't until Augustine in about the 5th century that belief went away. He also basically turned the church away from believing that the Nephilim had been created at all. Ezekiel, though, saw it. And this is the thing. God bless people like L.A. Marzulli who've been, teaching this for a long time. He's right. The Nephilim are returning. But I think Ezekiel 39 is a clue, but you got to understand the worldview of the prophets to understand what Ezekiel was writing. In Ezekiel 39, he's writing about the culmination of the war of Gog and Magog. And Gog was the Old Testament Antichrist figure, okay? He is the figure that John in the book of Revelation calls the Antichrist. That is the same war that culminates with the Battle of Armageddon, which is fought for the Har Moed, God's Mount of Assembly, which is Zion, the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Ezekiel says, God said that he will prepare a place in Israel for burial of Magog, the forces of Magog. The Valley of the Travelers east of the sea refers to east of the Dead Sea, and it will block the travelers. The key is understanding that travelers in the Old Testament concept, the Old Testament world, were spirits that would travel or cross over from one plane of existence to another. In other words, the realm of the dead to the land of the living. And the places where he identifies east of the Dead Sea are places that during the Exodus, the stations of the Exodus, refer to a couple of places that are named for these interactions with the spirit realm. One of the stops in the Exodus, one of the stations of the Exodus is called Ovoth, which means spirits of the dead. It's based on a root word Ov, which means medium. The medium of Endor that Saul went to see was the Ov of Endor. In fact, one of the giants killed by David's men, Ishbi, they condense the word. Ishbi Benab is how it looks to us in English. Ishbi Ben Ov. Ishbi, son of the necromancer, son of the medium. And he was of the descendants of the Rapha, the sons of the Rephaim. The Rephaim were these spirits that the Amorites, the Canaanites, believed were the spirits of the mighty men who were of old, the ancestors of their kings. They were called in Canaanite texts, called by scholars the Rephaim texts, written about the time of the Judges, where these Rephaim were summoned through necromancy rituals to the tabernacle of El, Mount Hermon, where El, they believed, would speak words of revivification to resurrect these spirits that were called warriors of Baal. And in these texts, they're described as warriors. They mount their chariots and they travel first one day and then another. And at dawn of the third day, they arrive to be resurrected. Like Jesus, who went down and preached and proclaimed to the spirits in prison until dawn of the third day, when he arrived, except that he really was resurrected. And Ezekiel, in Ezekiel 39, says, this is where these travelers will be buried. Another one of the stops on in fact, the mountain where Moses was led by God to get his only view of the Holy Land, the Promised Land. Climb this mountain of the Avarim. In Hebrew, that means travelers. Mount Nebo is the mountain of the travelers. It's right there across from Jericho in the plains of Moab. And that's where this demonic army will fall. Now, I believe that the Nephilim will return. I believe they're going to be the demons who possess a human army. I think by this point, the restrainer will have been removed. The church will be removed. So I pray I'm right, that we won't be here for that day, because that's the day of Armageddon. And when this demonic army comes against Jerusalem to try to claim God's Mount of Assembly, just like Lucifer in Isaiah 14, I will establish my Mount of Assembly on Mount Zaphon, raise himself above the stars, the angels of God. On that day, when God personally takes the battlefield, which Ezekiel describes, the travelers will be destroyed. And interestingly, in that verse in Ezekiel 39, he says, then the world will know I am the Holy One in Israel. That phrase is similar to one that we see in the Old Testament many times. The Holy One of Israel. Ezekiel 39, after he destroys the Antichrist army in the Battle of Armageddon that ends the war of Gog and Magog, he becomes the Holy One in Israel because he's on the battlefield. So yes, that is when, the Nephilim have always been here. If they're the spirits of those who died in the flood, they've always been with us because demons have always been with us. But on that day, they will be inhabiting the bodies of I believe, this army that comes against Israel. It will literally be an army of the evil dead.
So there was this campaign of extermination against the giants that is evident in the Old Testament. David, of course, and his mighty men were contending with the offspring, with the remnant of the giants that existed in their neck of the woods, in Canaan, in the Levant. But I think also the giants probably were bred out over time. That genetic material, those genetic markers of the giants were bred out into the population over time. So you would have a successive generations of giants that were becoming more diminutive in stature, were becoming smaller and smaller as they were intermingling, and their DNA was being mixed into the gene pool, until it was probably very rare to have in a particular community individuals of extraordinary stature, gigantic, in other words, 9, 10, 11, 12 feet tall. So it's just the natural process of interbreeding with regular-sized human beings would wash out that gene pool, and would disseminate the genes of the giants through the general population. And so in that way, the giants would have gradually disappeared, unless you had an area on Earth where the genes of the giants could be conserved, and there was a big enough population of giants to where they could interbreed, and in that way preserve those genetic markers. Otherwise, they would have intermingled with the local populaces and gradually reduced in stature over time. As I said, successive generations would have had less and less of those genetic markers present in their genomes. That, I think, is what happened in the United States, here in America, North America rather. Whereas at one time you had giants who were living among the native people precisely because the Phoenicians had brought them over. I believe the Phoenicians were mining copper in the Great Lakes, and the Phoenicians were in the habit of establishing colonies wherever they went, and they were friendly colonies. The Phoenicians, their goal was to establish trade, and these colonies would intermingle with the populaces, and they would create permanent trading posts. So they would not be hostile in most cases to the local populations. They would want to integrate with them for the purpose of trade. And so if there were giants among the Phoenicians, these giants would have also integrated with the local populaces, i.e. the Native American tribes. And so you would have had essentially Native American giants after that integration took place and successive generations were born. And so I think that's why you find the bones of giants in the mounds, in the Indian mounds. And in the beginning, those giants would have probably been fair-skinned, red-haired, or blonde-haired, humanoid. But after enough interbreeding, they would have looked more and more like Native Americans, right? So you would have a very interesting situation in which the genetic markers of the Nephilim were introduced into North America through the Phoenicians, interbreeding with the Native Americans. And that's not to say that the giants themselves were peaceful. The Native Americans they tell stories of the ferocity of the giants. Everyone's familiar with Lovelock Cave and the fact that the Indians there wanted to eliminate the red-haired giants inhabiting that cave precisely because they were hostile, they were aggressive. And they effectively destroyed that clan of giants by trapping them in that cave and killing them with smoke and fire. So the giants had they had a predisposition to violence, to hostility. There are even Native American legends that talk about the cannibalistic giants, that they were cannibals. So I'm not trying to say that all of the giants were just integrating with the native populace. Some of them certainly were, while others were probably just remaining hostile and feeding on the native populace, or forcibly taking their women and attempting to copulate with them, perhaps to some varying success, of course, depending on how large the giants were. So there's all kinds of scenarios in which we can envision the giants dispersing across the earth from ground zero, which would have been Canaan and Sardinia and the islands in the Mediterranean, I think, generally speaking. And if they're driven out of Canaan during the conquest, then they've got to find other places to live. And if they're being primarily disseminated through a seafaring people, namely the Phoenicians, then it sort of makes sense that you find the giants all over the earth, because they were distributed all over the earth through the trade activity of the Phoenicians. And I am absolutely unequivocally convinced that the Phoenicians were mining copper in the Great Lakes. We know it's a historical fact that the Phoenicians circumnavigated Africa. They were the first to do so, but I believe they were crossing the seas. They had remarkable boats. The Phoenicians devised their boats in such a way that they could be disassembled and then reassembled very quickly. So almost like linking logs or Legos or something like this. The Phoenicians, they could arrive to the shores of a distant continent. They could disassemble their boats, carry the planks through the forest, over the landscape, and then reassemble the boats in the rivers, in the waterways. And if we think about in terms of North America, they could have arrived at the Gulf of St. Lawrence. They could have taken their boats as far as they could get down the water wave. When they encountered an impediment such as Niagara Falls, they could disassemble their boats, carry the planks over land, reassemble the boats in the waterways, and make their way to the Great Lakes. Right? And so the Phoenicians were remarkable boat builders. They were remarkable craftsmen. In fact, I believe that the Phoenicians were the only post-flood culture that could still build megaliths. And they did so on the island of Sardinia, although not to the same grandeur as the antediluvian civilizations, but yet they held the knowledge. They vouchsafed the knowledge. They were the keepers of secret knowledge. Indeed, the Phoenicians were, in effect, a secret society. And modern masonry, Freemasonry, is derived from the mysteries of the Phoenicians. Who was Hiram Abiff? Hiram Abiff, who was basically the founder of the Masonic order. The Masons will say maybe that Solomon, or perhaps even go all the way back to Tubal-Cain or Enoch, or maybe perhaps Nimrod as the founder of their society, of their fraternity. But if you look at the lore of the Masons, you're going to discover that Hiram Abiff is really regarded as the founder. And Hiram Abiff, according to legend, was hired by Solomon to help them build the temple. Indeed, it was King Hiram who was a good friend of Solomon's, who Solomon employed, and all of King Hiram's artisans to build the temple. Who was Hiram? We're talking about the king of Sidon and Tyre. He was a Phoenician king. So Hiram was the king of the Phoenicians. And these were the master masons. These were the master artisans of the ancient world. And they were the master mariners. And they were their alphabetical system is the foundation of our own. That's why we call it phonics, because it comes from Phoenician, because it was the Phoenicians who created the alphabetic system that we use today, the base of it, the foundation of it, which we've elaborated on, the Greeks and the Romans and so forth. We've all elaborated on that system, but the Phoenicians were remarkable. And there's very little known about the Phoenicians, even though they were probably the most remarkable ancient civilization in regard to their great knowledge, even more so than the Egyptians, as it pertains to their ability in masonry and boat making and so forth. Remember, it was the cedars of Lebanon, the planks that were used in the great temples in the Levant and in the Fertile Crescent in Egypt. The wooden planks of their temples and their great boats, all of everything that was made. I shouldn't say everything. Much of what was made out of wood for the royal palaces and the great temples came from Lebanon, from the cedars of Lebanon. And those cedars were delivered by the Phoenicians and worked by the Phoenicians, the master craftsmen, the master masons, the master mariners, the master navigators of the ancient world. So I believe that the Phoenicians were harboring secret knowledge that they somehow were able to conserve, that was either given to them or they discovered from the pre-flood world. I don't think that the Phoenicians brought the language from the pre-flood world. I think that they were a secret society. The whole civilization was like a secret society. Very little is known about it today, but they were essential. If you want to understand the ancient world, truly understand it, especially in regard to trade, then you have to be familiar with the Phoenicians. You have to familiarize yourself with the Phoenicians, because they are coming in and out of all these different cultures all the time, and everyone's talking about them. The Greeks were talking about them. The ancient Egyptians were talking about them. The Persians were interacting with them. Everybody was interacting with the Phoenicians. Of course, the Hebrews were interacting with the Phoenicians, sometimes on very friendly terms, like Solomon and King Hiram of Tyre, and sometimes there was hostility. But the Phoenicians are always an important element of what's happening in the ancient world, and yet we know almost nothing about them. We know a whole lot about the ancient Egyptians. We know a whole lot about the other Mesopotamian civilizations and the ancient Greeks and so forth, but we know very little, almost nothing about the Phoenicians. Of course, the most famous Phoenician that everyone is familiar with that they don't realize is Hannibal Barca, who was the greatest enemy that Rome had ever seen. The greatest enemy with whom Rome had ever contended was Hannibal. And where was he from? Carthage. Carthage was in North Africa, and Carthage was a Phoenician settlement. They were Phoenician. And the Romans were appalled by the Phoenicians precisely because the Phoenicians were in the habit of sacrificing their children to idols, to Baal and the other Phoenician gods, and they would sacrifice their children in the most heinous way, and the Romans were incensed by this. This is one of the reasons why the Romans hated the Phoenicians. And the Phoenicians came very close to destroying Rome through Hannibal. These were remarkable people, and almost nothing is known of them, even though they were, in my estimation, sailing their remarkable ships to the shores of many different continents. I get the sense, and I know this is conspiratorial, but I get the sense that there's somewhat of a conspiracy revolving around the Phoenicians. I think the Phoenicians were in possession of knowledge and artifacts that would, to some extent, should they come to light, rewrite history. Artifacts from the antediluvian world. And part of those artifacts would be the genetic stock of the Nephilim, the descendants of the Nephilim, who were certainly in their midst. Mount Hermon has always been considered by these ancient Near Eastern cultures, and even by the Romans and the Greeks, to be what we would call today an axis mundi, a gateway to another realm, or perhaps a portal to somewhere else, right? It's a cosmic mountain. This is the way that the Mesopotamians would have viewed Mount Hermon. It's a cosmic mountain. And so it was believed that there was a gate there to the netherworld. And part of this lore revolves around the Enochian tale. And I say part of it because the Greeks had their own reasons for believing that, and the Canaanites had their own reasons for believing it, but obviously the Hebrews believed that because of the Enochian tale, that the Watchers descended here. And it's not coincidental that it was upon the slopes of Hermon that Jesus transfigured before his disciples. And it's not coincidental that it was at the base of Hermon where he declared that the gates of hell would not prevail against his church. And he did this specifically at the site of the Grotto of Pan, which was thought to be an entrance into the netherworld or the underworld. So Mount Hermon is a cosmic mountain in the cosmology of the Mesopotamians, in the ancient Near Eastern cosmology. It is a cosmic mountain. And again, what if that means something like a portal or a gate to hell or an axis mundi, whatever that means, it was viewed as this place where heaven and earth and the underworld were connected. That's what's known as an axis mundi. First Enoch relates an incredible story, a remarkable tale. And it turns out that this story lays the foundation for some of the most enigmatic references in the Old and New Testament of the Bible. So this isn't just some fanciful fiction that the Hebrews told their children at nighttime, some bedtime story. The story of First Enoch is foundational to Hebrew cosmology, to ancient Hebrew cosmology. You cannot remove the Enochian tale from ancient Hebrew cosmology. That's how foundational it is. And the story involves a company of 200 angels who the Book of Enoch denominates watchers. And these angels were observing the daughters of men. And of course, this is the reference in Genesis 6. They were observing the daughters of men. They saw that they were comely, that they were fair, that they were beautiful. And they desired to take them as wives. In fact, their desire, there's two explicit things they desired, two things that are conspicuous and one thing that is inconspicuous. Two things that are directly mentioned, and the final motivation is inferred. So there's three motivations here. So the first thing we have to understand about the story of the Watchers is that there are three motivating factors that led to this transgression, which forms the beginning of the narrative, the historical narrative in the Book of Enoch. And the first motivation is the Watchers desired to marry and copulate with the daughters of men. So they desired to wed these women and to impregnate them. The second desire was to progenerate through them their own offspring. They wanted to procreate and have children with their wives, with their human wives. That's the second motivation. The third motivation, and the first two are implicit, the third one is inferred. So the first two motivations are implicit in the text, in the narrative of First Enoch. This third motivation that I'm going to explain is inferred in what happens. And the third motivation is they wanted to usurp dominion of the earth from the sons of Adam through the agency of their hybrid offspring. That's the third motivation. And that is, as I said, not implicit in the text, it's inferred. So the Watchers, with these desires in mind, concocted this plan that they were going to descend to the earth in direct defiance of God. They knew that what they were about to do amounted to a grave transgression. And so what they did before they effectuated this plan, was they bound themselves by an oath. And the Book of Enoch says that they bound themselves by mutual imprecations, which means we're all in this together. We're binding ourselves together so that we will all have to pay the penalty for this great sin. So they bind themselves by mutual imprecations, and then they descend to the earth, and the point of arrival happens to be the summit of Mount Hermon. And Mount Hermon is in the Lebanese mountain range, in the Lebanon mountain range, and it is one of the highest peaks. And the watchers descend to Hermon. It's not clear if they bind themselves by the oath before or after. I think they bind themselves by the oath actually when they arrive, because Mount Hermon was forever after known as the Mountain of Oath. So probably they bind themselves with an oath after they descend to Hermon. And as I said before, I do not envision the watchers flapping their wings, with descending, alighting onto the summit of Hermon with these big, bird wings. I think that they arrived at the helms of advanced aerospace vehicles. In other words, UFOs. So once they bind themselves by this oath, they descend into the plains, and they begin to choose from among the daughters of men suitable wives. Each one chose a singular wife. And the sense isn't that they were invading the villages and throwing these women over their shoulders. This is not what's being communicated. Rather, the way I envision it, I think the way that's implied in the way it's implied in the text, is that the watchers were covertly observing the villages and choosing each one of them which woman from these various villages that they wanted to take as a wife. And then a transaction occurs. And this is not exactly implicit in the text. This is also inferred in the text. The watchers engage in a transaction with the fathers of the maidens that they want to wed. And remember, the motivation here is not just to copulate with these women, but rather to wed them, to take them as wives and procreate offspring with them, to have families, right? In the manner of the sons of Adam. And so the watchers, once they have the maidens that they desire to wed, they go to their fathers and they make a transaction. And the transaction is something like, again, this is inferred in the text. The transaction is something like, I desire to wed your daughter, and here's what I'm going to give you as a dowry, as payment in exchange for your daughter's hand in marriage. And this is all being done in accordance with the customs of the ancient Near East. So the watchers are engaging in the cultural norms here revolving around marriage, revolving around the covenant of marriage. And those norms involve something like a dowry, a payment for the daughter's hand in marriage. And this is a patriarchal society. So the fathers had the authority to give their daughters hands in marriage. The women really didn't have a say. Although I do believe that the women were willing participants, because they're later on judged for their transgression with the watchers. So it's not that the watchers are forcibly taking these women and demanding that the fathers give them their hands in marriage. Rather, there's a transaction happening here, a bargain. And it turns out it's a Faustian bargain. Because in exchange for their daughters' hands in marriage, the watchers teach the sons of Adam, they teach the men, they instruct them in the knowledge that the men were already striving to learn. And what that informs us, that the watchers already knew what kind of knowledge these men wanted. So they already came to the table with a bargaining chip in mind. You want to know X, Y, and Z, we can teach you these things, and in exchange, you give us your daughter's hands in marriage. So it's a transaction. And this is important because it's a legal transaction that the watchers are after. This is a legal transaction with the rightful regents of the earth, the sons of Adam. And so the Watchers are obviously trying to accomplish something with legal cover. Otherwise, they would just have taken these women by force. They did not. They wed them. And you can envision the Watchers, and of course the Watchers are going to be received as the gods. The gods have descended, and you can imagine being a father of one of these maidens. This transcendent being, one of the gods, wants to marry my daughter and is going to give me as a dowry, is going to instruct me in the secrets of heaven. So it was a very favorable transaction for the sons of Adam. And again, I think specifically the sons of Cain, but that's just my hunch, let's say. So as the story goes, the Watchers wed the daughters of men, and we can imagine that this happened with all the pomp and ceremony and circumstance that such a wedding would have elicited. The gods are marrying these women, right? 200 Watchers. So this is probably a really big celebration. And then the Watchers begin to teach men the secrets, the knowledge they were striving to learn. In the meantime, as this is happening, the Watchers copulate with their wives. Their wives become pregnant, they conceive, and they give birth to giants. Some ancient texts suggest that some of the women's wombs were split open during birth, or were split open by the enormous size of the babies that are growing in their wombs. But I don't think that's really historically accurate, in as much as this is a historical narrative, because the women are later turned into sirens. They're later judged. So I think that most of them, and the Watchers, instruct their wives in the secrets, in these forbidden secrets. So the women are participating in the iniquity of the Watchers. They're not just giving birth and dying, apparently, according to the narrative. So I think that the women were giving birth to normal-sized babies, just like babies that are born with gigantism. And those babies, as they progress into toddlers and then into adolescence, experience an accelerated rate of growth. Again, just like babies who are born with gigantism. They're born at a normal size and rate, but it's like the valve is never shut off. The puberty, the growth spurt never stops. They just keep going and going and going. But in the case of gigantism, it results in very large but weak human beings who have dysfunctional organs and who are usually not very athletic. Andre the Giant was an exception, and even he died young, the wrestler. But most people with gigantism do not live very long, in contrast to the offspring of the Watchers, who were superhumanly enhanced with the DNA of their angelic fathers. And so these would have been superheroes, basically, hybrids. They would have been human enough to appropriate, and this is important, the authority and dominion of the sons of Adam on earth, as given by God, that mandate, but yet at the same time, they were infused with the remarkable genetic markers and capabilities of their angelic fathers. And they grew to great stature, according to the Book of Enoch. They began to consume all of the acquisitions of the land. In other words, they were eating all the food. And human beings were forced to feed the giants, according to Enoch. And when they could no longer sustain them, their appetites, the giants began to feed on men. And as all of this is unfolding, mankind is through the knowledge of the Watchers, they're developing various kinds of technology, including implements of war. Azazel, specifically the Watcher Azazel, taught men how to forge weapons and make armaments of war. And this is proliferating all kinds of bloodshed on the earth. So there's a murderous bloodlust that is introduced to the knowledge of the Watchers that had not previously existed in the world. So the knowledge of the Watchers is corrupting mankind, and they're becoming murderous and bloodthirsty and are becoming very idolatrous and altogether wicked. So that by the time the flood comes, their thoughts are only evil continually, as the Bible says. And so eventually there's so much chaos and havoc and death and war unfolding in the earth that men began to cry out to God, to petition heaven. And their petitions are brought before the King of Heaven. The angels bring their petitions to the King of Heaven. And it is decided that the good Watchers, by the way, the divine council is apparent in First Enoch, because you have the good Watchers in heaven and you have the apostate Watchers on earth, the defected Watchers on earth, and you have the good ones in heaven. And these are the good ones are referred to as the holy Watchers of heaven. This terminology, holy Watchers, is also apparent in the book of Daniel. And so this is effectively members of the divine council. This is the council of the king. And the prayers and the petitions of the people who are dying and suffering on earth, who are living in this nightmarish dystopia on planet Earth, their petitions are coming before this council and before the king. And the king decides, the king and his council, decide that they're going to put a stop to the activity of the Watchers on the earth. And what happens is this judgment comes forth, this very, very punitive judgment comes forth, in which the Watchers are to be bound in chains. And their offspring are going to be destroyed before a cataclysm destroys the earth. And so the Watchers are bound in chains. God dispatches some of the good guys to come and bind them in chains. But before they're imprisoned in what Peter calls Tartarus in 2 Peter in the New Testament, directly referencing this story from 1 Enoch, before they're bound in chains in the abyss in Tartarus, they're forced to behold the annihilation, the destruction of their beloved sons. And so they have to watch as God incites the offspring of the Watchers into fratricide, into a civil war, a hybrid civil war in which they utterly annihilate each other. And this is part of the judgment of the Watchers. They have to watch their offspring, the Nephilim, the giants, go to war with one another. And I don't envision this as, big dumb giants clonking each other over the heads with clubs. This is a technological war. They're bringing into this conflict all of the technology and knowledge of their fathers, of the Watchers. They're bringing into battle the armaments forged from the knowledge of the Watchers. So I envision this much more like the ancient Sanskrit epics of India, in which you have these epic battles in which the gods and mortal men are locked in these bloody conflicts. And in the midst of these wars, you have these amazing advanced aerospace vehicles being deployed, which are called vimanas in the Sanskrit epics. And these vimanas are like warships, flying warships that are able to discharge what appears to be some sort of laser or missiles. And it's all described in lurid detail in Ramayana and the Mahabharata. And I think this is probably what this conflict between the offspring of the Watchers, the hybrid civil war that's unfolding between the various factions of giants on Earth looked like. It looked like superhuman giants and their advanced technology fighting each other, but in the midst of this battle are also human beings who are also fighting on one side or the other, just like the Sanskrit epics, right? So something like that, in my estimation, is unfolding in this fratricidal conflict that's unfolding on planet Earth before the flood. And so the Watchers are witnessing their offspring kill each other. And then, and this all happens as a prelude to the cataclysm of the flood, which is never actually described in the Book of Enoch. But it's coming in the background. You know it's coming. But it's never actually described in the historical narrative. But that's pretty much what brings the narrative to an end, is God chooses to preserve the line of Adam through Noah and some of the animal life on earth, and everything else is destroyed. According to the Book of Enoch, the Watchers descended in the days of Jared. And they remained on the earth from Jared to Noah, to the flood of Noah. And depending how you calculate that, according to the Septuagint, you have something like 1,250 years. That's if you interpret that genealogy in a linear way, as a linear calculation of time. It's over 1,000 years from Jared to the flood. So that's over 1,000 years that the Watchers had to intermingle with the human species, and that their offspring had to grow and prosper and propagate and dominate the earth and build kingdoms. Because remember, I said that the third motivation of the Watchers was to usurp dominion of the earth through the agency of their hybrid offspring, who were human enough to claim that dominion, to appropriate the authority of Adam on earth. And so the Watchers were basically, the idea was to rule, to govern the earth from behind the thrones of their hybrid sons, who would become the kings. And indeed they did. They did become the kings, and this is inferred. But what else can you call it if the Watchers, if the giants are consuming all of the acquisitions of the land? In other words, everything is being brought to the giants. They're effectively dominating the human race. They're dominating the human populaces. And I think that is an intimation, an allusion to the fact that they are actually ruling over the kingdoms of men, and indeed establishing their own kingdoms. And I believe the Watchers did exactly what Plato says that the gods did, the gods of the Greek pantheon. Plato says in the Critias dialogue, Plato says that the gods they apportioned the earth amongst themselves. It's the first thing they did. And we know that Poseidon took for his allotment, he took Atlantis, the region of Atlantis, and he established his kingdom. And then what does Poseidon do? After he's allotted his portion, and then he establishes his kingdom, and then what does he do? He marries a human woman, Plato. He copulates with her, and she gives birth to 10 hybrid sons who become the 10, and they're twins, so 5 sets of twins. They become the 10 kings of Atlantis. And I think they were giants, and if we're to take that story literal, I think at the very least, that story is an allegory of the antediluvian world. And so I think the Watchers did the very same thing. They allotted the earth among themselves, and they established what I call the empire of the gods, because it's effectively an empire. And each of these Watchers, their hybrid sons would have been the kings of their respective realm. And this might have gone all over the world. And so you would have had, in my estimation, the gods walking among men, the Watchers, who were venerated as such, as gods, and temples were raised to them. And rather than there being just some idol to them, they would actually be sitting there receiving the adulation of their human subjects in these temples. And their sons, their hybrid sons, would be the kings, literally governing over the kingdoms. And I think we could expect that these would have been quite advanced, at least the knowledge that the Watchers had, that extraterrestrial advanced knowledge would have been deployed and employed in their kingdoms, but not to the commoner. I think that the common people would have been something like a Bronze Age civilization, and that fraternity of hybrid giants would have had advanced knowledge and technology. much like the movie Stargate, in which you have this advanced alien being who is masquerading as Ra, as the god Amun-Ra, with advanced technology, and his guards have these advanced flying machines, aerospace vehicles, and advanced staffs that shoot out projectiles. But the rest of the populace is like a Bronze Age Egyptian populace. I think something like that is an accurate view of the antediluvian world. So you have this fraternity of hybrid giants in possession of advanced technology and knowledge, but only them, and their moms, and their fathers, right? So this is what I call the empire of the gods. And you can imagine when those kingdoms go to war, what that would look like. Maybe even atomic level armaments, like nuclear type technology, but those type of weapons were deployed and wrought great destruction on the earth. And maybe this is why, by the way, why do we not find evidence of these advanced civilizations? Because they annihilated themselves. How much evidence would you find of our civilization in 10,000 years from now if we had utterly annihilated ourselves with nuclear missiles? What kind of evidence would remain if we experience a nuclear holocaust? And I'm not saying a bomb drops here and there. I'm saying every single major city is obliterated, right? Because that's the kind of war I think was happening. And then a global cataclysm washes all the debris away in the aftermath. And much of what happens here to the matter, to the material, to the structures, the buildings, the edifices, they're vaporized, they're melted. Explosive devices that we can't even, the destruction of which is beyond our imagination right now. Many times more, like an antimatter bomb is many times more destructive than a nuclear warhead. Decimating, annihilating, vaporizing these kingdoms, these hybrid kingdoms, these kingdoms that are being governed by the offspring of the Watchers. The Nephilim kingdoms are being vaporized in a technological war using unimaginably destructive technologies. And then an unimaginably destructive cataclysm ensues in the aftermath. How much of that civilization should you expect to find 10,000 years later? The answer? Almost nothing. That's the answer. Almost nothing would be the answer. So I think that would be one reason why we don't find much evidence of an advanced ancient civilization, because they literally obliterated themselves, right? And I believe that the cataclysm, the specific cataclysm that ensued, in my estimation, I could be wrong about this is my opinion, is what is known as the Younger Dryas Impact event. And basically, the Younger Dryas Impact event happened at the end of the last ice age, some 12,000 years ago, roughly. And it resulted from fragments of a comet breaking up in the atmosphere or in orbit around the Earth and pummeling the North American ice sheets. The Laurentide ice sheet, North America, for example, which covered most of North America at the end of the last ice age, was a mile to a couple miles deep in certain areas. And this is ice. This is solid ice. This is water, fresh water in the form of ice. And when those fragments of this comet impact, each one of them is itself many times more explosive in destruction than an atomic bomb. And so it generates, it vaporizes everything in the impact zone, right, at ground zero, vaporizes everything, and suddenly melts the ice sheets. And so imagine all of that fresh water, millions of cubic tons of fresh water pouring into the ocean. It would be tidal waves sweeping across the land masses, and not just in North America. And then in concert with this, you have the I think they call it the ejectile or the ejecta, the ejecta, I think it's called, of the superheated fragments of that comet just blasting off hundreds of miles away, landing in forests and just lighting them on fire. So you have extensive biomass burning all over the globe. At the same time, the sheets of ice are melting. It would have caused earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tidal waves sweeping across the oceans. Utter destruction. The utter destruction it's just absolute utter destruction on every landmass on planet Earth. Every continent is experiencing cataclysmic destruction. Any kind of civilization that lives on the shore of the ocean or on the bank of a river, gone, obliterated. It would have been totally flooded, tidal waves washing it away, and ultimately the sea levels rose dramatically. And so this all in the wake, potentially, of a catastrophic, let's call it nuclear holocaust, right? Probably something even more destructive than nuclear, and a different kind of technology. So envision that. You have what would amount to a nuclear holocaust, followed by the Younger Dryas impact event. The Earth being bombarded at the end of the last ice age with these fragments of this comet, precipitating all of the calamitous things I just described, and more, by the way, and more, because it will be followed by a nuclear winter of sorts, which would blot out the sun, all of that debris going up in the atmosphere, blotting out the sun for an extended period of time. What survives this? Only Noah and his family, basically, through the providence of God. Now, do other things survive? Potentially. But we know that Noah and his family were providentially delivered, carried through this cataclysm. So you can see my perspective of the antediluvian world is much different than you saw in your coloring books in Sunday school. And I believe that this is much of this story that I told from Enoch. A lot of it is literally the text, what's written, but then I have also what's inferred. I've been communicating what's inferred or intimated, and I think this gives us an insight into the antediluvian world. So in the wake of such utter destruction, what would you expect to find on Earth? What remnants of these events, of this antediluvian civilization, would you expect to find? Only the megalithic foundations. That would be all that was left, the megalithic foundations. And that is precisely what we find all around the world. We find these massive megalithic constructions, edifices, that defy modern engineering capabilities in some cases, and that employ a level of masonry that is in some cases unrivaled on Earth, such as the walls of Sacsayhuaman, Ollantaytambo in Peru. Ollantaytambo, the masonry represented in Ollantaytambo with these massive megalithic blocks is unparalleled anywhere in the modern world. We cannot duplicate it. And it's represented in Egypt. It's represented to some degree in the Sphinx itself, which I think are very, very old. And it's represented in Baalbek, this antediluvian architecture, these megalithic foundations. Again, the only thing you should expect to find after a catastrophic war followed by a world-ending cataclysm, a catastrophic nuclear-type war followed by a world-ending global cataclysm. The big question on everybody's mind that I'm always asked is, how do you have Nephilim in the post-diluvian world? How are there Nephilim giants still alive, and not just the spirits of the giants, the demons, but actual giants still roaming the earth after the flood? That's the question that everybody wonders. And the answer to that question depends on how you view the flood. For one thing, there are several theories. The Bible is not explicit about this situation, about how we have post-flood Nephilim in the world. It doesn't explicitly tell us. So I think we have to make some guesses, some logical inferences. as I said, it all depends on how you view the flood. There are three ways you can view the flood of Noah. And contrary to popular belief, all three are plausible within the biblical text. In other words, all three can be argued from the text, from just the text in Genesis. The first view is the most common, the most popular, which is a global flood. When I say global flood, what I mean is every square inch of land on planet Earth is underwater. That means the top of Mount Everest is underwater. That's the global flood. That's the one that most Christians are familiar with and assume is the correct biblical interpretation of the flood. The second proposition is what's known as a local flood. And the local flood theory proposes that there was a catastrophic flood, but it was localized to the Fertile Crescent area. That the known world to the biblical writers at the time, i.e. Mesopotamia, was completely and utterly flooded. So that all of the mountaintops that they could see, or the hills that they could see in their local region, were utterly flooded. That is the local flood theory. The third proposition is one that I think I've invented. I've never heard anyone else propose it. So, but it's a middle ground between those two, between the two former theories, and I call this a global cataclysm, a flood that resulted, or rather, a flood that was a cataclysm in which there was catastrophic flooding all over the earth, but not necessarily covering every square inch of water, and not just localized to one region of the earth. So that would be sort of in between the global flood and the local flood. Again, what I call a global cataclysm. And I say cataclysm because the flood, in my view, a flood, in this particular view, are only one aspect of the cataclysm, because it would all depend on where you live. You would have, as I said before, if it was the Younger Dryas impact, that is the source of the Noahic flood, then you would have all sorts of calamitous things unfolding on the earth. If you lived in the impact zone, then you're vaporized. If you live underneath those sheets of ice, in other words, if you live further south, then you're going to be washed away by a tidal wave from all that water rushing down to the ocean. If you live in a heavily forested area that is affected by the ejecta, this molten ejecta from the impact, then you're going to be consumed in massive wildfires. If you live near fault lines, you're going to experience devastating earthquakes. So everybody is experiencing the cataclysm. If you live on a coastal region, on a river or lake, you're going to be underwater. You know, if you're living in proximity to the ocean or a river, you're going to be underwater, right? So that's why I call it a global cataclysm. And most people just think in terms of a flood. I'm thinking in terms of something much more dynamic and destructive than just water. And I believe every continent was experiencing catastrophic flooding, but not necessarily that every square inch of ground was under the water. And again, people are going to immediately protest and say, but doesn't the Bible say X, Y, and Z? My answer, it depends. There are plenty of scholars who make a good hermeneutical argument for a local flood using the same words in Hebrew and with a very logical position on what those words are conveying. I would say just as convincing as anyone making an argument for the global flood. And that's important to keep in mind. Just because you haven't been exposed to that scholarship doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And a lot of people get very angry about this because they assume that there's only one way to interpret certain texts, certain events. It's just not true. It's just not true. And again, there's a lot of good scholarship arguing for a local flood. And if a local flood is possible, then a global cataclysm is possible. So those are the three options, and there may be more. You have the global flood, every square inch underwater. You have a local flood, a localized catastrophic flooding event, and then you have a global cataclysm, every square inch of the earth affected by cataclysm, but in different ways. Now, in the global flood scenario, you only have a possibility for survival on the ark, unless you're a fish, right? So all of the land creatures would be drowned, except for those that are on the ark. In a local flood scenario, then you have the profusion of life on earth, most of it being unaffected, and only that region, that particular region being catastrophically affected by that cataclysm, by the flood. Still saving those individuals who are on the ark, because that's where they were living, and still being delivered through that flood in the manner that the Bible describes. And if you and in the same way, if you have a global cataclysm, then you have opportunity for survival as well, outside of the ark. And again, everyone always immediately accuses me and others of denying the plain reading of the scriptures. It's just not so. That's not the case. You are reading an English you're reading an English translation of a particular interpretation. It's not the only interpretation in regard to the flood. And so it's simply, when people get up in arms about this, it's just a manifestation of ignorance. So I personally lean toward a global cataclysm. However, I'm perfectly willing to accept a global flood or a local flood. I'm open to all three possibilities. All three propositions are on the table, but I lean in the direction of a global cataclysm. So you can see now, depending on which of these options you choose, it will bear upon regarding how the Nephilim made it through the flood into the post-diluvian world, into the post-flood world. Now, if you subscribe to a global flood, then you're really limited. The Nephilim would have had to do one of two things. They would have had to have some extraordinary way of surviving, like going underground maybe. The other option, which is probably, perhaps, I would say at least equally plausible, is the genes of the giants. The DNA of the giants were carried through the flood in the genomes of Noah's sons' wives, or one of them, specifically Ham's wife, probably, based on what unfolds after the flood. And so that's a popular theory, that genetic stock, so to speak, that DNA information of the Nephilim came through the flood, literally carried in the genome of, let's say, Ham's wife, right? That's possible. I'm certainly open to that idea. Okay, so if you subscribe to a local flood, then the question is moot. Because if you weren't inhabiting that specific area that was flooded, then you would not have been eliminated, annihilated. And the same can be said of the global cataclysm hypothesis. So take your pick. I mean, or there may be other options. Now, one option that I reject is the notion of a second incursion. It's often referred to as the second incursion. And the second incursion proposes that it happened again. The Genesis 6 type transgression, that the Genesis 6 affair happened again. So it seems like a very simple explanation for a lot of people. How do we get giants in the post-flood world? Angels did it again. They came down, they copulated with human women, and the same thing happened. I don't think so. Why don't I think so? Because the first event is so well attested, so instrumental, so fundamental to Hebrew cosmology that it's unthinkable that the second incursion would be undocumented and nowhere mentioned. Anywhere. Anywhere. There is no mention of a second incursion anywhere. And the first one is so well documented, it's so important in the minds of the ancient Hebrews. To think that a second incursion would just be no big deal is ludicrous in my mind. So, and also the judgment on the watchers was so severe and apparent to the rest of the angels that I think it was an effective deterrent. So I do not believe in a second incursion. There is no attestation anywhere, no textual attestation to a second incursion. You cannot find it anywhere within the Hebrew cosmological worldview. I don't even think that any such thing is suggested. I could be wrong about this, but I don't think anything like that is even suggested in the Second Temple tradition. And now people would say, well, didn't God intend to kill them all? So what, he failed? You cannot avoid the fact that the Nephilim appeared in the earth after the flood, one way or another.
Universal story agrees with the record of every major culture of the ancient world in which the astonishingly consistent story is told of gods that descended from heaven and or came through spiral vortices to materialize in bodies of flesh. From Rome to Greece, and before that to Egypt, Persia, Assyria, Babylonia, Sumer, the earliest records of civilization tell of the era when powerful beings known to the Hebrews as watchers, and in the book of Genesis as the Bnei Ha-Elohim, the sons of God, mingled themselves with humans, giving birth to part celestial, part terrestrial hybrids known as Nephilim. The Bible says this happened when men began to increase on earth and daughters were born to them, when the sons of God saw the women's beauty, and they took wives from among them to sire their unusual offspring. I believe a record of this is recorded in Genesis 6:4, when it says there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown.
A man named Denton's Productions walks alone, follows Christ and the path he's shown. In the night where shadows grow, battles demons, flesh and bone.
The description of the angels is always the same. They look like men. Indeed, Paul says that it's possible to entertain angels unawares, which means that you can confuse them for human beings. They're not human beings. They are, in fact, an extraterrestrial non-human race, a pre-existent extraterrestrial non-human race. But they are also sons of God, just like Adam was a son of God. And so it makes sense, therefore, that all the sons in the family bear the same semblance. They look the same, and they resemble their father. And it is my contention that both mankind and the elder race, the human race and the elder race, bear the image of God. There is no scripture in the Bible anywhere that states that mankind is the exclusive bearer of God's image. Rather, it just says that we were made in the image and likeness of the Elohim. And so we look like them because they are our elder siblings. We are reproductively compatible with them. So we are very similar, even physiologically, although they are of a higher nature. And so then the question is, what do they look like? And I think the answer is apparent within the canonized text of Scripture. They look like us, but with some differences. And we know that there has to be some differences because Lot was able to recognize them when they were approaching the city of Sodom. Lot saw two angels approaching and instantly was able to recognize that these were sons of God, emissaries from the kingdom of heaven. Now, how could he have recognized these angels? Because they looked human enough to where they could pass through town and be taken as exotic human beings, but they had distinctive trademarks, hallmarks that were calling cards that they were not human beings and that they were indeed angels, that Lot recognized these hallmarks. And it also explains why the men of Sodom were so attracted to these exotic men who had entered the city. And I would imagine that these angels, when they entered Sodom, that they probably had cloaks on. Maybe they were covering their heads and you could only see their faces. But from their faces, from what you could discern on their faces, they probably had blue eyes, fair skin, golden blonde hair, white or golden blonde hair. And oftentimes I get accused of being racist when I describe angels in this way. But what people don't realize is that this is actually the ancient Hebrew perception, conceptualization of what the sons of God look like. When you read the Book of Enoch, at the very end of the Book of Enoch, there is a fragment inserted into the story from the Book of Noah. Now, whether or not the Book of Enoch and the Book of Noah are true accounts, they are ancient Hebrew accounts. They are part of the Hebrew cosmology. In other words, they are representative of the way that the Hebrews thought and conceptualized the world. And so in these fragments from the Book of Noah, again, found at the end of the Book of Enoch, we have this strange story, this account that is being presumably recorded by Enoch, in which Lamech, the father of Noah, is distressed because his wife has just given birth to Noah. And when Noah came out of the womb, he had fair skin. So according to these fragments from the Book of Noah, Lamech's wife was pregnant. And when she gave birth to her son, Noah, Lamech was extremely distressed when he saw this baby. Why? Because the baby resembled a son of God, one of the sons of God. And remember, Lamech, when Noah's born, Lamech is familiar with the sons of God, the watchers who created all this havoc, right? So he sees Noah come through the birth canal and pop out, and he looks like one of the sons of God. And obviously Lamech is distressed because he's thinking, wait a minute, what's my wife been doing behind the scenes there? I mean, I'm a Semitic guy, and suddenly I have this. So this is the account from the Book of Noah, in the fragments of the Book of Noah inserted into the Book of Enoch. And after some days, my son Methuselah, this is presumably Enoch writing, and after some days, my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she became pregnant by him, and bore him a son. And his body was white as snow, and red as the blooming of a rose. And the hair of his head and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes were beautiful, probably meaning that they were distinct from other men's eyes. In other words, they were probably blue or green or something like that. And when he opened his eyes, he lighted up the whole house like the sun, and the whole house was very bright. And thereupon he arose in the hands of the midwife, opened his mouth, and conversed with the Lord of righteousness. And his father Lamech was afraid of him, and fled, and came to his father Methuselah. And he said unto him, I have begotten a strange son, diverse from and unlike man, and resembling the sons of God. And his nature is different, and he is not like us, and his eyes are as the rays of the sun, and his countenance is glorious. And it seems to me that he is not sprung from me, but from the angels. And I fear that in his days a wonder may be brought on the earth. So, whether or not this story is true, is literally true, and it may not be. it still gives us insight into how the ancient Hebrews conceptualized the sons of God. How did they conceptualize the sons of God? Fair skin, bright, probably blue or green eyes or clear eyes, white or blonde hair, basically like Scandinavians. And I contend that this angelic race is probably 6.5 to 7 feet tall because of some other indications elsewhere in extra-biblical texts. And so this is why I say that the angels, the sons of God, resemble what we call in ufology, who we call in ufology the Nordics or the Pleiadians, who are these beings who very much look like us, but their physiology have these very same descriptive qualities. They are fair skinned, they're tall, 6.5, 7 feet tall. They have blonde or golden blonde hair. They have bright blue eyes or bright green eyes. This is not a commentary on race or something like that. This is simply referencing the ancient Hebrew conceptualization of the sons of God. The members of the elder race are represented by both the good guys and the bad guys. There's this misconception among Christians that there's good angels and bad angels. There's the good angels who are still loyal to the Father, and then there's the quote-unquote fallen angels. And the term fallen angel is a bit of a contrivance. It's not actually a biblical term. We all understand what's meant by it. The angels that rebelled and are in a state of insurrection. They're reprobates. They have become the enemies of God, the enemies of the king and of the kingdom of heaven. These are the fallen angels. The misconception is that the fallen angels have a different appearance than the good angels. The bad guys look different than the good guys. The good guys are these beautiful angelic beings, much like the description here from the fragments of Noah. And the fallen angels are these grotesque, demonic-looking entities with horns, and they're the typical Hollywood depictions of demons. But that's ludicrous. That is completely illogical. These entities, these beings, hail from the same race. They're the same race. They probably speak the same language. They have the same knowledge. They most likely are operating the same technology, the same technological implements. Why wouldn't they be? They're from the same race. The fallen angels were at one time good angels, non-fallen angels, if you will. They were loyal to the king until they were disloyal. So they come from the same culture. And I think that word is very appropriate when we talk about the kingdom of heaven. It is a kingdom. It's not this ethereal spiritual concept. It has locality. It is in every way a grander, it is in every way very much like what we are familiar with as it pertains to civilization and culture and society. It has a court. It has a judicial system. It has a standing army. Angels eat and drink. The Israelites ate the bread of heaven. In Psalms, it says that they ate the grain of heaven, the sustenance of the angels. So how do you get grain? You harvest wheat. So I think that we are entitled to make these logical extrapolations. If the Israelites are eating the grain of heaven, that means that that grain was processed from some kind of wheat. I think we can go so far as to say some kind of extraterrestrial wheat that was harvested on somewhere else in the cosmos. So it's a civilization, and they have all the implements of a civilization. And in fact, their civilization, the civilization of the elder race, is the prototype of ours. It preexists ours. Our civilization is a shadow of theirs. In other words, our institutions are based on the institutions that preexisted us. Angels, the kingdom of heaven has a standing army. And this is apparent all over the Old Testament and the New Testament. In fact, one of the most common names titles of the God of Israel is the Lord of armies, the Lord of hosts. And that word host is it's a militaristic term, the Lord of armies. Why do armies exist? To protect the borders of a sovereign realm. Armies don't exist without a civilization. They exist to protect a civilization. Otherwise, you just have a kingdom in which there's an army. And that's it. But that doesn't make any sense. There has to be a civilization behind that army. There has to be members of that society who aren't soldiers, who are doing other things in that civilization, who are going about menial, everyday tasks regarding it's the same kind of things that we do. Harvesting food, right? Tending to the structural, the buildings and the architecture of the kingdom. As crazy as that sounds, because everybody wants to spiritualize the kingdom of heaven, and everybody wants to make it this ethereal, spiritual, or dimensional place that isn't tangible. But that is not a biblical concept. It's not, because angels eat and drink. Because Jesus says when he drank of the cup of wine, from the chalice of wine before his crucifixion, I will not again drink of the cup until I partake in the kingdom of my Father. In other words, there's eating and drinking. There's feasting in the kingdom of heaven. There's music. It's not this ethereal place that we think it is. It's very much like what we're familiar with, but much grander. Uncorrupted. A place that is free of sin and the bondage of sin, that is free of malevolent actors. It's a civilization that is pure and unadulterated. And that's why when we think of heaven, that's exactly the kind of place that we think of on one level, but then we spiritualize everything about it. So it's true that when we conceptualize heaven, we are thinking about a place that is perfect and pure and wonderful and glorious. But that doesn't mean that it's not physical. That's almost, I would say that is almost what's it called? I don't remember. It's right on the tip of my tongue. I can't believe I can't remember that. You know, that heresy, which is the Gnosticism.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase this, and then we can move on to a different subject. We have this misconception that the kingdom of heaven is this spiritual place, this intangible, ethereal place, the spiritual dimension. That's how a lot of Christians talk about it. But the question is that really a biblical concept? And I think that the notion that heaven is an ethereal, spiritual place, it resonates more with Gnosticism than it does with Christianity, with biblical Christianity, at least with the ancient Hebrew perspective. Because in the Gnostic tradition, the material world is evil. And Gnostics would conceptualize a world that was a spiritual world that was pure and good, and the physical and the material was evil and corrupt. But that's a false dichotomy. The spiritual and the physical are two sides of the same coin. We are physical and spiritual beings. And it's not that we have a physical person and a spiritual person. I'm not a divided person. I am one person, a whole person who is a physical person with a spiritual component that is part and parcel to my biology. In other words, I'm not just inhabiting flesh. The real me is not just inhabiting flesh. The real me is composed of my flesh. It's a facet of who I am. And I know that because there's something called the resurrection. And the resurrection is the hope of the gospel. And the resurrection makes no sense at all if we're just driving around these meat sacks for a little while and then we get rid of them and we become these ethereal beings. If that's the case, then what is the purpose of the resurrection? Because at the resurrection, our bodies are resurrected. We are going to be who we are right now. We're going to be just like the resurrected Christ who still bore the marks of the crucifixion. He was Jesus of Nazareth in every way, the same Jesus that the disciples knew. He wasn't an ethereal version of Jesus or a spiritual version of Jesus. He was a physical version of Jesus. He was the same God, but in a resurrected condition. And that's why when he appeared to the disciples, they were afraid. They thought he was a ghost. And what did he say to them? This is so many people pass over this and they don't realize what's going on. What did Jesus say to them? He said, touch me. See that I am flesh and blood. Touch me. Touch my hands. They touched him. And then he said, to further prove his corporal reality, his physical reality, he said, do you have anything to eat? And they had fish and bread, and they gave it to him, and it says he ate it in their midst. That was to demonstrate that he was a human being. He was the same human being with whom they had supped before he was crucified. And he was eating and he was drinking with them. So what is the resurrection? First of all, we must recognize that going to heaven is not the hope of the believer. That is an unbiblical concept. The hope of the believer is the resurrection. And Paul says if Christ had not been raised from the dead, then we are to be pitied among men. We are to be most pitied because our hope hinges on the resurrection. What is the resurrection? The resurrection is the restoration of mankind to the blueprint of Adam. So when we are resurrected, we are going to be resurrected with our DNA. We're going to be who we are now, but our genetic code is going to be completely purified, restored to the unadulterated blueprint of Adam, the genetic blueprint of Adam. We're not all going to look like Adam. We're all going to retain the genetic trademarks that make us who we are, but without the mutations. We will become, at the resurrection, more human than we are right now. See, the gospel of Christ is not about saving us from hell and delivering us into heaven. The gospel of Christ is about redeeming, reconciling, and restoring mankind to the family of God. That is what the gospel of Christ is. And all of these words are different. When you talk about the word redemption, to redeem something means to purchase it back, to get it back. And why do we have to be redeemed? Because of sin. Because when Adam sinned, all of us were condemned because of his sin. We're also condemned because of our own sins, but those are two different things. See, we wear a body of sin because of Adam. Adam in his fallen condition was divorced from the family of God, and we inherit the corruption through Adam. Sin and death and entropy and degeneration, we inherit it from Adam. And because of Adam's sin, Adam and his offspring were condemned with the dragon and his angels. So we are born, the human condition is one of condemnation, degeneration, and condemnation. We degenerate, we die, and we are condemned with the enemies of God. That is part of the story of the prodigal son, because the prodigal son becomes indentured to the swineherd. Who is the swineherd? He's an archetype of Satan. So when we are born into the world, we are born as indentured servants, slaves to the swineherd. And because we are slaves to the swineherd, legally so, because we chose to rebel against God, to throw our lot in with his enemies. That was what happened in the garden. That was about allegiance, the Garden of Eden. And they chose to listen to the enemy of God and to heed his voice over the voice of their father. And so what was the result? they would be condemned with him, condemned with the dragon and his angels, right? And so the devil has this legal hold over mankind. He's the chief of sinners, Satan. And all sinners, all the reprobate belong to him and are condemned with him. Belong to him in the sense that they're going to be condemned with him, right? So that's where the word redemption comes in. Because in this fallen state, in this state of condemnation, we had to be purchased, bought back from the swineherd. Somebody had to pay our debt. See, that's what in being an indentured servant means. When you would enter into indentured servitude, it meant that you had a debt and you couldn't pay it off, and you had to work for your master until you could pay your debt off. But see, our problem is that we are unable to pay our debt off. And so we needed a kinsman redeemer to pay it for us. And that's called redemption. Remember the Song of the Lamb in the book of Revelation. You purchased men for God. By your blood, you purchased men for God. That is redemption. We're redeemed from the swineherd. Why are we redeemed? So that we might be reconciled. See, redemption happens through the cross of Christ. He paid with his blood. He paid for our sin. And I want to remind everybody that Jesus had the power to forgive sins before he was crucified. Remember when they lowered the paraplegic into the house and they said, and Jesus said to him, your sins are forgiven. And the Pharisees and the Sadducees were incensed. Who are you to say his sins are forgiven? Only God can forgive sins. And what did he say to them? So that you may know that the Son of Man has the authority to forgive sins. He looked at the man and he said, take up your bed and walk. And the man, the paraplegic, was healed. He stood up, took up his bed and walked. How is it that Christ had the power to forgive sins before he went to the cross? Because there's two kinds of sin. Your sins that you've committed personally, your offenses, and the sin of Adam. Your sins could be forgiven through sacrifices and so forth. At the temple and in the Hebrew system, your sins could be forgiven by the appropriate sacrifice of animals and so forth. It was still blood. It was still a blood sacrifice. But the sin of Adam, the original sin of mankind, the one that caused us to become indentured to the swineherd, we had no power to be forgiven from that sin. It took a son of Adam to walk perfectly before the Father and to offer up himself as the sacrifice and as the recompense for our sin, to take upon himself the penalty of Adam's sin and to crucify it and redeem us. By doing so, redeem us from the dragon and condemnation with the dragon. So we're redeemed so that we might be reconciled. And what does the word reconciliation mean? Brought back into fellowship. Brought back into friendship. And what does the New Testament teach us? That we are enemies of God, or we were once enemies of God. Enemies of God. But the cross of Christ brings reconciliation. And reconciliation is being restored to fellowship and friendship with the Father. So we are enemies, we are indentured to the swineherd, and we are enemies of God, just like the dragon is an enemy, and our fate is going to be his fate. But the gift of God, the Son of God, came as a kinsman redeemer to redeem us from the swineherd, from condemnation with the dragon, and through his sacrifice, reconcile us to the Father, so that we might be restored to everything that was lost in Adam. Everything that was lost in Adam is regained and restored through the second Adam, through the Son of God, through Jesus of Nazareth. So the gospel is much more extraordinary than we've ever thought. We're redeemed so that we might be reconciled, so that we might be restored back into fellowship in the divine family, back into the family of God, restored to the genetic blueprint of Adam and all those abilities that are inherent in the human species but are deadened because of degeneration are going to return and be rectified. Our biology, our physiology is going to be rectified at the resurrection. So, the resurrection is about transforming us, resetting us back to the blueprint of our original progenitor of Adam, our father. So we're not only going to be restored to the family of God, reconciled, brought back into fellowship, but our biology is going to be rectified. It's a full circle back to where we started. And this is, of course, the parable of the prodigal son. And the parable of the prodigal son really is a summation of everything that we've been talking about. And we're all familiar with the parable of the prodigal son. There's 5 characters in that story. There's the father, there's the older son, there's the younger son, there's the servants in the father's house, and there's the swineherd. And the story, as the story goes, is the parable of Jesus that Jesus told. The older son and the younger son were co-inheritors of the father's estate. They shared the father's estate. Why? They were siblings, but there was an older sibling and a younger sibling. And the younger sibling said to his father, "Give me my inheritance so I can go spend it now. Give it to me now." And the father gave him his inheritance. And of course, we know that the son went and spent his inheritance on wild living and prostitutes and whatever, wild living, drinking and whatever. And a great famine struck the land. And he became destitute. He spent all of his money. He became destitute, and he became indentured to a swineherd because he no longer had money, and he had to go work for a swineherd to try and work off his debt. And during this famine, he was so destitute, he was so depraved that he had to eat the slop of pigs. So he cared for the pigs and he had to eat what they were eating. He was the lowest of the low. He hit rock bottom. He was eating the slop of pigs. And that is representative of our enslavement to sin and to Satan. That's what that represents. That represents our condemnation with the dragon. We're indentured to the swineherd. We're indentured to Satan because of sin. And the prodigal son, it dawns on him that even the servants in my father's house are living better than this. So I'm going to go back to my father and I'm going to plead with him, "Father, I'm no longer worthy to be called your son. Just receive me back as a lowly servant. I've forfeited my sonship because I went and squandered my inheritance. So I'm not asking to be a son. Just make me a servant. The least of your servants is better than being indentured to the swineherd." So he went back to his father. So before I progress, see, this is a depiction of a person receiving the gospel of Christ. Receiving the gospel of Christ isn't saying a prayer. It's recognizing your depravity. This is what happens. The first thing that happens is repentance. This is what the prodigal son did. He recognized the depravity of his condition. Look at me, I'm filthy. I've wasted my inheritance. I'm eating the slop of pigs. I need to go back to the Father's house, if only to be received as a lowly servant. This is repentance. He recognized his depravity and repented in his heart and determined he would go back to his father. And so he went back to his father. And the prodigal son expected his father to be bristling with anger. And instead, to his surprise, he found the father waiting for him at the door. The father was waiting for him to return, looking out over the landscape, eagerly waiting for his son to return. And when he saw him, he ran out to meet him. And rather than being bristling with anger, like the son thought, the father was brimming with joy. And he fell on his son and embraced him and kissed his neck and said to his servants, "Quick, quick, bring new clothes, bring new sandals." So they brought him new clothes and put new clothes on him, and they shod his feet with sandals. The new clothes that are placed on the son, remember this is a parable of Jesus, the new clothes that he's draped with is representative of the resurrection and the righteousness of Christ. The sandals that are brought to shod his feet are representative of sonship. Because in the ancient world during the Roman times, when Jesus was saying this, was telling the people this parable, it was the Roman Empire. It was a mark of a slave, in many cases, was that they did not wear shoes. They went barefoot. And so by the Father saying, bring sandals to put on his feet, that's a signal that he's being received, not as a servant, but as a son. And then the final symbol of sonship was a ring was put on his finger. That's the seal of the Father's house. He's being brought back into fellowship with the Father in his house, not as a servant, but as a son, even though he had squandered his inheritance. And so the Father brings him in, and he tells his servants, let's have a feast, let's celebrate, kill the fattened calf. And so they began to celebrate. And the older son, who was out in the fields, heard all this commotion coming from the house, and he called a servant and he said, hey, what's going on? And the servant told him, your son has returned. And he told him, your brother has returned. Let me say that again. And he told him, your younger brother has returned, and your father has thrown him a feast. And the older son is incensed. Remember, they were co-inheritors of the father's estate. The older brother is incensed, and he goes to talk to the father, and he says, I have been loyal to you. I've been with you this whole time. I never left. I never squandered my inheritance. And yet you've never thrown me a feast. You've never even allowed us to kill a goat and celebrate with my friends. Why are you doing this for my younger brother who squandered his inheritance and basically slapped you in the face? And the father's reply is the heart of the gospel. He says, because this brother of yours was lost and is found. He was dead and is alive again. And that is the heart of the gospel. Remember when Jesus says that the good shepherd leaves the 99 or whatever it is and to go and get the one. To go and get the prodigal son. What does he mean? Us. We are the prodigal son. We are the prodigal son. That's us, because that prodigal son is representative, is symbolic of Adam. Adam is the younger brother who squanders his inheritance, who becomes indentured to the swineherd. That's Adam. Who's his older brother? It's the other sons of God. His elder siblings, who did not squander their inheritance. Now, of course, we know that a faction of them were in a state of rebellion, and that's the swineherd, and Adam's lot was thrown in with them because of sin. He was condemned with them. But the older siblings in that story, with whom we share we're supposed to share a co-inheritance of the kingdom, that's the elder race. And so the gospel of Christ is perfectly portrayed in the parable of the prodigal son. Remember on the eve of his crucifixion when he's sitting with his disciples and Jesus says to them, in my Father's house are many rooms, and I'm going there to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will also come back and get you so that you may be where I am. And one of the disciples said to him, we don't know where you're going. How do we get there? We don't know where you're going. He said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father but through me. Jesus, in that occasion, on the eve of his crucifixion, was invoking the parable of the prodigal son that he had told to his disciples previously. He was invoking that parable. Remember the parable of the prodigal son. You are the prodigal son, and I am going to bring you back to the Father's house. That's the gospel of Christ. Redeemed from the swineherd, reconciled to the Father, and restored to sonship in the family of God. And that happens through the resurrection. Remember when Jesus said to Nicodemus that you must be born again. You can't even see the kingdom of heaven. See, we've misinterpreted that. We think that being born again is some kind of an emotional experience, or it's a reorientation of our morals. It's a moral thing. I used to drink, I used to sleep around, I used to take drugs, but then I got saved and I got born again and I don't do those things anymore. See, what we're doing unintentionally is we're belittling what it means to be born again. To be born again means that you are literally born again. In other words, the resurrection. To be born again is the resurrection. You are remade in the likeness of Adam, restored to the blueprint, the original blueprint. You're going to be you still. You're going to look like you, but you're going to be restored, and you are going to be returned to the family of God as a son of God. That's being born again, going back into the family. That is the gospel of Christ. And so many people are missing the story. They're preaching the hellfire, and they're preaching what they believe is the testimony, which is, I used to do bad things and then I got born again and now I don't. That's not the testimony. The testimony is mankind is condemned with the dragon. We were once with the Father. Our purpose was fellowship with the Father. But because of sin, we became indentured to the swineherd. And we are now enemies of God. We are enemies of God. But the gift of God, the Son of God, has made a way of reconciliation to go back into the family. That's the gospel. Yes, if you reject the gift of God, then you will be condemned with the dragon and suffer his fate. But the good news of the gospel is, hey, we can go back into the family through Christ, who has made a way. And that is why the ancient church referred to the gospel and to their fellowship as the way. Because Jesus was the way back to the Father, back to fellowship and friendship with the Father. That's what it meant. He is the way back into the family. See, that's the culmination of the gospel. Not we go to heaven. No, it's much more remarkable and extraordinary than that. We're going back into the family and we're being restored to the blueprint of Adam. And all those capabilities inherent in the human species are going to be restored. And we're going to be with the Son of God in the family of God and with our elder siblings. And there's nothing more, there's nothing better than being restored to your original purpose. And not only did the Son of God come to redeem us and take us back into the family of God, he had to pay for our sin, for the sin of Adam, with suffering. He had to be broken and whipped and take upon himself the suffering and the sin of mankind and the suffering that we deserved as a result of the penalty of our sin. He took it upon himself. And that's why the apostle writes, by his stripes we are healed. And you see, we interpret that as by his stripes, oh, we're healed of cancer, we're healed of heart disease, we're healed of whatever. No, that's not what it means. It means by his stripes, the whipping that he took, the abuse, the suffering that he went through, the crucifixion, because of that, We who are in Christ are healed in the sense that we are reconciled and restored. We're going to be restored to what we were. Healed in the grandest sense, not your temporary condition, because even if you have cancer and you're healed, you're still going to die. That's the healing that verse is referencing. It's not your temporary affliction. It's the resurrection. By his stripes, you are going to be reconciled to God, resurrected to the blueprint of Adam, and brought into the family, made whole again, restored. That's what those stripes accomplish. Not some temporary alleviation of a temporal affliction, but an eternal restoration of your condition. Reset to the blueprint of Adam, brought back into the family. So the gospel of Christ, unfortunately, is only being preached by degrees. The whole story has yet to really be brought forth and expounded to mankind since the early church, who I believe, and it's evident in the New Testament, that the apostles were rocked by the gospel. They understood. And if you read the gospels, you're going to see that the primary theme of the New Testament is the resurrection. That's the primary theme. The whole New Testament, the epistles, all the writings of the apostles hinge on the resurrection, because that's the culmination of our story. Divorced from the family, destitute, indentured, to redeemed, reconciled, and restored. The gospel of Jesus Christ.
That's right.
We're wearing a body of sin. Paul says that you're going to sin until the day you die. Why? Because you are wearing a body of sin. That's the reason why the resurrection is necessary. So that's why Jesus said you can't even see the kingdom of heaven, let alone enter it, without being born again. You have to be resurrected if you are going to go into the kingdom. You are not a son until the resurrection, and we know that because Jesus, when replying to I forget if it was the Pharisees, I believe it was the Pharisees, who were trying to perplex him with this parable of a woman who had multiple husbands while she was alive. And they said, when she dies, because she had all these husbands, whose wife is she going to be in heaven, basically? And Jesus says, no, you don't understand. You know, they neither marry, the sons of God neither marry nor are given in marriage, right? But he says that, basically, paraphrasing, you're going to be like the angels, being sons of the resurrection. So you're not a son of God again until you're reborn at the resurrection. And it is the power of the resurrection that makes you a son of God again, like Adam was. Adam did not have a physical father. In the same way, when we are born again through the resurrection, our new birth is effectuated not by flesh and blood, but through the power of God. Literally, resurrected and reset. That's the power of God. It's not through the will of the flesh. It's not through the birth canal. It's not water and blood. It's the Spirit of God. We're being born again and reset. That is the entry into the kingdom of heaven. And that is why everything hinges on the resurrection. And I believe that Christians need to return to the resurrection and need to hinge the gospel on the resurrection, because the resurrection of Jesus was the validation that what he said was true. It was the validation. And that's how the apostles preached the resurrection of Christ. And just as he was resurrected. If you believe in him, that's what baptism is, by the way. Baptism isn't just a confession of faith. Baptism is an affirmation of the gospel of Christ, which says that I, in my sinful state, am putting my hope in Christ, and I am identifying with his death. That's going under the water. I'm identifying with his death. I'm putting my hope in Christ and believing that he was raised from the dead and sits at the right hand of the Father, so that when I die, I too may be raised with him and be as he is, a son of God in the kingdom of heaven. And that is the hope of the gospel. That is the meaning of baptism. And I believe that Christians need to return to these fundamental principles that we've gotten so far away from. And because that's the power of the gospel. That is the power of the gospel when you understand the story. Because that's what the biblical narrative is. It is a story. And it's laid out before us. And we have, so many Christians have become bored with the gospel because they think they've understood it, they've comprehended it. And I'm telling you that we have not truly comprehended the glory and the gravity of the gospel of Christ. Jesus said that the end of the age, which is the age in which we now live, the age of Pisces, would be like the days of Noah. And he said that people would be eating and drinking and marrying and given in marriage, and then destruction would come suddenly. But there's also, I don't want to use the word inconspicuous, I'll say it, but there's also an inconspicuous allusion there to other things that were happening in the days of Noah, namely the advent of the Watchers and the giants and all the things that we previously discussed. So at the end of the age, I believe that we will see, to some degree, a repeat of the events that transpired before the flood of Noah. We will see the birthright of mankind usurped by hybrid beings in the same way that it was usurped in the Genesis 6 affair. But this time, it's not just going to be a group of watchers, in my opinion, who copulate with human women and produce hybrid sons who take dominion of the earth. Rather, this time it's going to be the dragon and his angels who take human wives, who copulate with them, and who procreate through them human hybrid offspring, who will become the kings and rulers of the earth. I believe that this is very complicated and we don't have to get into the details. I do go into them in my book. I believe that this event is illustrated in the dragon and the beast from Revelation, the seven-headed dragon and the seven-headed beast from the book of Revelation, the dragon standing on the shore of the sea, presiding over the rise of the beast. The beast basically mirrors the dragon, seven heads, and so forth. And I believe, again, it's very complicated. It's detailed in the book, but I believe this is indicative of the fact that the dragon and his princes are going to procreate with human women, hybrid kings, who are going to govern the earth for a time, usurp dominion of the earth from the sons of Adam. They're going to be human enough to appropriate the birthright of Adam. That's the key. That's why they have to be hybrids. That's why they had to be hybrids with the Watchers. That's why they have to be hybrids at the end of the age. They have to be human enough to appropriate the authority, the dominion, to appropriate the dominion of Adam, the birthright of Adam. And they're going to usurp dominion of the earth, and they're going to rule for a time. This is, of course, the Antichrist and his empire at the end of the age. He's going to preside over a post-human paradigm on planet Earth. In other words, the majority of the citizens of his empire are no longer going to be human. So while we're losing our humanity, the devil and his angels are procreating hybrid children that can assume the governance of the earth, legally appropriate the birthright of mankind, so that they can do exactly what the Watchers did. They can govern the earth, and the dragon and his angels rule by proxy from behind the thrones of their hybrid sons. And I believe that the devil doesn't do this until he knows he has a short time. Because when this transgression happens, he knows he has a short time, because the mechanisms of judgment will be put into motion, will be set into motion just like before the flood. He knows that. So this is the final card he's going to play at the end of the age. So I concur with many others, many of my colleagues, who believe that the Antichrist will in fact be the hybrid son of the dragon with a human woman. And furthermore, I propose that the 10 kings who are reigning at the end of the age are also going to be hybrid kings. And the reason why I believe that is because, and again, we won't go into all the details, they are in the book, is because of Nebuchadnezzar's dream of the statue that had the different segments of the statue were cast in different metals, and at the bottom, the final empire that will rule the earth before the kingdom of the Son of God destroys it, crushes it, pulverizes it, which is what happens to the statue. That final empire is a hybrid empire. It's it's the feet of the statue, which are made of iron mixed with clay. It's a hybridized empire. And how many toes do a normal pair of feet have? 10. How many kings arise at the end of the age? 10. I believe there are 10 hybrid kings, just like the 5 hybrid twins of Poseidon, who ruled over Atlantis. There's going to be hybrid kings, the offspring of the dragon and his angels, the dragon princes, who are going to govern the earth at the end of the age, who are going to usurp the dominion of mankind, the birthright of Adam, so that the earth is once again thrown into this dystopic nightmare that was the antediluvian age. It's going to mirror that. And there's going to be no hope for humanity because their birthright has been usurped and they can't get it back because the majority of mankind is going to be in a post-human condition. Not all of mankind. There will be a remnant who are not. But the majority of mankind would have transitioned into a post-human condition. And this is why I believe that that in the book of Revelation, when John is in heaven and he's beholding this vision of heaven, and he's standing there and he sees the Father sitting on the throne, and the Father has a scroll in his right hand. And an angel is proclaiming in a loud voice, "Who is worthy to take the scroll and open its seals?" Who is worthy to take the scroll from the right hand of the Father and open its seals? And no one was found worthy in heaven or on earth to take the scroll and break its seals. And John says, "And I wept bitterly." And I always was perplexed. Why is John weeping over this scroll? It doesn't make any sense. Why is this scroll eliciting this deep, profound emotion from John? Why? Because that scroll is the deed of the earth. It's the birthright. It's the deed. And because mankind has lost dominion of the earth, they have forfeited the birthright because they transitioned out of Adam and into a post-human condition. And the dragon, the offspring of the dragon, has usurped it. And it's a hopeless situation, just like in Genesis 6. And John is weeping because he's looking at the nightmare unfolding on the earth, and nobody is worthy. And why isn't anybody worthy? Because only a son of Adam can take the scroll. It's the birthright of mankind. Only a son of Adam can open that scroll. And John is weeping because nobody has the authority to do it. But the angel says to him, "Do not weep. For the Lamb of God," or something to this effect, "has triumphed. And he is able to take the scroll." And so John sees a lamb that looked like it had been slain, and he took the scroll because he was worthy to take the scroll, and he began to break its seal. So what are we seeing here? This is what we're seeing. Even if there is not a single son of Adam left on planet Earth, there is still a son of Adam seated at the right hand of the Father. Jesus is our kinsman redeemer. He is a human being. And because he is a human being, because he is a son of Adam, he is worthy, he has the authority to take the the birthright of Adam, the deed of mankind, the dominion of the earth that was given to Adam. He is a rightful heir of that authority. He is worthy to take that scroll and break its seals. And that is exactly what he does. And he begins to break the seals. And as each seal is broken, judgment is unleashed upon the empire of the beast. And at the end of this, Jesus, the Son of Man, returns to the earth with the armies of heaven to confront the beast at Armageddon. This is a kinetic war. The armies of the beast are post-human legions. And they're operating advanced technology. It is a kinetic war. And there's a lot to be said there. But the point here is that, like the late Russ Dizdar used to say, but the point here is, like the late Russ Dizdar used to say, Jesus is the hero of humanity. He takes back dominion of the earth for the offspring of Adam because he is a son of man. Remember when Jesus said, all authority has been given to me in heaven and on earth. Why? Because as the Son of God, he has all authority in heaven. And as the Son of Man, he has all authority on earth. And that is why he is worthy to take the scroll. And that is why only he can rescue humanity from the nightmare that's going to unfold at the end of the age. And that is precisely what he does. He returns to the earth and he vanquishes the beast and the armies of the beast. And he sets up his kingdom. And he rules and he reigns from his father's throne, David, from David's throne. So this is the scene at the end of the age. And so I believe that what this speaks to, what this bespeaks, is a scenario in which mankind has lost his birthright, lost dominion of the earth in the same way that he lost it during the Genesis 6 affair. Hybrids are ruling the earth, the offspring of the dragon and his princes. And they are assembling an army against the King of Heaven to make war with him. Because this is exactly what they do, by the way. This is Psalm 2. This kinetic war with God, with the Son of God, the returning King, the rightful heir of his father's throne on earth, throne of David, which is, by the way, the throne of Adam. The rightful ruler of earth, this war that's going to break out at the end of the age, kinetic war between the armies of the beast and the armies of the kingdom returning to the earth, Christ returning, the second advent, is portrayed in Psalm 2. Why do the nations rage and the people plot a vain thing? What is the vain thing that the people are plotting? The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together. That's two separate groups. The kings of the earth and the rulers, and we'll talk about that in a minute. The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together. That's two separate groups, the kings and the rulers, against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, this is what they're plotting. Let us break their bonds in pieces and cast away their cords from us. In other words, they're saying, we will not have this man rule over us. We will not submit to the King of Heaven. The response from the Father, he who sits in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord shall hold them in derision. Then he shall speak to them in his wrath and distress them in his deep displeasure. Look what he says. Yet I have set my king on my holy hill of Zion. In other words, he's saying to the Antichrist, to the man of sin, who I believe will be named Apollo, son of Satan, you think that you will be the Lord of the earth, that you will occupy the throne of Adam. But I am going to set my son on that throne. And this is the prelude to Armageddon. And so I always tell people Armageddon is not merely a war with Israel. Armageddon is a war with God. It is a war, a battle against the King of Heaven. It is a preemptive strike against the King who is returning to take back dominion of the earth for the offspring of Adam. That's what Armageddon is at the end of the age. And it's a kinetic war. That means it's a physical war. It's a technological conflict. And of course, Christ vanquishes his enemies at Armageddon and returns with the armies of heaven in train. So that is the culmination of where all of this is going. That's where transhumanism is headed. It's headed to a post-human condition on planet Earth. Why? Because just like Esau, we are going to trade our birthright, sell our birthright, dominion of the earth, for a bowl of stew. And what is that bowl of stew? You shall become like the gods. Forfeit the biological trademarks of Adam that make you human. Forfeit those trademarks. Transition into a post-human condition, and you will have extended life, impervious to disease, all the things that go along with being transhuman. You will become like the gods. And who are the gods that you will become like? Just like in Genesis 6, the gods will be walking among men. And those gods are going to be the hybrid offspring of the dragon and his princes. And the beast, Apollo, what does he do? Because the dragon imbues Apollo, his son, with his authority, the book of Revelation says. And what does the beast do in turn? What does the son do? He causes men to worship the dragon. This is Genesis 6 all over again. It's the Watchers and their sons, but this time it's the dragon and his son, the dragon princes and their sons. This is a different topic, but I believe that there are, in fact, 7 dragon princes. But so they're imbuing their sons with their authority, and their sons are leading mankind to worship them, the dragon, to worship their fathers, the dragons, the angelic reprobates who have made war with God. And so this is a scenario very much like Genesis 6, to come full circle, as in the days of Noah. This scenario very much like Genesis 6. It is a Faustian bargain, again, to legally usurp dominion of the earth from mankind at the end of the age. And remember what it says regarding the beast. He is permitted to rule for a short time. Permitted by whom? By God. Just as the offspring of the Watchers, the giants, were permitted to rule for a short time because they have legally usurped the birthright of mankind. They have done it legally, just like the Watchers in Genesis 6. And so what follows is you reap what you sow, and mankind is going to reap what they sow. They're going to forfeit the birthright of Adam by becoming post-human, and when they give it up, when they relinquish it, somebody else is going to seize it. And that somebody else has to be human enough to appropriate that birthright. And that is why they have to be hybrids. Human mothers, but their fathers are the dragon princes. There's reasons why things are happening at the end of the age. The kingdom of heaven is a kingdom of order. It's not chaos, it's order. You can't just do whatever you want. The devil does not have free reign to do whatever he wants. People say the devil cheats. No, he doesn't. There's no such thing as cheating in the kingdom of heaven. You have to play by the rules. And that's what the devil does. He plays by the rules. When he came against Israel, he could never just wipe Israel out. All he could do was get Israel to sin against God, to offend God. And then what would happen? God would wipe Israel out in judgment. The devil had no power to do that. All he had was the power to tempt. And that's what he does at the end of the age. That's what transhumanism is. It's the bowl of stew. We're coming to the end of our genetic rope, as I said in the beginning. We only have, we have this technology at the same time that is just coincidentally in place for us to transition out of Adam. It's a, in my book, I call it the pitfall of posthumanism. It's a trap. It's a trap to transition us out of Adam, to transition us out of our birthright, to get us to willfully relinquish dominion of the earth. Meanwhile, the hybrid sons of the dragon are usurping it. That is what's happening at the end of the age. And that's what I try to convey in the book. That's, so everything we've talked about today, everything is in the book, is in Birthright, in much more detail. And I try to be very scholarly with it. And I provide a whole lot of scriptural references all the way through. So all these things that I'm saying, there's references that back all of this up, or at least from my perspective. I'm not saying everything I'm saying is right, but at least I provide what I believe are references, are scriptural references and historical references that undergird the things I'm saying. That's all provided in the book. And all of these concepts are expounded with much more detail. And what I try to do is to tell that story from beginning to end. Again, that story that began to ruminate in my heart back in the Amazon and came out of me when I was writing this book. And I believe that it's a very timely book because we are in fact living at the beginning of the end of the age. And that doesn't mean that the end of the age is tomorrow. In fact, I believe we can calculate. And in fact, by calculating the end of the age, I mean we can calculate the number of the beast, which we're told to do in Revelation. The number of the beast is not 666 or 666. The number of the beast is the number of a man, 6. Why is the number of a man 6? Because God created man on the 6th day. The number of the man is 6. So it's not 666 or 666. Well, it is 666, but it's not 666 as a whole number. It's 6, 6, 6. And so when you have 3 numbers like that, 6, 6, and 6, and you're told to calculate those numbers, what do? And it's universal, by the way. Mathematics, universal across the globe. When you have 3 numbers like that and you calculate them, you always multiply them. 6 times 6 times 6, 216, which is a derivative of 2,160, which is the exact number of years that it takes to complete one age, one processional age, which is how the ancients measured the ages. Christ, his birth corresponded with the age of Pisces. Again, inaugurating the age of Pisces. That's why Jesus was represented fish, because the fish is the symbol of Pisces. And the early Christians knew that the age of Pisces had been inaugurated with the birth of the Son of God, with the birth of the Messiah. And so Pisces, the fish, became the symbol of Christ in the early church. It was the age of Christ, the age of Pisces. And Jesus said at the end of the age, what age was he referring to? This one. This age, the one in which he was born. At the end of this age, these things would happen. And then in Revelation, calculate the number of the beast. 666. 6 times 6 times 6. 216. Again, in the ancient world, you could take that 0 off and it still represents the same number. 2,160. It's the duration of a precessional age. So literally the beast, when is the beast going to arise? At the end of the age of Pisces. When is the end of the age of Pisces? 2,160 years from the inauguration of the age of Pisces, from the birth of Christ, who was born sometime around 4 BC. So you calculate from the birth of Christ 2,160 years, we're in the year 2022. So you add on the 4 BC, because Jesus wasn't born on 1 AD, he was born probably around 4 to 5 BC. So that puts us around really 2026 or thereabouts. So 2026, 25 years since the birth of Christ, and an age has 2,160 years. We're getting pretty close, but it's not tomorrow, right? People get mad at me for saying that, but it's not tomorrow. It's at the end of the age of Pisces, the transition into the age of Aquarius. So, and what's really fascinating is that you have Yuval Noah Harari out there, the famous proponent of transhumanism, who's like the spokesperson for the global elite as it pertains to transhumanism. And Harari is out there saying that we are the last generation of Homo sapiens. And he says 100 to 200 years from now, the earth will be populated by post-human species. Is it coincidental that Harari's projections correspond to the end of the age? And Armageddon and the beast making war with God, the post-human army? It's not coincidental that at the end of the age, even according to these futurists, so if we're in, let's say 2025 years from the birth of Christ, and the end of the age isn't until 2,160 years, then Harari's prediction about the end of humanity and the rise of a post-human species puts us right at the end of the age when we know the beast is coming, according to the calculation of the number of the beast. 6 times 6 times 6. So this whole thing of 666 is it's 6 times 6 times 6. See, it's the precessional number of an age, the age of Pisces. We know when the beast will arise at the age of Pisces. So are we at the end of the age? Yes, we are. We're at the beginning of the end of the age. And in the end of these ages is always a very chaotic, disruptive, transitional period. And we're already beginning to get into the rumblings of this disruption. And so everything is like culminating toward the end of the age of Pisces. This isn't astrology. This is astronomy. And this is how the ancients calculated the ages, including the ancient Hebrews, who used the Mazzaroth, and the Mazzaroth was the zodiac. This is not astrology, making predictions about your life and so forth. That's astrology. This is astronomy. And indeed, I would say to confirm this position for those who don't think that using these kinds of predictions based on precession of the equinox and so forth is biblically valid, I would challenge people with something that nobody yet that I'm aware of has realized regarding the birth of Christ. So the birth of Christ corresponded with the age of Pisces, the inauguration of the age of Pisces. What most people don't realize is that there is a prophecy in the Old Testament that tells us exactly when Christ would be born. And it's no wonder that the astronomers from the East, the wise men from the East, knew that Christ was born. And this is part of the reason why the great king, the eternal king, had been born. Because they were watching the sky, these astronomers, these ancient Middle Eastern astronomers, I should say these Near Eastern, ancient Near Eastern astronomers. There's a story in the Old Testament, very famous story of Abraham and Isaac, in which Abraham takes Isaac to sacrifice, to make a sacrifice to God. And Abraham doesn't realize that the sacrifice is going to be his son, his only son, his beloved son. And when he finds out that the sacrifice that God is requiring of him is his only son, his beloved son, his only begotten son. So Abraham takes as the story goes, Abraham is told to go and make a sacrifice to Yahweh. And he had to go and make this sacrifice on Mount Moriah. And so he takes He was told to take his son Isaac and go make a sacrifice. And of course, originally they're thinking, "Oh, we're going to go and we don't have anything to sacrifice. What are we going to sacrifice?" But God wants us to sacrifice something. And of course, Abraham realizes that that sacrifice was going to be his son. But because Abraham was faithful to God, and he knew that God had given him that son, because Abraham's wife was barren, apparently, and God brought her womb to life miraculously to produce Abraham's son, his promised son. Remember, God had promised the son to Abraham. And what I'm trying to do right now is to cause people to make the connections between Abraham's promised son and the promised son of the Father, Jesus, right? Who would become our sacrifice. So, because that's what this story is depicting. It's a play acting. It's play acting the gospel. It's predicting the gospel. It's predicting the gospel, the message of the gospel. And so Abraham takes his son up to the mountain and, of course, prepares the altar. And when it's time to make the sacrifice, Isaac says, "Where's the sacrifice?" And you can imagine, where's the animal that we're going to sacrifice? And you can imagine Abraham with tears streaming down his face. "You're the sacrifice." And Isaac loved God, loved the God of his father. And just like a lamb, of course, again, drawing parallels to Jesus, like a lamb going to slaughter, willingly submitted himself to this sacrifice. Okay? So he lays him down on the altar, and Abraham raises his hand to plunge his knife into his son's heart so that he can become a burnt offering. And just as Abraham is about to plunge this knife into Isaac, he hears a voice. "Don't do that. Stop." And Abraham, to his surprise, discovers that God had indeed provided a sacrifice, and it was a ram. And the ram's horns were stuck in the bushes. Okay? Picture this ram with his horns are stuck, and the ram's caught in the bushes. And obviously, to Abraham's great relief, God had provided a sacrifice. And it wasn't Abraham's son. Of course, it was his son. And that's what that ram represented. I always wondered about that story, and I thought, Jesus is called the Lamb of God over and over and over. Why was it a ram and not a lamb? Why was it a ram? And the answer turns out to be very intriguing. Because that ram with his horns stuck in the bushes was a symbol, an astronomical symbol of when Christ would come, when the sacrifice that God was providing would show up, when his son would come to be the sacrifice for the sins of many, for the sins of the world. And how does that prefigure the coming of Christ and pinpoint when Christ will arrive? Because it has to do with the precession of the equinox. And I'm not going to go into the whole precession of the equinox here, but the earth is tilted on an angle and it wobbles. And that wobble, which is very slow, takes 26,000 years to complete a whole precession, very slowly turning on its axis, and that wobble takes 26,000 years. That's called the Great Year. But the ancients had divided the ages into the signs of the zodiac, 12 signs of the zodiac. And so those were the precessional houses, the ages. Each age was divided into 12 houses, and each one of those periods of time, those ages, were designated by a symbol. Now, people say, well, that's pagan, that's the zodiac. No, because the ancient Hebrews had the same exact calendar, but it was called the Mazzaroth. It's the same one. Okay, so it's not pagan. Remember that the book of Genesis says that the stars and the heavenly bodies are given for times and seasons. That's what we're talking about. So, and this gets a little complicated, so I'll try and condense it. But the way that you determine what age you're in is based on the vernal equinox. And the vernal equinox is the spring equinox. During the spring equinox, when you look due east, the sun rises in the east, sets in the west, right? When you look due east, about an hour before dawn, you will see a constellation hovering on the horizon right where the sun is going to rise. So you have a constellation is coming up over the horizon, and right behind that constellation is the sun. Right where the sun is going to rise, about an hour or 40 minutes before dawn, you're going to see a constellation sitting on the horizon that's slowly rising. And right behind that constellation is the sun, but the sun has not yet risen. So as the sun rises, and you're looking right where the sun is about to rise, there's going to be a constellation sitting on the horizon that's slowly rising. The sun is coming up right behind it. This is how the ancients determined what age they were in. That constellation corresponds to one of the signs of the zodiac, or the Matzerot in Hebrew. That sign delineates the age in which you are currently in. Whatever sign that is, right now, if you look due east on the vernal equinox, you're going to see Pisces, because we are in the age of Pisces. So that's how you determine the age in which you're in. Now, that's the age, the marker of the age. Behind this constellation is the previous age, the sign of the previous age. So that previous age is below the horizon. And whatever that previous age is, it's being covered as it rises by the sun. The sun is now here, so you can't see that constellation, okay? It's being consumed in the sun, all right? And the ancients, including the Inca and all different cultures around the world, considered that constellation that's rising covered with the sun to be a sacrificial sign. It's being sacrificed in the sun, in the fire of the sun. Indeed, they would say that it is affixed to the sacrificial post. Why? Because as that constellation rises, you can't see it because the sun is consuming it. So you have the sun consuming the sacrificial sign, right? And above it, you have the sign indicating what age you're in. So going back to the story of Abraham and Isaac, God provides a ram as the sacrifice rather than Isaac for Abraham. So why is it a ram? Why is it not a lamb? Jesus is called the Lamb of God over and over again. Why is it not a lamb? Because that ram is a time marker. During the age of Pisces, at the dawning of the age of Pisces, when you looked due east on the vernal equinox, and Pisces is rising above the horizon, which constellation do you suppose is affixed to the sacrificial post? Aries, the ram. Aries, the ram, is being sacrificed during the age of Pisces. So the ram that God had provided to be the sacrifice that represented his son, Jesus of Nazareth, that would come to be the sacrifice for our sins, which was being play acted in Abraham and Isaac. That ram not only was the sacrifice that Abraham used as the burnt offering, but it was also the zodiacal symbol of the age in which the Son of God would appear on the earth as the sacrifice for mankind. And it was a ram. It was Aries. And so, if you were an astronomer and you understood that story, you would have interpreted it because it was meant to be interpreted. You would have interpreted that story, that the sacrifice, the Father's Son, was coming. The sacrifice for our sin was coming at the dawning of the age of Pisces, when the ram, Aries, was affixed to the sacrificial post and being sacrificed by the sun. It was a time marker based on the precession of the equinox. So you would have known, had you been ancient Near Eastern astronomer and familiar with the story of Abraham and Isaac, you would have interpreted that this king, this son of God, would show up at the dawning of the age of Pisces. When was Christ born? Coincidentally, at the beginning, the inauguration of the age of Pisces. Right on time. Right on time. As it was prefigured in the sacrifice of the ram in the story of Abraham and Isaac. And now there's a whole lot of stuff like that all throughout the Bible. See, it's astronomical. And when you say astronomical, what you're dealing with is time. Time. So it's just a beautiful prefiguration, not only of the story of the gospel, but also it's a time marker when the Son of God, his beloved son, because God tells Abraham, take your son, your beloved son, right? And so God is saying, I'm going to provide my beloved son. I'm going to send my beloved son to be the sacrifice for your sins. And he's coming, by the way. I'll tell you when he's coming. The age of Pisces. When the age of Pisces, when Pisces is rising above the horizon on the vernal equinox and the ram is being sacrificed in the sun, that's when my son is coming. And Jesus says, at the end of his age, Pisces, the beast is going to rise and all these things are going to happen on the earth. And then in the book of Revelations, calculate the number of the beast, and what do we get? 6 times 6 times 6 is the precessional number of an age. We get 2,160. The beast is coming at the end of the age. God is telling us when all these things are going to happen. Right? But we don't understand because we forgot how to use the celestial timepiece. But the astronomers from Mesopotamia didn't forget. They showed up when Christ was born because they read the signs. And the dawning of the age of Pisces was just one of the signs. There were some other things going on as well that indicated that Christ was going to be born. And they didn't even know exactly where he was going to be born. They had to get that information from Herod, who said to them, according to the scriptures, Christ was going to be born in Bethlehem. And so what did Herod do? He tried to kill all the children 1 to 3 years old or whatever it was to eliminate this king, this Messiah who was being born. And of course, that is prefigured, or not prefigured, that is depicted, symbolized in Revelation, in the dragon waiting to devour the man-child that's going to be born from the woman. That's a whole nother topic that's discussed in the book. And again, all of this is very intricate. And hopefully I recalled all of this information and details accurately. During this period of time, all the families would be huddled up together in the houses. So normally they live in different houses. All the families would come together in one house, lock the doors. The men would be sitting there with shotguns. The women would have machetes. And they would hear these guys, these assailants, moving around in the village. One lady told me they were even trying to pull the boards off the side of her house. This assailant was floating off the ground, about a meter off the ground, when he shot him at point blank range. When he shot him, this is always at nighttime, by the way. When he shot him, the guy, from the blast of the shotgun, he was knocked back on his butt. These are the legendary belacaras, face peelers. It's very much like a cattle mutilation, and this technology, at least to some extent, has been derived from alien technology, from non-human technology. Let me add another level of mystique into this situation. This is Timothy Alberino, and you are watching End Times Productions. So back in mid-July to early August, maybe into the first week of August, a series of videos hit social media and went viral, almost instantaneously. And these videos depicted, in one case, it was a group of villagers from a remote village in the Peruvian Amazon who were in a state of panic. It was nighttime. They were running around with their flashlights and shotguns, and they were discharging their firearms into the jungle. And in subsequent interviews with the Apu of the village, the chief of the village, and some of the other villagers, it was revealed that they were encountering this very strange phenomenon of these entities, these assailants who were flying around on some kind of an apparatus, some sort of a technological apparatus, and were able to float off the ground, a meter off the ground, who seemed to be impervious to gunfire, and had attempted to abduct and cut the face off of a 15-year-old girl in the village. That video went viral. Subsequent to that video, a couple other videos emerged. One of them was of an incident that happened in the jungle city of Nauta, not far from this village, near the city of Iquitos, in which same sort of a scene. It was nighttime. People were in a state of panic. One guy had a flashlight, was flashing the light up into a tree, and he was shouting, "There it is, there it is!" And there appeared to be something in the tree, perhaps even a large gray alien or an insectoid or something like that. But it was, of course, very grainy, very low-res video. That was making the rounds, and a couple of other videos as well. During this time, during the same period of time, we were hearing reports from the Peruvian Amazon of strange encounters with UFOs. There was a couple of people who apparently they had this encounter, this hostile encounter with a UFO that emitted some sort of a laser or beam of light at them and was picking them off the ground, something like this. Also, there was a group of students who were doing some sort of a project in the jungle, and they collectively saw some sort of a strange being walking through the forest. And so it was obvious that something very bizarre was happening in the Peruvian Amazon. Many people in my audience were asking me to go there and investigate because, as people know, I lived in the Peruvian Amazon for 10 years. I speak the dialect of the jungle, which is called Charapa, which is Spanish mixed with some Quechua. That's really where I cut my teeth as a young man, was in the Peruvian Amazon. That's where I learned Spanish. And so it seemed like I was predestined to go and do this investigation. Unfortunately, when all of this broke out, I didn't have my passport. I'd sent my passport away to get renewed. So I'm sitting there getting emails every day and on social media, people DMing me and asking me, please go investigate. Nobody had gone and done a competent investigation. The police did show up because of the attempted abduction of this 15-year-old girl. Her name is Talia. They conducted what I describe as a piss-poor investigation. They had to investigate. They had a Navy escort, but only these two police officers actually conducted the investigation in the village of San Antonio de Pintuyaco. I should say that the first video, the one that got the most traction, was from this remote village called San Antonio de Pintuyaco. Pintuyaco is the river. Extremely remote village. We're talking 2-day trip up the river from the city of Iquitos. The village, there's no roads. You can only get there by the river or by helicopter. And this village is one of the last villages on the river, and north of this village is nothing but virgin Amazon jungle. There's nothing there. It's just wilderness. So it's a very remote location. And the police, when they went to conduct their investigation, they concocted an absurd story. They said that the village was being attacked by river miners who were using advanced jetpack technology. And they were possibly being funded by the cartels. And the objective of these jetpack miners was to drive the villagers off their land so that they can mine in the river around the village. This, by the way, is the Iquitu community. The villagers are members of the Iquitu community, very old community in the jungle, very important community. And so this concoction by these police officers, it became the official narrative. The story was receiving a lot of press in Peru. The Peruvian media was very interested in the story. It was a big mystery. It was being covered in a very serious manner by the Peruvian media. And once the police officers came forward with this concoction, this fabrication, the Peruvian media ran with it. Case closed. It's miners with state-of-the-art jetpacks. And the American media ran with that story. News Nation brought on, I don't remember the guy's name, brought this guy on who was like, oh, it was just miners with jetpacks, mystery solved, case closed. And it was absurd. I had lived in the Amazon. I knew that this was absurd. Ultimately, I decided to mount an expedition after receiving my passport. So I chartered a riverboat, and I decided to, after making contact with the villagers, I decided to also provision the village with food and medical supplies and strategic technology, because I learned from the villagers that since these incursions have been happening by these strange assailants, they've been living in a state of terror. They haven't been going out to their, what's called their chakras, their little farms around the village, because they were afraid that they were going to be assaulted. And so the village was in dire need of supplies. So I determined that if I was going to go and do this investigation, I wanted to make sure that I provisioned them as well. I want to thank the guys from Conduit Church, Pastor Darren Tyler, my friend Jamie Brandenburg, and this group of guys from Conduit Church in Tennessee who helped me fund the expedition. They co-funded the expedition with me. It wasn't cheap to charter a riverboat and supply the village, and to buy the technological, the technology that we wanted to supply them with as well. I purchased high-powered flashlights, radios, a thermal binocular, and night vision goggles. And the reason why I decided to equip the villagers with this technology is because they were nightly, the men of the village were patrolling the village because of this threat, because of these incursions that were happening. And I knew they needed technology. All they had was very low quality flashlights. They were experiencing these incursions into their village by these strange assailants. And it was happening for a period of a month. And the villagers were in a state of heightened vigilance, and as I said, there was an attempted abduction on one of the girls in the village, and they were confronting these guys face to face, shooting at them. Oh, this was physical confrontation. This was an aggressive confrontation with physical beings. They were shooting them with their shotguns. I was fortunate that my colleague Doug Thornton decided to go with me. Doug is an ex-infantry Marine and DHS rapid response operator. And so Doug helped me choose the equipment that I purchased for these villagers, equipment that would help them on their patrols. By the way, the night vision goggles that I bought for them have recording capabilities. So after getting all of the provisions and organizing the expedition, Doug and I set out on the 23rd of October to Iquitos, Peru. That's the nearest city. Iquitos, you can only get there either by the river or so by boat or by airplane. There's no roads that go into Iquitos. Iquitos itself is very remote, one of the most remote cities on earth. And then from Iquitos, you have to go up the river. You have to go up the river Nanay and then transition to the river Pintuyacu, go up the river Pintuyacu. It's a 2-day journey into the jungle to get to San Antonio de Pintuyacu. We made the journey. It was quite an adventure. And when we got to the village, we were met at the village by a small army of villagers with shotguns. I should say that I mentioned I had made contact with the village. I had an official invitation to come and do the investigation from the chief, the Apu. They call him the Apu in the jungle. The chief's called the Apu of the village. Jairo Reategi is his name. And the elders of the village formally invited me to come investigate. So when I got to the village, by the way, the Apu accompanied me up the river. So he went on the boat with me with a couple of guys from the village, including a young man named Christian, who was the one who filmed the incident that went viral. So those guys went up the river with me on my riverboat, and I brought all the provisions and the technology with me on the boat. I was met at the village at the shore of the village by the men of the village with their shotguns. And I also brought, by the way, 2 active duty Navy, jungle survival Navy operators with me. Peruvian Navy guys with me as security. And so I had this small team of guys, and they received me and my team with great affection, and I gave a speech in the village. And by the way, I made a video about all this. It's on my YouTube channel. And they even did like a traditional Ikitu dance for us, where the villagers were dressed up in their traditional garb, and they came out and they did a dance for us, and they gave me a bowl of masato to drink, and this was all very customary in the jungle, very formal sort of a thing. And so after being received so graciously by the Ikitu people, we began our investigation in earnest. And what we discovered was shocking. We began to go around the village, and I began to interview the men and women who have been encountering these assailants. And they described to me what had been happening in great detail. So I will give you a summary of what they told me. What they told me is that the village, in the months prior to my visit, had been experiencing a period of time in which continual, almost nightly incursions were being made into the village by very strange assailants. These assailants were dressed in black, head to foot, in black armored bodysuits. They wore helmets that were elongated in the back. The helmets had yellow tinted eye lenses, almond shaped yellow tinted eye lenses. They had some sort of body armor on. It was metallic. One individual swore to me that he shot one of these guys, and this individual was wearing silver body armor. And the villagers told me when they would shoot at these guys point blank range, 16 gauge shotguns, usually birdshot, sometimes they would modify the pellets to make larger slugs. They would literally hear the rounds, the birdshot bouncing off of the armor, of the metallic armor, dinging off of the metallic armor. So these guys were wearing state-of-the-art body armor. They were exceptionally tall, at least 6 foot. Most guys had them between 6.5 to 7.5 feet tall. Some of the people in the village even described them as being 8 feet tall. That might be an exaggeration. But the bizarre thing about these assailants is that they would, before they made their incursion into the village, they would be flying over the village on circular hoverboard platforms. And so the villagers, the way that the incursion would start, the way that the incident would begin, the villagers would see these saucers flying around. That's all they would see, are these saucers with a series of lights around them flying around in the sky, no sound, silently. And the villagers would describe them as like drones, like large drones. But when they would flash their flashlights on them, or if there would be like some lightning in the background, they would see somebody standing on top, like surfing on it. So these guys, these assailants, would land these circular hoverboards. They would land them in the jungle, and then they would come into the village. They would make an incursion into the village through the forest. Not only are they flying around on these discs, but when they dismount from the discs, apparently they have some sort of technological apparatus on their footwear that allows them to hover off the ground. So sometimes they're described as walking, and many times they were described as floating. In fact, the gentleman that shot the assailant at point blank range, who says he was wearing silver, most of them were described as wearing black armored bodysuits. This guy says the one he shot was wearing the same kind of bodysuit but silver. He said that this assailant, was floating off the ground, about a meter off the ground, when he shot him at point blank range. When he shot him, this is always at nighttime, by the way. When he shot him, the guy, from the blast of the shotgun, he was knocked back on his butt. So he's floating, he gets hit with birdshot, 16 gauge shotgun, point blank range, and the shotgun blast knocks him back on his butt. And then he just, as if it didn't harm him whatsoever, he just bounced back up in the air, just leapt back up in the air, and then shot off into the sky. Or if not into the sky, just departed, but floating, right? So he shot, he falls back, he bounces back up, floating, and just flees, basically. And this was described to me by several different guys who encountered these assailants floating, okay? Sometimes they're floating around on their discs, on these circular hoverboards, right? Other times they're floating around just whatever technology is on the bottom of their footwear, whatever sort of technological apparatus they have that allows them to float. They can apparently do both. So I think that what's happening is these guys have some sort of, by the way, there are two discs on the bottom of their shoes, one in the front, one in the back. So when they make tracks in the ground, it looks like two circles, right? So you have one shoe, two circles, the other shoe, two circles. That's what the tracks look, and they are very large. All the villagers, so many of them told me their tracks are huge, and they're very strange. They're circles, but they were very clearly visible. They weren't when I was there because this was, 2 months previous to me arriving, and it had rained a lot, and so all the tracks were obviously gone. So there's some sort of technology that they're deploying on the bottom of their shoes that allows them to levitate and also do other extraordinary feats, such as one lady told me she saw one of them jump over her house. Okay, so I want to distinguish these two technologies. You have the circular hoverboards that they're flying around and then landing, and then you have the technology they're deploying on the bottom of their shoes, these discs on the bottom of their shoes. All of this was described to me in great detail. I think that the discs on the bottom of their shoes, they probably magnetically snap into the boards. That's just my assumption. But when they flee, they go back to their boards. They go back to these circular platforms, and they remount them, and then they take off. When they're on the boards, they have the capability of shooting up into the sky at high rates of speed. These assailants, these strange assailants, were surreptitiously coming into the village. They were encountering the villagers. The villagers, as I said, would shoot at them. And they were attempting to abduct people, apparently. One lady in the village told me that during this period of time, all the families would be huddled up together in the houses. So normally they live in different houses. All the families would come together in one house, lock the doors. The men would be sitting there with shotguns. The women would have machetes. And they would hear these guys, these assailants, moving around in the village. One lady told me they were even trying to pull the boards off the side of her house. It didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But she said that they would be like pounding on the doors, trying to pull the boards off the houses, almost as if they were just trying to terrorize the people. However, there was an incident in which this 15-year-old girl named Talia was nearly abducted. Talia is, the first thing you have to understand about Talia is she's very traumatized. I wanted to interview Talia. That was one of my primary goals, was to interview Talia and to hear from her directly what had happened, because I had seen an interview with her online that Christian had filmed previously. I went into the village one evening to interview Talia, and all of the villagers in the evening play volleyball and soccer. All the women play volleyball and men play soccer. And so they're all out there having a good time, and there's Talia sitting by herself up against a house. And she's just sort of sitting there by herself, observing the others playing volleyball and soccer. And as soon as she saw me and Doug in the village, as soon as she saw us, she began to tremble and cry and hide her face from us. She took her hair and she moved it over to the side of her face so we couldn't see her face. And she's just sitting there trembling. We wanted to approach her and talk to her. And so I was with the chief of the village and her father. And her father went and got her and brought her over, and she was just shaking like a leaf. I mean, she did not want to talk to us. She had severe PTSD. She was very traumatized. So the Apu suggested that we go to her house the following morning. Her father assured me she's going to be all right. She'll be willing to talk tomorrow morning. And we made it clear we just want to investigate and hear her story. And so we did return the following morning after breakfast, and her father convinced her to come out and talk to us. It took her a while to talk. She just stood there and shook like a leaf for a while. And it broke our hearts to see this girl in this traumatized, post-traumatic stress. She was just a mess. She was a mess. Eventually, she began to tell me what had happened. She began to tell me the story. And what happened was Talia was picking some fruit from her tree just after sundown, picking some fruit out of the tree with this long stick. A piece of fruit, she knocked it out of the tree, it fell to the ground. She bent over to pick it up, and she felt a gentle wind at her back, and she noticed the dead leaves rustling around. So she turned around to see what it was, and what she saw was this individual dressed in the manner I previously described, a black armored bodysuit with an elongated helmet, the almond-shaped, yellow-tinted eyes. He was floating on a disc, on a platform, a circular hoverboard platform, like surfing on it. In her backyard, there's a little gully. It's forested, so there's jungle back there. Surrounding this gully are her neighbors. So this isn't on the outskirts of town. This is in the middle of town. So like her backyard is some jungle, some forested area. It's a little gully. She saw this guy floating up the hill. He landed next to her and he grabbed her and covered her mouth with his hand. As he has her in this position, she looks over and she sees another guy coming up in the same manner on a circular hoverboard platform. Silent, by the way. He floats up, lands in front of her, and grabs her legs. Now, keep in mind, this is just after dark. This was not the first incursion by these guys into the village. A previous incursion had happened in which one of the villagers saw these guys coming into the village and shot at them. So the village was on edge. They were in a state of vigilance at this point. The men are, after dark, sitting on their porches with their shotguns and flashlights. Okay, so that's the context of this particular encounter. Now, these assailants, they have Talia in their arms. One's got her legs. One has her from behind with his hand over her mouth. They lift off into the air on their platforms, and they carry her behind a thatch roof chicken coop that's in that gully in the backyard. When they get her over there, they proceed to take out this powder and this liquid, this cream, and they mix it together. They take a nasal syringe and they suck it up and they shoot it up her nose. This is obviously some kind of narcotic sedative that puts her into a more manageable state, makes her very docile, and kind of puts her out of it a little bit. Although she's still conscious, she's sort of coming in and out because of whatever this narcotic is that they shot up her nose, the sedative. After they do that, they proceed to mix a different cream. They take out a larger, almost like she described it as like a large toothpaste container, and they smear it all over her face. And as soon as they apply this cream to her face, she said her face went numb and began to swell up. Now, what's unique about Talia's testimony, she had this very close encounter with these assailants. She told me that she heard them speaking. She describes them as the one is the gringo and the other is the Peruvian. The reason why she calls them this is because the taller one, who was taller than me, was speaking broken Spanish, Spanish with a gringo accent. The other one, who was a little bit shorter, was speaking typical Peruvian Spanish, according to her. She said that when the guy that had her from behind, she calls him the gringo, when he was smearing the cream on her face, the other guy said to him, "Be careful, don't put too much on her face, you're going to ruin the flesh." That's what she said. And I asked her about that later, like, what does she mean? What does she think they meant by that? And she said that what they meant was that it was going to make it difficult, if they put too much cream on, it was going to make it difficult to separate the skin of the face from the tissue beneath, from the flesh beneath. That's what she told me. So after they put this cream on her face that numbed her face, swelled it up, they took out a small device, which Doug and I believe is a laser scalpel, the way that it was described to us. And they proceeded to cut to make an incision. They made 2 incisions under her jawline because she, at this moment, she began to really struggle hard, right? Like almost like a last ditch effort to break free. She's struggling and she manages to get her arm up and she starts to push the helmet up of the guy that's holding her from behind, the gringo. She's pushing his helmet up and he obviously doesn't want her to see his face. So he starts to struggle with her. And the guy in front of her, the Peruvian face peeler, let's call him, slaps her in the face. And when he slaps her in the face, they momentarily lose control of her. They drop her, and she's able to scream. So she lets out this blood-curdling scream. Now, as I said earlier, the village is already in a state of vigilance. So when she screams, her brother and her father are sitting on the porch with their flashlight. Her neighbors are sitting on their porches, right? So they instantly come running. In a matter of seconds, they're on the scene. Now, Talia says that after she screamed, the Peruvian face peeler started to take off on his hoverboard. And he yelled back to the gringo, who was still struggling with her, "Let her go. We need to go. Let's go." And he responded, "No, we can't just leave her here." This is what she says she heard. He proceeds to grab her by her hair and drag her. Now, he's floating on his hoverboard, and he's dragging her by the hair. And this is the last thing she remembers. I think she just went unconscious after this. He dragged her up the hill. And apparently he was going to try and take off with her. I don't know. But this is the state that the neighbors found her in. So when the neighbors are on the scene, suddenly they're on the scene, they've got their flashlights, they see Talia lying on the ground, bloodied from the incision, and 2 assailants dressed in black, and these guys are like surfing on their circular hoverboards, and the villagers have the flashlights. There's a group of guys that are now standing around. They got their flashlights right on these dudes. And these guys are sort of in a state of panic now because they got to get out of here, and they maneuver over to an area where the vegetation is open above them, and they shoot up into the air. Well, everybody's watching. These villagers are standing around. These guys are standing around with their flashlights on them. So Talia's brother runs over to her, picks her up, brings her into the house, and they begin to administer first aid, and she's out of it. She's unconscious at this point. There's videos of her on YouTube. I have a video of her on my YouTube channel. All of this is in the video. My interview with Talia is in that video on my YouTube channel, which is just my name, Timothy Alberino. So you'll see we went in with GoPros. We recorded much of what I'm saying. We recorded the interviews. We recorded the village receiving us, even the dance, the Iquitu traditional dance and all of that. So Talia's story was very harrowing. As I said, she was very distraught, very traumatized. She She's the only one who described these guys speaking at all. Now, having said that, because she's so traumatized and because they shot narcotics up her nose, I'm not 100% convinced that she actually heard them speaking. A couple of things are possible here. There's really three possibilities. A, she did hear them speaking, and if in fact she did, and one was speaking broken Spanish and the other fluent Spanish, we're dealing with human beings, or perhaps something a little more interesting. But we're dealing with human beings, some sort of human, perhaps human hybrid. Who knows? That's rank speculation. Probably dealing with human beings. That's one possibility. And I would say it's the strongest possibility. However, she may have been hearing these voices telepathically, not audibly. That's another possibility. And then there's a third possibility, and that is that she did not actually hear the voices. She confabulated the voices. Remember, she's under the influence of some sort of a narcotic here, and she's very traumatized. So her brain may be filling in the gaps of the events that she can't recall. And so she's confabulating voices when in fact they weren't speaking. Why do I say that? Because out of everybody I talked to, she's the only one who heard them speaking. The guys that shot these assailants point blank range, the assailants didn't even scream or yell out when they were hit. They weren't communicating on radios or anything like that. They never said anything. So Talia's encounter, albeit she had the most direct close encounter, right, with these assailants, it is an anomaly in that she heard these guys speaking. Her father took her to a medical post in a different village down the river where they had a better facility. They treated her wounds and they diagnosed her with severe PTSD. Wow. He showed me the paperwork and they suggested that they take her to a psychiatrist in Iquitos, which I facilitated that to happen. So during this period of time, there was a young man who was discovered in one of the villages or near one of the villages in a very gruesome condition. 2/3 of his face were gone. And it appears, if you watch the video, again, this video is on my YouTube channel. Doug and I did an analysis of this before we went down there. I just jumped on the phone with Doug and said, hey, have you seen this? And we started talking, and I said, hey, let's turn the cameras on and record a Zoom video here. And we just sort of analyzed these videos that were coming out of the jungle, that were coming out of San Antonio de Pintuyacu and Nauta, some of the other ones. And in the course of our discussion, we also analyzed another video that we weren't sure if it was related with these other incidents, but it was this young man whose face had been, for all intents and purposes, peeled. It had been peeled. And it was very apparently cut with some sort of precision instrument. It was not depredation by predators. It was not the work of piranhas. Piranhas nick the bone. It's very messy. Yes, they can strip you to the bone. There's no question about it. But it's not a clean surgical cut. It was a very clean surgical cut around the face. 2/3 of the face were gone. You can see around the neck. It was very surgical. Okay, this was not piranhas. It's very much like a cattle mutilation, and I wasn't sure. The video was unclear where it had occurred. Now, I'm one of the only guys on the internet who has that video still. It's inside of this other video, this analysis of all of these events previous to going to investigate myself. And that video went viral that I did. It nearly got 1 million views, and then YouTube age restricted it because of this video I featured in there of this young man whose face was peeled. That was previous to my own visit to the village. So while I was in the village, I asked them about that incident. And I said, was that related to the face peeler phenomenon? And they said, yes, and it happened not far. It happened in the same region of the jungle. I have not been able to independently verify that, but there were other incidents, other attacks. One of the villagers told me that his mom and dad live in a different village on a different river, sort of parallel to the Pintuyacu, different part of the jungle, in the same region of the jungle, but a different river. They've been attacked. People there were hit with lasers. Okay, I spoke recently with a young man named Pablo Bardales in a village outside of the city of Yurimaguas. Yurimaguas is between Tarapoto and Iquitos, so it's in the Peruvian Amazon, right? But it's southeast, rather southwest. It's southwest of Iquitos, so it's closer to the Andes Mountains. It's in the high jungle, what's called the high jungle region of the Amazon. Actually, it's not yet the high jungle. Tarapoto's in the high jungle. Yurimaguas is in between the high jungle and like where the Amazon begins in Iquitos. So we're still within the same Peruvian Amazon basin, right? I spoke on the phone with this individual a week ago. They have a farmstead, as I said, outside of the city of Yurimaguas, in the jungle. And they experienced the very same phenomenon. These individuals came into their village, into their farmstead. They dressed in black armored bodysuits, same deal, helmets. They were floating on discs. By the way, they have backpacks on as well. But they seem to be hard shell backpacks, and we hypothesize that those are battery packs or perhaps small reactors. Probably the fuel source for this propulsion technology on their shoes and also the discs. Talia told me that when they mount the discs, they press a button on their boots that causes the discs to lift up into the air. So I think the technology that the battery packs they're carrying on their backs, or whatever it is, a reactor, whatever it is, and that the power source is going through their boots. That's why I think they snap into the platforms, and then they can energize the platforms and take off, right? So these individuals invaded this farmstead near Yurimaguas. It was the same sort of phenomenon. The men shot at them. One individual, Pablo, the guy I talked to, he was coming back from bathing in the river. He had a towel on. People are starting to shout. He grabs a shotgun. He sees these assailants. He chases them into the jungle. He's pursuing them in the jungle, and he fires his shotgun. They only got a couple of shotgun shells, these guys. They're not carrying a bunch of ammunition. So he fires his shotgun. That's the only shell he had, right? So then he throws the shotgun on the ground and runs up to the guy, because apparently he was able to damage the technology. The guy was having a hard time lifting off into the air. And it wasn't clear. It sounds like he was just using the discs on the bottom of his shoes trying to lift off into the air, right? Apparently Pablo damaged the technology because he was able to run up to him, and he actually grabbed him by the waist as he's lifting off into the air. So he's got the guy by the waist, and this assailant, this face peeler, pulls out some sort of a device, which apparently it's a laser. It's like he says it's like a little flashlight, but he said it's some sort of a laser, Pablo told me. Takes out this laser and hits Pablo with the laser as he's grabbing him, right? Pablo is immediately rendered unconscious. As soon as he's hit with the laser, he drops to the ground, unconscious. His buddy showed up later and woke him up and took him back to his house. And subsequently, Pablo developed a heart condition after being hit with this laser. So it had lasting damage. But whatever it was, it wasn't like a taser. It was light. So there wasn't like a wire connected to it. He was just hit with this laser light, falls to the ground unconscious. And the assailants escape. So I would guess that the deep elements of our military have the black elements of our military have this kind of technology. So, and he told me the same thing. They were on discs, so the circular platforms, these hoverboard platforms. So they came into the village in the same manner as the assailants in San Antonio de Pintuyacu. And this occurred after San Antonio de Pintuyacu. Okay, so maybe it's the same guys that migrated to a different part of the jungle, right? Let me add another level of mystique into this situation. Apart from the circular platforms, the circular hoverboards that are silent, and it's not propellers, it's not the same kind of hoverboard technology you see on the internet. And I don't even think it's just an upgraded version of that. I think we're dealing with a completely different kind of propulsion system here because they're silent. Now, they do make some sort of a noise. The villagers described it like as a compressed air sound when they take off. It does not appear that we're dealing with propellers. And what I'm about to tell you sort of solidifies that notion. Aside from that technology, right, the assailants are also apparently in possession of advanced aerospace vehicles. Several of the villagers drew these vehicles in the dirt, and one of them drew it on an acrylic board for me, which is in my video. They're described as rather large, about the size of a large helicopter like a Chinook or Black Hawk, the same size as the thing I saw in Brook Park, Ohio. So they're about the size of a small jet, let's say, like a private jet, right? They are acorn-shaped, not bell-shaped, not vertically acorn-shaped, rather like an acorn on its side, right? So they have that, they're acorn-shaped in that the back is wider, and they sort of come to a point in the front. So the back is wider, and then it's sort of rounded. They're not triangles. They hover in the sky. They have just like what I saw in Brook Park, Ohio, they have these rounded protrusions like nubs on the side. They do not have wings. One individual, the guy that drew me a picture of it on the acrylic board, this individual encountered the craft at nighttime, 3 o'clock in the morning. He was pulling up his nets from the river. He's in his canoe. He's pulling up the nets. And suddenly, it was pitch black. He said, suddenly it was like it was day, like the sun came up, like someone turned the lights on. He said, all of a sudden, I could see everything bright as day. And he noticed this light reflecting off the water. So he looks up, and what does he see? 30, 40 feet above him, he sees this craft, acorn-shaped, little nubs for wings, didn't have wings, just little rounded protrusions. And he said it was transparent. It had some sort of a transparent mesh around it. He could see into the craft. He saw 2 people inside. One was sitting sort of in the cockpit, and the other was in the middle, positioned in the middle. But he could see them. He's looking straight up at it. So the diagram he draws me is from his perspective in the canoe looking directly up at it. It had a light flashing down at him. He said that he watched as these little nubs on the side, they opened up. So they opened up and they deployed a series of rapidly blinking lights as if it was scanning. And it was there for an extended period of time. And he got a really good look at this thing. He described it to me in great detail, drew it on the acrylic board. And then he said the lights folded back in and it began to move away. And when it did that, it made a humming sound, like a low resonance hum. Other than that, it was totally silent. And it was capable of hovering there without any visible propulsion system. I asked him, I said, did it have any propulsion? He said, no, there were no propellers, there were no engines, there was no sound until it began to move. Now, it's important to understand that the village of San Antonio de Pintuyacu has a government communications outpost. The provincial government established a communications outpost there because this is in the middle of nowhere. It's one of the last villages, and it's just a vast wilderness, right, north of this village. The Amazon jungle just goes on. It goes all the way up to Ecuador and Colombia, and it's uninhabited jungle, Amazon jungle. So because they have a communications outpost, they have a building called the Tambo, and it's this sort of big meeting building. The provincial government owns it, but the villagers they can use it, right? And this building has internet, satellite uplink for internet, right? So why am I saying that? Because all these villagers, they watch movies on their phones. They go to the Tambo, they sit there, and they're on social media, they watch movies. These are not ignorant people. They know what airplanes are, they know what helicopters are. The military helicopters sometimes will come and fly around the area because they're looking for drug traffickers or looking for illegal lumberjacks and so forth. These are civilized villagers, right? They're, maybe 20 years ago, 30 years ago, they were still wearing their grass skirts and blowguns and stuff like that, but maybe 50 years ago. But today, these are very intelligent people. They watch the same movies you and I watch. They watch the Marvel movies. They're very well versed in pop culture, so they know about helicopters and propulsion and jet engines. These aren't stupid people. They're very much aware of the modern world. Okay, and the reason why I say that is because you have to understand that when these people are telling me about these advanced aerospace vehicles that they've encountered hovering. Many of the villagers have encountered these things hovering above their village silently. They know it's not a helicopter. They know it's not an airplane. Okay? They don't know what it is, but they know enough to know that it's not that. No propellers, no propulsion system, no noise until they move away, and then they make that low frequency hum. Okay? So we're dealing with some sort of unconventional propulsion system. Perhaps reverse engineered alien technology. Perhaps, at the very least, it's unconventional, unacknowledged technology that somebody somewhere out there is in possession of. That's important to understand within the context of these assailants, because the discs, the hoverboard platforms seem to be deploying some sort of anti-grav technology, anti-gravitic, or at least electromagnetic or electrogravitic technology that is way beyond the propellered hoverboards that people can pull up on YouTube. We have some remarkable propeller hoverboard technology now that you can move at high rates of speed. They're very state-of-the-art, but they make a lot of noise, number one. And number two, it doesn't explain all the other technological stuff involved in these encounters that really are indicating a higher level of technology, a different kind of unconventional technology in play here. So, what are we dealing with here? Who are these assailants? Number one, let's keep in mind that nobody saw their faces. Even Talia, who was lifting up the mask, did not lift it up far enough to see the face. Nobody has seen the faces of these assailants. The only one who's heard them speak is Talia. They did attempt to cut her face off. So it's important to establish that the villagers believe that these are the legendary pelacaras, face peelers. The pelacara phenomenon is decades old, all right? It's not ancient, but it definitely goes back to the 80s, at least. And I don't believe it goes further than the 80s. I believe it began in the 80s. Pelacara means face peeler. The jungle, the Amazon jungle, has always been a hotspot for UFO activity, always. The pelacara, the legend of the pelacaras, as I said, probably goes back to the 80s, mid-80s. And I heard about it when I lived in the jungle. So it's like the boogeyman, right? Be careful, don't go out in the jungle alone at night because the face peeler might get you. Who are the face peelers? According to the indigenous communities, the face peelers are one of two things. And you hear these two views 50-50 from the villagers. They're either A, gringos with advanced technology. That's what they'll tell you, the villagers. Or B, they're non-humans. They're extraterrestrial or some non-human faction. Okay? Some of the villagers think there might be a mix of the two things going on. There's no consensus. Some believe they're nefarious human beings with advanced technology. Some believe they're extraterrestrial. They're absolutely real. There's no question about that. So this is a phenomenon that's been going on for some decades. So the villagers, if you went to San Antonio de Pinto Yaco and you said, what's been happening? Who has been assaulting you? They will tell you, pelacaras. Pistaco is another word that they use for them. Pelacaras have been attacking us. The face peelers have been attacking us. Okay. So, and I think, you can't argue with that analysis because they did indeed try to apparently cut the face off of Talia, this 15-year-old girl. So, who are the face peelers? There's a series of possibilities here. First of all, nobody knows. I don't know. The villagers don't know. They are perhaps human beings, nefarious human beings with advanced technology. I can tell you something for sure, okay? I can tell you this for sure. They're not river miners with jetpacks. That I can guarantee you they're not river miners with jetpacks. The villagers were offended by that concocted, fabricated story that those police officers came away with after doing their investigation and that the media ran with. They're offended by the notion that what they're experiencing can be explained by river miners with jetpacks. That's off the table. That's not what's happening. And we also know that these individuals these assailants are not trying to drive them off their land. I'll tell you why in a minute. So we're dealing with perhaps nefarious human beings who are in possession of highly classified, unconventional technology. Okay? That is a distinct possibility, and that is the hypothesis that I believe is most plausible. Okay, that's the one I subscribe to. I think we are dealing with a nefarious human beings, possibly working with non-human entities. And I'll tell you why in a minute. We'll shelve that for a minute. Or you're dealing with some sort of non-human phenomenon here, including the possibility of reptilians. Why do I say that? Because of the size and the apparent... By the way, the agility of these guys is... the way it's explained to me in the village... And keep in mind, they could be exaggerating, all right? Now, I am 100% convinced that they are experiencing what they're saying they're experiencing, but there might be some confabulation and exaggeration. There most certainly is. So I was told that these people, these assailants, are exceedingly agile and fast, and their capabilities appear to be non-human, just in terms of their agility. Okay. Now, whether or not that's true, or whether that's a function of the technological apparatuses on their boots, I don't know. I can't say. They could be wearing exoskeleton suits. That's a possibility. They may have some sort of technology built into these armored-bodied suits that enable them to be superhumanly agile, or at least enhance their capabilities in terms of their agility. But that was stressed to me. These guys do not move like normal human beings. So that's why I interject this wild speculation that maybe we're dealing with non-human or perhaps even reptilian-type entities. That is rank speculation. I don't have any reason to believe that that's the case over and against the other hypothesis, which is that these are just human beings, nefarious human beings in possession of advanced technology. Both of those possibilities are in play. And by the way, the villagers are divided on this. Some think they're just humans, organ harvesters, human traffickers. Others think they're aliens. I also know that we're not dealing with the cartels. And the reason why I know we're not dealing with the cartels is the level of technology that's being deployed here is beyond anything that cartels have. Cartels have military-grade weapons, no question about it, right? They don't have fighter jets. Right? And so if they don't have fighter jets, and if they don't have some of the other, they don't have battleships, right? If they don't have some of these other technological armaments, they're not going to have advanced aerospace vehicles that can hover silently and have all the technological capabilities of conventional UFOs. They don't have that. So we're not dealing with miners, river miners, and we're not dealing with cartels. All right, this is something worse. Especially if it's human, this is something way worse than a cartel. This is like an international group, a breakaway civilization of very evil people in possession of remarkable technology. Which again, that's my hypothesis. Now, I told you, apart from the event that happened in San Antonio de Pintuyacu regarding the face peeler incident, there was another event that was very interesting to me. I featured it in the videos I published previous to my expedition, in which this potential being is captured on video, right? That happened in the city of Nauta. We need to understand the context of the city of Nauta. When we talk about San Antonio de Pintuyacu, we are talking about a remote village in which the villagers are armed with shotguns, 16-gauge shotguns, usually birdshot. So the resistance that village can mount against these assailants is is not very good. It's perhaps, conventional body armor is good enough to deal with what those with the armaments in that village, right? Okay, not so in Nauta. All right, when you talk about Nauta is the only place you can get to by road from Iquitos. It's a 2-hour drive from Iquitos, or an hour and a half, somewhere in there. And Nauta has a military base. Okay, now you got helicopters. Now you got automatic weapons. The police in Nauta have automatic weapons. All right, we're talking about a different scenario now. We're not talking about a remote village with just shotguns held together by rope, which is what you have out there. Now you're dealing with much more. Now you're dealing with much more formidable weapons. Even helicopters can be deployed in Nauta. Navy base, Army base, well-equipped police force. It changes everything. Now we know that these assailants are not trying to drive people off their land. Nauta has a population of 35,000. There are 35,000 inhabitants in Nauta. Nobody's going to drive those people off the land. All right? So we can now remove that from the equation. Now we can say definitively, understanding that this phenomenon was also happening in Nauta and is also happening in Nauta, and I heard rumor that they were experiencing the same phenomenon on the outskirts of Iquitos, which is much bigger than Nauta. We now know we're not dealing with drug traffickers, minors, and they're not trying to drive anybody off of their land. Okay, we can put that to bed. All right, we're dealing with something else here. So I went to Nauta to investigate that scenario that unfolded, that video in which it appears that we might be looking at an entity in the tree. I found the location. So I was able to see the location, to analyze the location during the day. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to get an idea of what it looked like during the day so I can kind of understand maybe what we're looking at, the scale and so forth. You'll see that in my video. We record the location in the day, and I interview the neighbors who were there. Now, having said that, let me say that I do believe that the people I interviewed may have been referencing a different encounter than the one that I wanted to specifically investigate, because several encounters have taken place in that location. The one that the neighbors saw, it was the right spot. I was there. No, you'll see it in the video. No question about it. I found it. All right.
How did you find it?
We were able to, when we got to Nauta, we spoke with some people who were familiar with the video and put us in the general area, and then we sort of just walked around until we found it. We saw it. And then I talked to the neighbors, and they confirmed that this was, in fact, we showed them the video. The witnesses that I spoke to who live right there, what they saw, the way that this incident began, was they saw a saucer, a flying disc, hovering above this tree, this large aguaje tree, which is kind of back in the background. See, in the video, because it's nighttime, you can't get an idea of perspective. But when you go there in the day, you realize that you're looking at this large aguaje tree, and whatever it is that they were training their flashlight on is up in that tree or in the tree next to it. And it's not right above the house as it appears in the video. It's further back. Okay, so now we can start to have an idea of scale. So the witnesses told me they saw like a saucer. She drew it in the dirt, and it looks like a saucer. Well, what they explained, what they described, like a flying saucer hovering over this tree, and it was projecting a light down into the tree. Okay, that's one incident, but I don't think that was the incident that correlates directly to the video. I think that was a different incident that occurred in the same exact location. Now, when you analyze the video, and for those who are wondering about this, go to my YouTube channel, Timothy Alberino, watch my videos on this. You'll see what I said. Specifically the video, the after-action report of the expedition, which has about 160,000 views right now. You will see the videos in question here. You'll understand what I'm saying. So I was able to deduce right away, based on being able to calculate the distance of this tree from the rooftop in this video, I was able to deduce that if in fact what we're looking at in this video is an entity, it's very large. It would have had to have been very. We're talking about 7.5 to 9 foot tall, with a huge head. Now, for those of you who are wondering what this video depicted, it appears that we're looking at an entity that has that typical gray alien type, elongated, large, almond-shaped black eyes, more like a mantis or mantoid or insectoid type being. Looks like more like a praying mantis. And you can even see in the video, it appears that this thing is moving its head side to side, and you can see the glare off of its eyes, the eye shine from the flashlight. Maybe it's just artifacts in the video. Maybe it's just because it's super low res and it's reflections of the light off the. I don't know. I'm not saying that it is an entity. I'm saying it might be. And but based on my analysis of the location during the day, it would have to be exceedingly large. Again, 7.5 to 9 foot tall. The head would have had to have been like that big. Okay, we're talking about a massive entity, if indeed it is a creature. The neighbors told me they didn't see what I apparently see in the video. In fact, when I showed them the video, unquestionably in the same location, when I showed them the video, it was like they were seeing it for the first time. Like, what's that? Right? What they saw was very clearly a craft, a disc that was hovering over that tree, projecting a light down. So I think we're dealing with two different incidents. The neighbors I spoke with didn't see the incident, the one I was referring to. Maybe that's the case. Okay, I was certainly in the right place, and certainly something had happened there on multiple occasions. And according to the neighbors, they saw a flying disc. Now, what's really interesting about this is that the particular woman I talked to a bunch of them, but the woman who lives across the street, she said that after they saw this disc and this light projecting, another one of her neighbors came walking down the street. He had a shotgun with him, and she had heard that same night gunshots ringing out in the air. That night she heard gunshots on the outskirts of town. So when he came walking with his gun, she asked him, "Hey, were you out there? Were you patrolling? Did you hear the gunshots?" And he said, "Yeah, I was one of the ones firing the guns." She said, "Well, what happened?" Guess what happened? They were encountering assailants dressed in black armored bodysuits, floating around, flying around on these circular hoverboard platforms, the exact same phenomenon that had occurred 2 days up the river in San Antonio de Pintuyacu. Same phenomenon, same dudes. But now we got this added element of a disc, a flying disc, your typical saucer, right? Flying saucer, and a potential mantis, insectoid type creature. Huge, okay? Potential, mind you. I'm not saying that's what it was for sure. So, and we have to remember, this is now not taking place in some remote village. This is now taking place in a city, jungle city, 35,000 inhabitants. Police have automatic weapons. The military has automatic weapons. They can deploy helicopters. Okay? That's the context of this encounter. And it happened multiple times. Not far from Nauta, there was a big story that broke in Nauta before I got there. It was of this young boy who was in the hospital. He almost died. This boy had the same kind of lacerations as Talia, except they were way worse on both sides. They looked like gills were cut into the side of his neck. You can see it in a video on my YouTube channel. The flesh is hanging there, bleeding profusely. That boy almost died. He's about 16 years old, maybe 14 years old, somewhere in there, maybe 15 like Talia. He was rushed to the hospital, and thank God they were able to give him some blood and sew him up and save his life. It's very graphic, okay? I actually tweeted that video. And according to the inhabitants of Nauta, he was attacked by a pelacara, by a face peeler. And the boy apparently described the same kind of assailants as Talia and San Antonio. Flying on the hoverboards, dressed in black, the whole deal, right? And they cut him open like a fish, and apparently he was rescued, and something happened to disrupt the attempted abduction. And now we have to contemplate, all right, are they actually the face peelers, or are they mimicking face peelers? Because something very strange is going on here. You have these attempted peelings of the face that do not succeed for whatever reason, it seems like these guys are pretty incompetent at peeling faces, right? I get the sense that that's not actually what they're there to do. That they're perhaps they're using the face peeler phenomenon as cover for some other nefarious operation that's going on in the Amazon. So they want the focus to be on the legend and not on what's actually taking place. You see what I'm saying? So it's like a cover operation. I don't know that that's true, but I suspect that may be true, because if they were really there to peel faces, man, they'd be peeling faces and getting away without their victims, at least in 2 occasions, being found, with the unsuccessful attempt, and basically being caught in the red-handed as they're attempting to cut these faces off. So that doesn't seem very plausible to me that these guys have only made a few attempts. They've been caught a couple of times. That doesn't seem very plausible. With all the technology they have, certainly they have night vision goggles. By the way, they can render these guys in unconscious, remember, with these lasers. So why? Unless we're talking about it here and they want to induce the terror first and then take the glands. It's kids and the blood. They want all of that pumped with the. I guess that's possible. Anything's possible. But it is interesting that this face peeler attack happened previous to my investigating this other incident in Nauta. So again, let me summarize. We don't know who we're dealing with or what we're dealing with precisely. The phenomenon is 100% real. It is physical. It's not supernatural. It's not paranormal. It's physical. It's technological. I'm leaning towards nefarious human beings with advanced technology. I'm not ruling out non-human involvement. Could be a mix of both. They're definitely, at least ostensibly, they're cutting faces, peeling faces, and they also have advanced aerospace vehicles. So all of that is true. Okay, all of that is in the mix of whatever the heck is going on. All of that must be contemplated when thinking about what's been unfolding in the Peruvian Amazon. It is ongoing, by the way. Other incidents have happened around Tarapoto. I have land in the jungle in Tarapoto, so this was like close to home to me. Tarapoto's a second home for me and my family. So that's one of the motivations I had in investigating this phenomenon. I have 20 acres up against the Rainforest Reserve outside of Tarapoto, Peru. So for all I know, these guys have been flying around my land. So it's kind of personal for me. Because we're dealing with advanced technology, there's some crossover here for sure into the realm of ufology, because if it is human beings with advanced technology, I would posit that this technology, at least to some extent, has been derived from alien technology, from non-human technology. So there is certainly crossover here with traditional ufology, but this could be something more nefarious than anything else we've ever encountered in ufology. In an alien abduction, the Greys are using the wombs of our females to progenerate their hybrid offspring, which is nefarious. They're abducting people against their will, subjecting them to all kinds of invasive procedures. That's nefarious. This is nefarious on a whole nother level. Being an abductee, if you're an abductee, an alien abductee, they're going to put you back, right? And your life is going to progress relatively undisturbed, despite the fact that you're an abductee. This face peeler phenomenon is much more hostile. This is a hostile aggression against defenseless communities, or at the very least, defenseless individuals like these adolescents who are being assaulted and subjected to a gruesome procedure in which these assailants are apparently attempting to cut their face off while they're still alive. Okay, so, and for what reason? And apparently they're doing this with advanced tech. This scenario meshes very well with the story that was told by the whistleblower that Dr. Greer brought forth in the last couple of years. I believe his name is Michael Herrera, who discusses that incident in Indonesia with the flying disc that he encountered, and it was paramilitary, obviously being conducted by human beings who were in possession of advanced technology. That's the vein that this falls into, from my perspective, and it's exceedingly disturbing to imagine a group of human beings who are in possession of advanced technology and not using it for the betterment of mankind. Rather, they're going around and basically harvesting human beings for organs, taking their faces, maybe because of the glands in the nose. That is like the worst possible scenario, and it appears to be the one that's unfolding here. So this is almost like a whole nother level of mystery on top of what we already know in the realm of ufology. This is much darker and sinister than anything else I've ever encountered, and it is, as I said, it's ongoing. You know, this isn't something that happened 20 years ago. This is something that's ongoing in the Peruvian Amazon. So that's why I'm so intensely interested in, and I think the public at large is so intensely interested in this, because it's ongoing and because it has these very disturbing components to it that once again seem to be indicating, at least to some extent, human involvement. 20 years ago, I was living in Tarapoto, Peru, and working with different churches in Tarapoto, and so we had groups that would come during the week, a couple times a week, and we would do these really intense prayer meetings. And right next to the Actual, this facility I was renting, is a detox center called Takiwasi. Very popular detox center, kind of famous. The owners, I believe, at the time were French. People would come from all over the world, and the idea was they would use shamanism and ayahuasca to detox people from different drug addictions. And so you would have a lot of foreigners coming in, and then they would work with shamans. And down the road from us, so we had Takiwasi right next door, and then down the road from us was another shamanic center, like a shamanic retreat. And our neighbors were shamans. Most of them were shamans. This is like the center for shamanism in the city of Tarapoto, the jungle city of Tarapoto. Some of my acquaintances in Tarapoto were shamans, and so I was very well known among that community. One day, I was approached. I had a gate in this facility, the Actual, and one day in the morning, I had a group of shamans knocking on my gate. I invited them in, and we sat down. They were very cordial, very nice guys. They were from Takiwasi. They politely asked me if we could conduct our prayer meetings on a different day. I believe it was a Thursday, one of the prayer meetings. We were doing them, I think, twice a week, like Thursday evening and maybe a Tuesday evening. And I asked them why. What was the reason why they wanted me to change the day of our prayer meeting, the evening? I assumed it was because we made a lot of noise, played music and drums and stuff like that. But that wasn't the reason. What he told me was, he said, the problem is that when you guys are praying, what we do at Takiwasi as shamans doesn't work. Like it affects the atmosphere, and it interferes with, let's call it, our magic. And that's not the word he used exactly, but I can't remember the exact phraseology. But it was, the idea was, whatever you're doing is interfering with what we're doing, spiritually speaking, something along those lines. And I was quite amazed at how candid these guys were with me. They were very, very cordial, very kind. It was not an aggressive encounter. There was no animosity. They were just asking me, please, can you change your prayer meeting to a different night so that we can operate? And they're literally right next door. And we would sometimes hear these blood-curdling screams coming from the Takiwasi Center. And we would hear sometimes their ceremonies. Typical ayahuasca ceremonies they would do. I wasn't going to rearrange our schedule for our prayer meetings because it was interfering with the shamanism that was happening next door. So I politely declined, and there was no animosity. However, some weeks later, perhaps a couple months later, I woke up one morning. I'm trying to remember if it was a morning or an evening, but one day I had a mob with machetes and sticks at my gate, and they were demanding that I turn over one of the young guys that was staying with us. I was doing like some discipleship with some young guys, and they were demanding I turn him over and that I shut down our prayer meetings. They were going to hang him. They were going to take him and hang him from the bridge. They were accusing him of something, I don't remember what. And in Peru, you have what's called ronderos, and they're basically citizen police. It's they take justice into their own hands, and it's not uncommon for them to hang people. Previous to this occasion, they had hung a young man from the bridge. It's not uncommon for them to do this in Peru, and at that time at least. So I wasn't about to hand over this guy into this mob justice. I don't know if what they were claiming was true, but that wasn't for me to determine, or the mob. If they had a complaint like that, then they need to go get the police involved. So, in fact, I got the police involved. I called the police, the Peruvian police, and said, hey, I got a mob at my gate. They're trying to break in. And the police eventually came and dispersed the mob. And this young man, he basically fled. And ultimately, after that event, we were getting all kinds of threats. In fact, very strange things were beginning to happen at the Actual, the place I was renting. For example, I was finding routinely venomous creatures in my room. I was staying in one of the rooms, a small room, and I had my wife and my newborn son. And I was routinely finding large tarantulas all over my door and venomous insects such as bullet ants. I remember one day I was laying in bed, just laying there watching TV, and my son was next to me. And I looked over, and he's a baby laying on the bed. And there was a bullet ant crawling around, I don't remember if it was on him, but it was crawling around on our bed sheets. A bullet ant. Now, if a bullet ant were to sting my son, my infant, he could very well have died. It would have been very, very bad. Bullet ants can kill dogs and infants. Very, very large ants. And, if they sting you or me, it just is going to hurt like hell for a couple days. Like, you're going to cry, probably. It's very bad pain. So, but to an infant, it can be fatal. And that was uncommon. That was the first time I ever found a bullet ant in my room. This is around the same time I'm finding tarantulas all over my doors. All over I would, in the evening, I'd go to bed. I would come back from being out on the town and approach my room, and I would see big black tarantulas on my door, as if someone put it there. And then one morning, right in the same time frame, the same few days this was going on, my wife woke up one morning, and we had a concrete sink in the facility. Not in my room, but in the facility. And she would wash clothes in the morning. So one morning she got up to wash clothes. She went to turn the water on the sink, the handle, and there was a venomous snake coiled around the handle of the sink, coiled around it in a striking position. She almost reached to turn the water on and screamed. Now, snakes do not wrap themselves around a cold water handle in the morning. They're out sunning. They're cold-blooded, so they have to go and sun and warm up in the morning. Somebody put that snake there. My caretaker over the facility, his name was Guillermo. Guillermo, my wife screamed, and Guillermo came running and killed the snake. I wasn't there during that episode. And Guillermo wanted to talk to me. He sat down with me. He said, Tim, I want you to know that all this stuff going on that you're experiencing here, the snake and these venomous insects, this is the shamans. So this was sort of retaliation. Now, they were very cordial with me, but then, I forget, it was within a short period of time that all those people were at my gate, right? And then I was finding the venomous insects and the snake and so forth. It became apparent that we were not going to be able to live in peace. We ultimately decided to move, but that was, it was a very sketchy situation for a while. And this shamanic community did not take kindly, but apparently our prayer meetings were interfering on some level with their, let's say on a spiritual level with whatever activity was going on at Takiwasi. And they were very upset by that. So again, the shamanic community was very cordial with me until they weren't. And it was never a direct confrontation like shamans directly confronting me. It was sort of this underhanded subterfuge. So obviously we were disrupting, let's say, perhaps the spiritual atmosphere in that neighborhood. I was friends with a particular shaman in Tarapoto, acquaintances really, with this individual. He was a rather famous guy. He was a younger guy. And I asked him one day, I was with him, and I said, explain to me what the modus operandi of ayahuasca is. What you as a shaman, what is it that you are there to do? What are you facilitating? Because the shamans are doing something. They're facilitating something. You don't just go sit in a corner and drink the brew. It's a whole ceremony. And he explained it to me in great detail. He walked me through it. And he said that the shaman, the role of the shaman in the ceremony of ayahuasca is to invite the spiritual entities of the jungle to come and inhabit people, and communicate with people and inhabit them. That's what he told me. He said, that's the role of the shaman. We're inviting these spirits in to have contact, to communicate with the participants. And he said to me we as shamans can sometimes see this happening. He said, for example, when I do an ayahuasca ceremony, everyone's in a circle, and I'm in the middle, and I'm summoning the spirits of the jungle. I'm summoning them to come. We're inviting them. We're asking them to come and to commune with us, to interact with us, to interface with us. And so we draw them in, and he said, I can see them sometimes. They come into the middle of the circle, and then they go from person to person, and they look in their eyes, and they go from person to person, and when they see whatever it is that they're looking for, they go into the person. That's exactly what he told me. He said they go into the person. And I asked him, I said, well, don't you think, what if it's something negative? Like, what if what you're inviting ends up destroying that person's life? And he said, well, that's why we're there. We're curating the experience. We are there to make sure that only the good guys come and so forth. And which is absurd, obviously, because you're dealing with consciousness. You're dealing with conscious beings that are much, as I said earlier, much older than you and much more intelligent than you. So there's no way that a shaman could ever control who's coming when you're making this invitation. You're beckoning these spirits, and if you think that you can control what you are summoning, then you're a fool. And this is, of course, the occult and this is witchcraft and this is what sorcerers have done for centuries, for millennia, is the whole point of sorcery is to control demonic spirits, to try and control these entities. And that is what the occult is to some extent about, is harnessing and controlling. There's something very strange going on, but this idea that you can control these entities, as I said, it's very dangerous because usually you can't. Usually it's them controlling you at that point. And I'll give you an example of how dangerous this can be. I was with a pastor friend of mine named Benny Humphreys in Tarapoto, Peru one time, and he invited me to come with him to go see this woman, go visit this woman who was in a very pitiable state after visiting a shaman. She went, I believe that the story goes that she went to a shaman. What they'll often do in the jungle, in Peru, Brazil, just all over the Amazon, it's common that if you've got if you've got a gripe with your neighbor or something like that, what you do is you obtain a piece of your neighbor's clothing, something that belongs to them, an object that belongs to them, you bring it to the shaman. And the shaman takes that object and they basically use it to put a curse on that person. But sometimes it backfires. So I believe in this particular case, this woman had gone to a shaman for that reason, or sometimes people often will go to a shaman to try and heal some sort of ailment. She went to the shaman and she was, for all intents and purposes, she was fine. But shortly thereafter, her entire body locked up in a state of paralysis. She could not move. And we went and visited her, and it was pretty dire. I mean, it was bad. She was laying in bed, very emaciated, skeletal, obviously in great distress. She could not move. She was stiff as a board. And her family members said, this is what happened to me after I visited the shaman. Now, is that coincidental? Did she get stricken with some sort of illness, common illness? I don't know. I don't know. But this was the story, right? So again, I can't confirm or deny that was a result of the shamanism, but I've seen some pretty weird things as it pertains to shamanism. Pharmakia is likely referencing mind-altering psychedelics that come from plants. Ayahuasca in particular comes primarily from a vine. However, they make a brew using other ingredients. It's a very detailed process. The ingredients, the mixture, the brew, it's very complex, and it only works if you get it right. It's a mystery how the people in the jungle were able to concoct this brew so precisely that it creates the mind-altering effects and the duration of the effects. Because if you take the elements individually, you don't have the same experience. You have to mix them in this precise manner. You have to make the brew in a very precise manner for it to work, for it to induce that mind-altering state. That state of altered consciousness. So, and you're right. The shamans say that it was the spirits of the jungle, the spirits of the plants themselves, that taught them how to make the brew. So I do believe that when we read about pharmakia in the Book of Enoch, for example, that we are dealing precisely with mind-altering substances that are derived from plants. And let's not forget that the Vikings, the berserkers, used mind-altering psychedelics to enhance their aggression and to make them exceedingly brutal. And it induced a bloodlust in them that made them exceptional warriors. And they would be put into this frenzy before a battle, and they would oftentimes go to battle nude. And they were almost impervious to pain. They didn't fear death. They were kamikaze. the brutality was off the charts. One of the things that defines the world before the flood was the bloodlust and brutality, the murderous, sinister behavior of human beings. And I think that is directly connected, associated with psychedelics, with some of the pharmakia that they were using that was taught to them, according to the Book of Enoch, by the Watchers. And so when you combine the pharmakia with the metallurgy that was taught to them, they were instructed in how to make, swords and breastplates and armor and shields and so forth. It's probably a little bit more advanced than that, I would imagine. But when you mix the pharmakia with the metallurgy and the warfare, you can start to get an understanding of how brutal and violent the antediluvian world was. As it pertains to psychedelics are very interesting. You have all kinds of psychedelics out there that are derived from plants and mushrooms and vines. Psilocybin, for example, is being used now to treat people who are terminally ill because it helps them overcome a fear of death, right? And we all know that the big tech guys, Silicon Valley guys, are microdosing LSD, microdosing psilocybin, because it opens up their creativity and enhances their creativity. There seems to be a mechanism in the brain, sort of a pathway, a doorway that can be activated that allows people to communicate in an altered state of consciousness with what sometimes I like to think of as an internet of consciousness. We communicate through the internet via fiber optics, right? So it's a technological analogy of what I think is happening on the level of consciousness. I think there's let's call it a conscious World Wide Web, an internet of consciousness that you can plug into using psychedelics. And the problem is that human beings are at a great disadvantage in this scenario, because there are other non-human consciousnesses that are plugged into this internet of consciousness, that are much older, much more ancient than us, much more knowledgeable, and are nefarious. And so when ignorant human beings plug into this thing via psychedelics, we become completely susceptible to manipulation by other more intelligent, more ancient entities who are plugged in. This seems to be what's going on with psychedelics. So yes, can you take psychedelics? Can you trip on psilocybin and receive information and enlightenment? Yes, but you're also completely open. You are making yourself open to manipulation of your perception. Human perception is not difficult to manipulate. And so the real danger, as far as I can tell, from psychedelics is this disadvantage that we have as human beings. We're plugging into something we don't understand, and we're opening ourselves up to manipulation. And people walk away having downloaded something. And that something, whatever it may be, whatever kind of experience they have, obviously people have bad experiences, the bad trips, which can damage them for life and cause all kinds of problems. I mean, there's people who take psychedelics who walk away with schizophrenia for the rest of their lives. They're hearing voices. They can't rid themselves of what they've invited into their lives via psychedelics. So it's dangerous on that end, but people who are proponents of psychedelics will say that's very uncommon, and that most people, and this may be true, most people who take psychedelics are going to be positively impacted for the rest of their lives. Fine, whatever. But the point is, you're interfacing with something that you cannot control, B, you do not understand. And I, for one, am not comfortable with that. I don't want to open myself up to something. I don't want to plug into something that we don't really understand. I don't want to open myself up to a manipulation by a consciousness that is much more intelligent than me. And that seems like a very bad idea. And it seems to be a gateway that is closed for a reason in the human species. In order to access this gateway, this level of consciousness, we have to take substances that put us in an altered state of consciousness. It doesn't seem natural to me. Perhaps at one time, and I would subscribe to this notion, the human species was able to access this internet of consciousness naturally and was capable of navigating it because we were a much more exceptional species in the beginning. In the genesis of the human species, I think we had many capabilities. I always say I think that we are a inherently telepathic species. I think that we could communicate telepathically in the beginning, but that capability has been lost over time and perhaps intentionally dampened because we're no longer the species we once were. In other words, we've lost the ability to operate, to communicate telepathically, and to perhaps plug into this internet of consciousness without being manipulated. We've degenerated both in our capabilities, but also morally speaking, and in our level of intelligence. We can no longer handle that kind of communication. So now the only way to reactivate that is through an artificial means, through the agency of ayahuasca, psilocybin, LSD, and so forth. And again, people will tout the benefits of this, and that's fine. I understand why somebody who's on their deathbed, suffering and fearing death, would want to take some psilocybin. I get it. I understand that. And I'm not even necessarily opposed to it, but I would caution people. I personally won't do it because of all the reasons that I've listed, and I think that it's just unwise to willfully open ourselves up to something that we do not comprehend, cannot comprehend. And everyone wants to laud this great wisdom of the ancients and of these indigenous peoples, but we have to remember that there's a lot of really terrible things that have happened throughout history in association with these shamanic traditions. Let's not forget the Aztecs, the Maya, who would sacrifice people, and oftentimes these shamans, the priest class, would be in an altered state of consciousness. So it's not just like flowers and rainbows and unicorns. There's something very dark and sinister that comes through this gateway as well. We don't know what we're dealing with. And by the way, this is the reason why I think that people, when they're having these experiences in an altered state of consciousness, sometimes see gray aliens, sometimes see these, what do they call them, machine elves, and these different things. It's not necessarily that they're encountering these things in reality. What they're encountering are other consciousnesses that are tapped in. So if there's a physical being, let's say a gray alien, because gray aliens are unquestionably physical beings. If a gray alien is tapped into this internet of consciousness, then you're going to interface with it, because grays are very, very definitely a telepathic species. So, just like on the internet, it's very much like on the internet where you and I can be interfacing via Zoom or Skype. You're not there. You're not in the room with me. I am seeing a digital representation of you. And we are interfacing through fiber optics. We're interfacing through Wi-Fi. We're interfacing through technology. You're not actually there. You are sitting on the other side of the country in your bedroom, and I'm sitting in my bedroom, and we are looking at a screen, and we are interfacing with our consciousness through technology. Okay? That is a very good analogy of what I think is happening with psychedelics. You are interfacing in an internet of consciousness. You're not necessarily confronting beings who exist in this other dimension. for example, when we're interfacing again through Zoom, this isn't another dimension. Zoom is not another dimension. It's a technological facilitation of communication that's happening digitally. So that's what's going on, in my estimation, with psychedelics. The plants, the chemicals in these psychedelics, the DMT and so forth, gives us access to this communication domain. You're not there physically. When somebody's going through a psilocybin session, and they do this now in controlled environments, 6 hours, right? Whatever it is, 4 hours, 6 hours, depending on the dose. That person is usually laying down. They're prone on a bed or on a couch, and you can walk into the room and you can see that person just laying there, and you can touch them, interact with them. They might drink some water or whatever. There they are. But in their minds, they're somewhere else. They've plugged into something else. Their perceptual faculty has plugged in to the internet of consciousness, and they're seeing things that you're not, even though their body is right there. They haven't gone anywhere. You see? So that demonstrates the power of consciousness, of human perception and consciousness. It's very powerful. We don't understand it. It's not evil. Human consciousness and the interaction between conscious beings, this isn't evil. The reason why there's a prohibition on trying to contact the dead and other kinds of entities, spiritual entities in the Bible, is because of the reasons I cited previously. You're at a disadvantage. That prohibition is a protection for the human species. They aren't allowed to contact you otherwise. They're not. They're not allowed to interface with you unless you, or at least there's some kind of a prohibition there, because it's almost unheard of, unless people are dealing with schizophrenia or something like that, that an entity is going to come and communicate directly, interface directly with you. But if you try and make contact and you open yourself up to communication, it's not unheard of that something will begin to communicate with you, either through a Ouija board or through psychedelics or something else. So again, the prohibition exists, I think, we're talking about within the biblical context, to protect us from them. So about 12 years ago, somewhere in there, I don't remember the exact time frame. It was when I was living in Cleveland, Ohio for a couple of years, and during this period of time, I was spending a lot of time with my brother-in-law, Tony, and we would often lift weights in his basement, and the topic of our conversations while we were lifting usually or very commonly revolved around UFOs, Bob Lazar, reverse engineered technology, all this kind of stuff. He's very mechanically inclined, and so we would often discuss anti-gravity and different aspects of perhaps technologies that we've derived through reverse engineering. And one day, I believe we were having a conversation like that. And one day, it was in February, it was very cold outside, we decided he wanted to go run to the GNC store to buy some supplements in Brook Park, Ohio, where I was born. I grew up in Brook Park, Ohio. And it's a suburb of Cleveland, 15-minute drive from where we were. So we jumped in the car, and we were driving to the Brook H shopping complex. It was a strip mall. And there's a big parking lot, and as we're approaching the parking lot, again, it's probably around 8 o'clock, because we're rushing to get to the store before it closes. So I don't remember what time it was. Probably closed at 9. So maybe it was 8:30, 8:45, approaching 9, I think. And as we're coming up to the parking lot, we were stopped at a light, and we both noticed something, some kind of a craft hovering above the corner store in the strip mall. And there's hardly anybody around at this point because it's almost 9 o'clock. All the stores are closing. Only a couple of cars are in the parking lot. And our first inclination was that this is a Black Hawk helicopter or a Chinook helicopter, because that's the size of it. That was the size of it. And it had these bright lights. And it was just hovering above the corner store. Not very high, like maybe 20 feet above that corner store. And there's a National Guard. There's a National Guard. What would you call it? The National Guard is close by. And so we thought, our initial inclination was, they're doing some kind of a drill. The National Guard's running a drill here. They got a Chinook helicopter or something. And, okay, whatever. We didn't think much of it, but we did roll our windows down because we thought for sure we were going to hear the blades whipping through the air. So we roll our windows down and we hear nothing. And when we hear nothing, we're stopped at the stoplight. We look at each other like, uh-oh, wait a minute. So I drive through the light and I enter the parking lot. I'm driving. I enter the parking lot and it's empty, this big parking lot. And I just hit the brakes and throw the transmission into park because it suddenly became apparent to us, as soon as we got close enough, that this wasn't a helicopter. And we're both looking at it as we're driving in, still expecting it to be a helicopter. And what happened was, as I'm driving into the parking lot, this craft, which is hovering above the corner store, gently glides. It just gently glides and starts to move over my car. So I throw it in park, and we're just looking up at this thing, and it maneuvers above and in front of my car so that I could get a full view of it in my windshield. I get a full view of this thing in my windshield. So it's not exactly above us, it's a little bit in front. Like almost as if it's intentionally positioning itself so that I can see the whole thing through my windshield. And then it begins to descend. It probably was about 30 feet above my car, 40 max. It was close. I could have easily hit it with a rock. And it just hovered there. And obviously, we now realize this is not a helicopter. We are in a state of shock. Our jaws are just on the floor as we're staring at this thing. And we're just staring at it in silence because it's astounding. I mean, it's astonishing because there was no propulsion system to speak of. No propellers, no exhaust, no engines. And again, this was the size of like a Black Hawk helicopter, but it wasn't shaped like a helicopter. It was shaped, it had sort of a diamond shape, and it didn't have wings. It had little stubby protrusions in the place of wings, and they were rounded. The craft had what appeared to be angular body armor, like a grayish green, or perhaps it was black. I couldn't really tell. And the fuselage was very interesting. It was somewhat similar to the F-117 Nighthawk stealth fighter. Somewhat similar. Yeah, that angular body armor, but it didn't have wings. And it was longer. And we're just staring at this thing, and we got a good long look at it. And eventually I said, I kind of came out of a stupor, and as I'm looking at this, and I remember that my brother-in-law had a smartphone. I, at the time, still had a flip phone. He had a smartphone. And so obviously what comes to mind is take a picture, take a video. So I said, Tony, your phone. And he just, like he's coming out of a daze, and he starts feeling for his phone. And he grabs his phone out of his pocket, and he goes to lift it up, and he drops it. And he's scrambling on trying to pick it up, trying to find it because it's dark in my car. He's scrambling to pick it up off the ground. And when he grabs it, he picks it up and he lifts it up to take a picture or a video. And the craft just lifts up in the air a little bit and just starts to move off. As soon as he gets the phone, like as soon as he's starting to lift it up, the craft just starts to move off. By the way, it's very important to note that this particular night was very, very windy. It was so windy that when I parked my car, the gusts of wind were shaking the car. That's how windy it was. It was very frigid air, and it was just extremely windy. This craft was entirely unmoved by the wind. Unmoved. My car is shaking. This thing is totally still, unmoved by the wind, unaffected, as if it was in its own atmosphere. And that I remember just remarking, like, when we got out of the car, when it started to move away, we got out of the car and we watched this thing just move over the horizon. And it was so windy that the wind instantly hit our faces and cold, and we couldn't believe that this thing was not being affected whatsoever by these high winds. So it was obvious to us that we were looking at advanced technology. I don't know who was piloting it. I don't know why. I had this strange feeling that I was supposed to see this thing, that whatever intelligence was behind it was waiting for me, wanted me to see this craft. Now keep in mind that the topic of our conversation, me and my brother-in-law, was often reverse engineered alien technology, UFOs, Bob Lazar, Element 115, the S4 facility, deep underground military bases. This was the usual fare in regard to our conversations. And we were just talking about this stuff at his house, in his basement, lifting weights. Here we are heading to the GNC store, and what do we find? Apparently waiting for us, an advanced aerospace vehicle. I would say that the odds are very rare. I mean, are very slim that we would have such an encounter after talking about this kind of thing. So it was so bizarre. I couldn't shake this feeling like I was supposed to see this. Somebody wanted me to see this. Somebody wanted me to know that this is real. So when I talk about UFOs, when I talk about reverse engineered technology, I'm talking about something I've seen. I am a witness to advanced aerospace technology. No question about it. This is not the F-117 stealth fighter. This is a completely different kind of technology. It is unconventional technology. Now, was it ours? Maybe, probably. But I'm convinced that if it was ours, then it was using unconventional exotic components derived from probably crash retrievals. And we know that it's a fact at this point that the United States government and other governments of the world have recovered elements of the United States government with private defense contractors have been recovering for decades crashed UFOs and their biological occupants. But I know what I saw, and it had large triangular lights, which was really bizarre. That I remember thinking, I've never seen a craft with triangular lights. They were bright lights, like white lights. I remember at least one. My brother-in-law remembers two. There were probably two. It had a series of multicolored lights. I believe green. I want to say green and blue. I don't believe there was any red. I think it was green and blue around the fuselage. It was lit up. But other than that, there were no markings on it. I remember I was tracing this thing with my eyes, looking for the U.S. Air Force logo or something like that, or NASA or something like that, and it didn't have any markings at all. There were no markings, no decals on it whatsoever. There's no question that this is unconventional advanced technology that the public is unaware of, and that is utilizing some kind of a propulsion system that is exotic. It is not using combustion of any kind. There was no exhaust. And by the way, no sound. Totally silent. It'll vibrate your windows. If a fighter jet flies low enough, it vibrates the windows on your house. You know, that's a different kind of technology. This isn't just an upgraded version of that. This is a completely different technological path for propulsion. It's a completely different kind of propulsion. There's no question about it. I saw it with my own eyes. It was about 40 feet above my car. I got a good long look at it, and I had a witness next to me. And no, we weren't smoking crack. We were completely sober and absolutely astonished by what we had seen. Now, the story gets even weirder because fast forward 10 years, and I'm writing my book, Birthright, which I published in 2020. I'm in the midst of writing the chapter called The Alien Threat. I'm talking about gray aliens, abductions, and UFOs. And I am telling the story. It's in my book, the account of what I saw in Brook Park, Ohio. I'm writing the paragraph, the few paragraphs of this encounter, and I stop in the middle of it just to take a break. And what am I doing? During these little breaks I'm taking in between these writing sessions, I'm sitting in my reading chair reading Hunt for the Skinwalker by Knapp and Cale Heller. And I don't remember how far I am along in the book. I've just been casually reading it and then writing and then going back and reading and then writing just to give my brain a break from writing. And it just so happens that as I'm in the midst of writing this paragraph about the encounter I just described, I happened to read. I went and sat down, opened up the book, continued to read where I left off, and it just so happens at that very moment, I read an account in Hunt for the Skinwalker of the owner of the ranch who begins to describe this encounter he had with an advanced aerospace vehicle. And he proceeds to describe exactly what I saw. Exactly. Here's my computer next to me with the unfinished paragraph that I'm writing about my encounter, and here I am reading this account on Skinwalker Ranch of the very same craft that I saw. It's exactly the same. He describes it in precisely the same detail, and at the end of his description, he says that he had the uncanny, and I'm paraphrasing, the uncanny feeling that this was ours, reverse-engineered military craft with unconventional components derived from alien technology. There's my paragraph, unfinished, on my screen, and here I am reading this in Hunt for the Skinwalker. I have never, ever, in all my years of investigating UFOs and reading different accounts and watching lectures and so forth, I've never encountered the craft that I saw in Brook Park. I've never encountered a description. Now, I'm sure they're out there. I talked to my friend Richard Dolan the other day, and he said he's heard some similar descriptions, but I personally had never encountered any. And, I mean, what are the odds that I'm writing it and I'm reading the exact same thing in the Hunt for the Skinwalker book? So apparently that same craft has been spotted at Skinwalker Ranch. It could have been completely coincidental. Certainly it could have been completely, both incidents could have been completely coincidental. And I'm not trying to say that that it wasn't more than a coincidence, although I am certainly open to the possibility that maybe it was providential. I would say providential certainly, but was somebody in the intelligence community or was somebody in one of these programs intentionally showing me something? Now, why would they show me something? I was unknown at that time. Not relatively unknown. I was unknown. It doesn't make sense. I was unknown. Nobody knew who I was at the time. I wasn't making videos. I wasn't making documentaries. I wasn't writing books yet when I had that encounter in Brook Park, Ohio. I had just moved back to the United States from living in Peru for a decade. I was unknown. Now, I was very interested in the topic and had been researching it heavily, but nobody knew who I was. So the whole thing is very bizarre. So providential, I would say certainly, was it beyond that? Was it like, was there an intentionality behind it, from human or non-human intentionality behind it? I don't know. It solidified my belief, let's say, in UFOs. And when I say that, what I mean is that the craft are real, that they're physical, that it's technology. That and from my, even though I can't prove it to be so, from my perspective, that the U.S. government is in possession of exotic alien technology. That became solidified. I always believed it. It always seemed reasonable and logical. But when I had the encounter with this technology, it solidified. It became unquestionable. And so that's sort of been the foundation. That's why people, they sometimes will accuse me of speaking arrogantly about the UFO topic or being overconfident. Well, it's because I've had a face-to-face experience with this technology. And it wasn't in a dream or a vision or an abduction or anything like that. I was sitting in my car, completely conscious. There was no missing time, by the way. I wasn't abducted or anything like that. It was a conscious experience, a physical experience. I had a witness. It happened, and it's simply, as I said, it concretized my belief in the phenomenon. Again, it's just almost like I'm supposed to understand that this is real and that my suspicion is correct, that we indeed have these hybridized, reverse engineered, we have these hybridized craft, advanced aerospace vehicles that are utilizing exotic components from reverse engineered alien technology. It's real. I saw it. I had a witness, and nobody could ever convince me that these things don't exist. I think that because we are a telepathic race, well, we can't function, we can't utilize this functionality anymore because of genetic degeneration or because of an intentional dampening of this capability. So if you have a telepathic race out there, and you are thinking about stuff and you're contemplating, well, they're connecting to that. And maybe, and I believe that, by the way, the Greys are looking for people who have a heightened capability. Let's call it a psychic capability, whose psychic faculties, and I'm not talking about seances and stuff like that. I'm just talking about our ability to project our thoughts, perhaps a latent telepathic capability that is more awakened in some people. The Greys are looking for those kind of people. They're actively looking for them. In fact, they use psychics, your neighborhood psychic. I derive that from the abduction material. It's become evident to me that is in fact the case. So why would they be looking for people who are less psychically broken, let's say, who still retain some of these latent capabilities, at least to a higher degree than the rest of us? Because the control of the Greys over human beings is a psychic control. And so if you're more inclined to this, predisposed to these capabilities, then you are easier to control and to communicate with. And I think I believe it's genetic. I believe that's why it's hereditary in regard to abductions. And so there's a presence out there that's actively looking for people who are predisposed to that kind of communication, to that kind of contact and control via this alien presence. And again, I have reason to believe that. I believe it appears that is one of the factors that the Greys in particular are looking for in the human species. And again, you can go to the abduction material, specifically the work of Carla Turner, and you will see what I mean, especially as it relates to the story of one Ted Rice in a book called Masquerade of Angels. Carla Turner was harassed. Her and her family were aggressively harassed by some sort of agency, perhaps a defense contractor or some branch of the military. There's no question that the Turner family was being harassed. Both Carla and her husband and their children were abductees. Her husband actually suffered a handful of military abductions, which were worse, by the way, than the alien abductions. And very strange things happened to the Turner family. Carla, for example, would be on the phone talking to a friend of hers, and this is back before cell phones. It's back in the dial-up days and the hardline days, and her conversation would be interrupted by a third party who would make a comment or something. It was her continual harassment, and then she was one of the first and most vocal people to speak up about the abduction phenomenon. And Carla was brilliant, and unfortunately, she was stricken with a very, very aggressive, fast-acting cancer that killed her in a short period of time. And there's the suspicion that she was killed, that she was murdered with cancer, basically. No way to prove that, but she was certainly harassed. The Turner family was certainly harassed, and I think people need to return to Carla Turner's work because it's very relevant to things that are happening today. And her material, I think, is just exceedingly well researched. And again, I think she was brilliant. In my estimation, now, I don't know all that's happening out there in the world of ufology, but there was a quality, and I've spoken to my colleagues about this who absolutely agree. Again, I had this conversation with Richard Dolan the other day. There is a clear discrepancy between modern ufology and old school ufology, and that discrepancy is in regard to the quality of the research. The old researchers like Leonard Stringfield, Bud Hopkins, these guys, these old school guys, Carla Turner, David Jacobs, John Mack, these guys were professionals. They had a very high standard in regard to their methods. They were old school investigators. George Knapp is one of these guys. George Knapp is still around. He's one of these old school investigators who I have a great deal of respect for, who would chase down stories, who would do the legwork. That was old school ufology. They took it very serious. They were very concerned with evidence-based research, and they had a standard of professionalism that I admire and I think is lacking in ufology today. Ufology today is UFO Twitter. Ufology today is speaking at conferences, watching YouTube videos, making YouTube videos. Modern ufology is not what it was. These guys, a lot of these old school guys, paid the price in many ways for their investigations. More than a few investigators were killed by the military contractors or by elements of the United States government. And so the quality of these old school ufologists, the quality of their investigations and of their research, in my opinion, was on a higher level than what we're seeing today. The research that's out there today is diminished in regard to, I think, in regard to its methods, and it's become very easy to be lazy in ufology. 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, ufologists were not famous people for the most part. They weren't making a lot of money. They weren't going around speaking to big conferences. They weren't on Ancient Aliens. There were no TV shows. Very rarely. Sometimes Bud Hopkins, these other guys, would go on television shows, but it was ridiculed. They were exposing themselves to ridicule. People rolled their eyes at the topic of UFOs. It wasn't like it is today. It wasn't creating celebrities. It wasn't a topic that everybody is interested in. Back then, you were a kook. If you were a ufologist, if you took this seriously, you were a kook. So guys like Stanton Friedman, and even though he was a nuclear physicist, and even guys like him were considered to be kooky because they believed in UFOs. And these were brilliant guys. These were top-notch ufologists, investigators. And there was nothing in it for them. I mean, they would write books. Sometimes their books would become very popular, like Whitney Strieber's book, Communion, and so forth. But for the most part, UFO conferences were very small. The UFO community was not what it is today.
It was taboo.
There was no social media. Ancient aliens didn't exist. So it was a different world. The researchers were heavily invested in the topic because they were genuinely curious. They wanted to solve the puzzle, or they had some sort of an experience in their life, like Carla Turner, previously mentioned Carla Turner, that compelled them to try and figure out what was happening. And unfortunately, that caliber of research isn't around today anymore. You have great UFO historians like Richard Dolan, who I would put in the company of these old school researchers. Yeah, they're still doing great work. I mentioned George Knapp, Richard Dolan, George Knapp. There's still guys out there. To some extent, I would say Dr. Greer. There's some guys out there that are doing the kind of research that is to the level of the caliber that the old guys were, the old school guys, and I appreciate their work. But most of it is UFO Twitter. Most of it's hearsay. Most of it's just social media fanfare. It's become too popular. It's become too mainstream. There's too many YouTube channels. There's too many podcasts. There's too many people on Twitter and social media who are muddying the waters because their information just comes from watching videos, watching YouTube. Mainly, I would say that's where the vast majority of the information comes from. And so they're not first-hand researchers. They're not investigative researchers. They're not on the ground. They're not doing the work that, for example, MUFON used to do and still does to some extent. And so you get the waters get muddied with lower caliber research, and it's a lot of hearsay. It's a lot of rumor. And the UFO community is there's a hostility there. There's an animosity. Everybody's on a team. And I get, for example, a lot of people who are on Team Greer who come and lambast me, because I'm not acknowledging Greer when I say certain things. And I get people coming from different camps. And it's very strange. It's become very tribalistic, the ufological community. That's why I kind of stay on the outside of it. I don't speak at the symposiums. I don't go to the big UFO conferences. I'm sort of an outsider because it's very toxic. It's a toxic environment. And I'm very careful, the kind of people who I associate with in this community. I make sure that the people that I'm drawing information from are the old school caliber researchers like Chase Kletsky, Richard Dolan, George Knapp, these kind of people. This is the research. Their research, Stringfield's research, for example, Leonard Stringfield's research, is just as relevant, if not even more relevant today than it was. His Situation Reports series, which almost exclusively deal with crash retrievals, no one has ever produced a better material on crash retrievals. Stringfield's work is the foundation for understanding what's happening today in regard to David Grush, the testimony that's come forth in Congress, everything that's been going on recently. The foundation was laid by Leonard Stringfield, right? And the same can be said for the abduction stuff, hasn't raised to the level of Congress yet, isn't being featured yet very much by the media. But when it will, ultimately, it will. And when it does, it's important for people to go back to the foundations, the intellectual foundations, the good research, which is Mack and Hopkins and Turner and Jacobs. I respect any ufologist whose investigations are furthering disclosure. Any ufologist who's uncovering material either in the field or documents, and who are bringing forth viable witnesses, verifiable witnesses who are adding to this effort, this push for disclosure. I respect those researchers, and I don't have to agree with everything they say or everything they think, but I respect the effort and I commend the effort. And there are a handful of guys out there who have been very instrumental in all of this, and I certainly applaud them. I don't have to agree with everything everybody says, and they don't have to agree with everything I say. But I think what we all want collectively is transparency. We want to end the secrecy because there's a lot of nefarious things happening behind the scenes. These defense contractors, these private contracting military contractors have been getting away with murder. I mean, I think quite literally for decades. And elements of the United States government, the so-called deep state, which I refer to as the dumb state, they've been doing things that are reprehensible, certainly subverting, at the very least, subverting the Constitution, subverting Congress. I had, after the hearings that took place in Congress, I had one of the congressmen on the committee called me and wanted to discuss the topic of UFOs with me. And so I've subsequently, I was able to do this briefing with some of the congressmen on the committee via Zoom one day, or via the internet, and I met personally with one of the congressmen, and I can tell you that the core group of guys in Congress, in the Congress committee, the House committee, are dedicated and are motivated, and these guys are sincere about getting to the bottom of this topic, about popping this cap of disclosure and revealing all of the mess that's inside of there, to their own peril. By the way, they fully understand what they're up against, and these guys know. And one of the congressmen told me that he had been, that he had been warned by somebody in the Trump administration who just sort of gave him a heads up and said, "Hey, man, watch out. Do you got guns in your house? Are you armed? Just watch your back, because the intelligence community, elements of the military-industrial complex, defense contractors are not happy." The committee that's going on in the Senate that Gillibrand was heading is a dog and pony show. Okay, that's a dog and pony show. The committee that was formed in the House, the UAP committee in the House, that one's for real. Now there are, I would say, a substantial group of congressmen and women who are a part of that committee who are in it for the TV time. But the core group who's behind this thing, who I've interfaced with, these are good men. These are sincere men. And they should have our full support, because it's not a psyop. It's for these guys, it's not about the TV time. They are genuinely concerned about this apparatus of secrecy that's been erected around this topic that has been deadly for some people, but certainly has subverted the American people, the Constitution and Congress, and needs to be reined in, and the information that they've been holding, at least much of it, perhaps not all of it, but much of it needs to be disclosed to the American people. These guys are tenacious. They're not going to stop. And I don't know how far they're going to get. They're already hitting the wall in a lot of ways. They're already being blocked and obfuscated. But I think they are making headway. I think they're, at the very least, they're creating an environment which is much more friendly and accommodating to whistleblowers, which is very helpful. So I commend these guys. And gals. Congressman Eric Burleson, Congressman Tim Burchett, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Congressman Matt Gaetz, and others who are at the forefront of this thing, I think, are doing a phenomenal job. The premise for one of the most tantalizing possibilities is that the megaliths were built by giants. And I think that there's some truth to that. Certainly, if you talk to the Quechua people in Peru, and you ask them, who built the megaliths? Who built these massive stone walls, these massive stone foundations that you see in the Andes? Many of them will say the giants built them. They were built by giants. I think that the megaliths in Sardinia were built by the descendants of the Nephilim, by the various tribes of giants that were inhabiting the Levant, and very likely the island of Sardinia and other areas of the Mediterranean, in a post-flood context. In other words, after the aqueous cataclysm described in the biblical text. These were the giants inhabiting the world after the flood of Noah. That one. This is Timothy Alberino, and let me say it again. This is Timothy Alberino, and you guys are watching End Times Productions. In Cusco, there's a legend of a vast underground network of tunnels. These tunnels are rumored not only to run under Cusco, but under the Andes in general, for hundreds and perhaps even thousands of miles. This is known as the Shinkana. And Shinkana is a Quechua word that means the place where one gets lost. It's a labyrinth. So the Shinkana is a labyrinth. Some of the labyrinth, according to legend, is naturally occurring. In other words, it makes use of lava chambers and tunnels and natural caverns. Some of it is artificial, meaning that the tunnel was dug out and is in some cases lined with stone. There's a particular corridor of the Shinkana that is 100% artificial. It runs from beneath the Coricancha to the galleries beneath the megalithic complex of Sacsayhuaman. This corridor is known as the Shinkana Grande, and it's a legend. If you ask archaeologists, well, if you would have asked archaeologists in the past, does the Shinkana Grande exist? They'd say, no, it's a legend, it's just a myth. And the reason why they say it's a legend, and the Shinkana in general, this underground network of tunnels. Now, they'll acknowledge that there are some tunnels under Cusco. Archaeologists know this, historians know this, because the Spaniards made use of them to some degree. You can still see the entrance to some of these tunnels in the churches, specifically in the Jesuit church in the plaza in Cusco. If you go into the Jesuit church, go down to the basement, you'll see there's a hole in the ground, and you can see there's tunnels beneath the church. So that's not, that part of the Shinkana is not the legend. The legend refers to the conquest of Peru when Francisco Pizarro and his 170 some odd conquistadors were making their way from Cajamarca to the city of Cusco after capturing and killing the Sapa Inca, the Inca emperor Atahualpa. They were obviously looking for gold. They knew that there was a lot of gold in the capital city of Cusco, and the Inca priests knew that the Spaniards were coming for their gold and for their artifacts. So what they did was they took all of the artifacts, their most sacred artifacts, their most important artifacts made of gold and silver and other kinds of precious stones and precious metals, and they secreted them away into the Shinkana Grande. And the Shinkana Grande, as I said, is located, one of the entrances is located, the principal entrance is located beneath the Coricancha. The Coricancha was the center of the Inca Empire. It was the most important, it was the center of their religion, but it was the center of the empire. It was the heart of the empire. It was the most important temple of the Inca. And Coricancha in Quechua means the place of gold, because the Coricancha, the walls of the Coricancha were lined with plates of gold. And inside of the Coricancha, even to this day, you can see the andesite walls, very finely worked andesite walls. Each one of those little temples inside of the Coricancha, there were these miniature temples, and each temple was a temple dedicated to different cosmological phenomena. One was the temple of the sun, there was a temple of the moon, there was a temple of the rainbow, and so forth. And they, in each of these temples, they would have the mummified remains of a previous emperor. And at certain times of the year, specifically during the winter solstice, during a festival known as Inti Raymi, they would take these mummies out of the temple, out of the Korikancha, and they would parade them through the streets as if they were still alive. So they would put them on what are they called, pyres, what they carry through the streets on their shoulders, and they would celebrate these dead emperors again as if they were still alive, and then they would put them back in the Korikancha. So the Korikancha was very, very important to the Inca. And in the Korikancha, on the premises of the Korikancha, there was a garden that had life-size depictions of animals, people, of plants, and everything in the garden was cast in either pure gold or pure silver. So it was obviously, when the Spaniards heard about this, it was very enticing. And they were marching to Cusco to capture the city. The capital city of the Inca Empire was Cusco, but also specifically to capture the gold, to capture the treasure, the gold and silver of the Inca. And so the priests, in order to save their most sacred artifacts, they took all of these artifacts down into the tunnel. And the tunnel runs for 1 mile from beneath the Korikancha to beneath the megalithic walls of Sacsayhuaman, the galleries beneath those walls. And they took all of these artifacts through the tunnel and deposited them somewhere beneath Sacsayhuaman. And this, again, is a legend. This is a legend, and archaeologists and historians have always considered it a legend. It's not true. The tunnel doesn't exist. Well, the tunnel does exist. We have proof that the tunnel exists. Back in 2019, I was in Peru working on a project with my colleague Anselm P. Rambla and my partner Gary Haven. We were making a film series called Chasing Legends, which today you can see in my members community for those who are interested in watching that film series. But we, while in Peru, we went to Cusco, and we have a state-of-the-art GPR unit that operates off of a drone platform. And we have the capability with this unit, it's Russian technology. We have the capability to see with one of the antennas, we can see, it's a deep penetrating antenna, we can see 300 feet below the surface of the earth. The other antenna is a shallow penetrating antenna, but higher resolution. We can see about 15 feet, but we can see very high resolution. And we took our GPR unit while we were in Cusco, and we put it into a duffel bag because we didn't have permission to fly our drone or to use this technology, but we had it with us. So we put the unit in the duffel bag, and our guys carried it around the premises of the Korikancha, and we detected the tunnel, and we were able to image it in 3D. We know where the tunnel begins. And Anselm acquired another unit, the same as ours, and did the same thing. And he verified our find, and he even got a better, higher resolution scan than we did, and he was able to map a whole portion of the tunnel. Now, Anselm P. Rambla has history. Anselm has actually excavated at Sacsayhuaman. And Sacsayhuaman is one of the most impressive megalithic sites on planet Earth. And you don't just get permission to excavate at Sacsayhuaman. So Anselm was able somehow to get permission to excavate there. And he excavated in several areas. And by the way, as a side note, Anselm discovered proof, irrefutable proof, that the walls of Sacsayhuaman were not built by the Inca. And by extension, the rest of the megaliths in Peru. He found at the lowest levels, at the base levels of the wall, he found pre-Inca artifacts, and only pre-Inca artifacts. There were no Inca artifacts at the base of the wall, which indicates that the Inca discovered the walls of Sacsayhuaman, the megalithic site, and decided to rebuild and to refortify it and use it for their own purposes. But Anselm, while he was excavating, and this was years ago, he had his excavations going at Sacsayhuaman. He heard of the legend of the Shinkana, and he decided to go investigate. So here he's over at Sacsayhuaman with his team excavating, and he hears about the Shinkana and diverts himself and a couple of his team members to go over and investigate at the Coricancha. Well, the Coricancha is today occupied by the Dominican Order of the Catholic Church. They built a cathedral and a convent over the ruins of the Coricancha, of the Inca temple. And it is called the Convent and Cathedral of Santo Domingo, Saint Dominic. It's the Dominican Order. And they were seated, the Coricancha, a long time ago after the conquest, sometime in the 1500s. So the Dominican Order has occupied this site for many, many years, hundreds of years. So he went down to Santo Domingo, and he was able to talk with the prior, the head priest of the cathedral. So he asked the prior if the rumors were true, if the legends were true, if in fact beneath the Coricancha and beneath the church, beneath the cathedral, which is built on top of the Coricancha today, if in fact there is an artificial tunnel, if in fact the Shinkana exists, is it real? And to his utter surprise, the prior said to him, "Yes, the legend is real. Would you like to see the tunnel?" And Anselm was flabbergasted by this proposition. And of course, he accepted. And so the prior took Anselm and a couple of his guys into the cathedral, into the main sanctuary in the cathedral. And he had them help him move an altar out of the way. So they slid this altar out of the way, and under the altar was a trap door. And they opened up the trap door, and it led down into a crypt beneath the church. So they descended into the crypt, and they're standing there in the crypt, and they have their flashlights. As they're standing in the crypt, they notice that there is a wall that's out of place. It doesn't look like the rest of the walls of the crypt. It's made of red bricks, and it's covering something up, and it's not entirely complete. There's like a gap. And Anselm asked the prior, who's down in the crypt with them, "What's this? Where does this go?" And the prior said, "That is the entrance to the Shinkana." And so Anselm walked over to it. He took his flashlight. He had a very high-powered flashlight. And he pointed his flashlight into the tunnel. So this brick wall was blocking off a tunnel, but there was some gaps in the bricks, and pointing his flashlight in the tunnel. And he could see, first of all, that the tunnel went on for a very long way. His flashlight, the light didn't get to the end. And he noticed that the tunnel was artificial. It was lined with the same andesite blocks as the temples in the Coricancha above. And it was shaped like the trapezoidal doorways as in the Coricancha above. Remember, they're basically in the lower levels, the bowels of the Coricancha at this point, and in the crypt of the cathedral that was built on top of it. And in the Coricancha, the doorways to the temples are these large trapezoidal doors. And the stonework, by the way, the masonry of the Coricancha is exquisite. It's beautiful. It's andesite, and it's done in the Cyclopean style. There's no mortar that's holding those walls together. And there are some interlocking parts. So it's incorporating the interlocking megalithic style, although the blocks in the Coricancha are not large. They're regular sized blocks, but it's absolutely exquisite stonemasonry. So the tunnel exists, and it's trapezoidal, and it's lined with the andesite blocks, just like in the temple. And it runs for 1 mile. And you have to understand that from the Coricancha to the megalithic complex of Sacsayhuaman, there's an elevation gain of like 1,000 feet or something. But the tunnel isn't going up, the tunnel is going straight. So the further you go, the deeper the tunnel is. So this is the point where the tunnel is most accessible, where it's closest to the surface, where it originates. The further you follow it, the deeper you are under the mountain. And so Anselm, as he's looking at this tunnel with his flashlight, he gets very excited. And he tells the prior, "This is great. I've got a team excavating at Sacsayhuaman right now. We have all the tools and equipment at Sacsayhuaman. We can bring the team and the equipment here. We can take this brick wall down and go into the Shinkana and investigate and explore it." And the priest, Anselm told me that the priest in this moment, his countenance completely changed. He was very accommodating in the beginning, but suddenly, on a dime, he became extremely hostile. And he began to shout at Anselm, and he said, "No, absolutely not. No way. I should not have shown this to you. I made a mistake. I should not have shown this to you." And then he said, "Get out. Get out of here. You're not going to come back. I made a mistake. Get out of here." And he threw Anselm and his guys out of the church. He turned on a dime. And Anselm realized it later, talking to a later prior, years later, that the priors were keeping the secret of the Shinkana. It was handed down from prior to prior. And the prior is the head priest at the convent, at the cathedral. He's the guy in charge, right? And this secret of the Shinkana was passed down through the centuries, from prior to prior. The regular priests really didn't know about it. They knew about the legend, but only the priors knew about the Shinkana. So he realized this priest, this prior, that he had made a mistake. He wasn't supposed to reveal this. For whatever reason, he did. Anselm believes that it was destiny, and that it wasn't time yet to go into the Shinkana, but that time would come. Okay, well, so Anselm, obviously, he's seen the Shinkana. And he realizes that if he can get down into the Shinkana, it would be one of the greatest archaeological discoveries in centuries, not just in Peru, anywhere. Because again, according to legend, the most important artifacts of the Inca and probably pre-Inca cultures were secreted away beneath the megalithic walls of Sacsayhuaman. And Anselm believes that the revelation of the builders of Sacsayhuaman, in other words, the identity of the builders of the megaliths in Peru is concealed under Sacsayhuaman in the galleries. There's artifacts or some kind of maybe hieroglyphs, something down there that will reveal to the world who built the megaliths in Peru. And other things as well, other things besides. This is what Anselm believes. And I don't doubt it. I personally think there may be some truth to that. Now, unquestionably, I believe that the artifacts were secreted away, that there are revelations about the Inca Empire and about the pre-Inca cultures and about the history of Peru that would demand a rewriting of elements of history in regard to Peru, aspects of the history and the conquest of Peru and all of that. However, I'm not sure how much of that is still there, because the Dominicans have had centuries. They've had access to this tunnel, to the labyrinth beneath Cusco, and specifically the galleries beneath Sacsayhuaman for centuries. And it's difficult for me to believe that having had the knowledge of the tunnel, that they would not have explored it and ransacked the treasures, if there were any to begin with in the galleries. So I don't know what would be left to this day. Maybe they didn't. Maybe it was too dangerous. Maybe they lacked the resources, the tools to do it properly. Maybe they thought that the tunnels were cursed. Who knows? But we do know that there have been, over the years, there have been individuals, specifically in the early 20th century, who managed to penetrate into the labyrinth, the greater Shinkana, get into those labyrinths, and make their way into the galleries beneath Sacsayhuaman. Some of the people who went into the galleries or went into the labyrinth, down into the tunnel system beneath Cusco, died. They died. They never came back out. Others reemerged, but they had lost their minds. They went mad in the tunnels. So the natives believe that the tunnels are protected or cursed to keep people out, and that if you go down into them, you're going to die or you're going to go crazy. In fact, years later, Anselm would return to Peru and miraculously obtain permission to excavate at the Coricancha, to excavate on the premises of the cathedral and convent of Santo Domingo. No one had ever been given permission like this before. It was unprecedented, and the story of how Anselm got permission is in itself wild, but it would be a digression for us today. But Anselm developed a friendship with the prior. It was a new prior. The previous one had either died or was sent somewhere else. And when Anselm went back to Peru to get permission to excavate, there was a new prior in place. And this prior was named Father Gamarra. And Gamarra was a very gentle and good-spirited man. And he was very accommodating to Anselm. And he worked with Anselm so that he could obtain permission to excavate, permission from the Ministry of Culture in Peru. And the prior heard Anselm's story that he had seen the Shinkana and was himself very interested in seeing whether or not the legend was true. Now, I think Anselm found out later that Gamarra knew the legend was true. In fact, Gamarra took Anselm into a back room in the convent one day, and he showed Anselm this artifact, this relic that the Dominicans had in their possession for centuries, or at least for a couple of centuries. And the artifact was a crown, and it was known as the crown of the Virgin and the Child, and it was cast of solid gold. Father Gamarra told Anselm that the crown had been cast from a cob of golden corn that came from the garden of the Coricancha. Remember I said that the garden was full of life-sized animals and plants, and one of the things that we know for sure was in that garden was life-sized corn stalks, and the stalk was made of pure silver, and then the cob, the corn, was made of pure gold. And so Gamarra revealed to Anselm that this crown, which is now a relic in the convent of Santo Domingo, in the cathedral, that the crown had been cast from one of those golden corn cobs from the garden. And furthermore, that the corn cob actually came from the galleries beneath Sacsayhuaman. And then he told him the following story. I think this was back in the early 20th century. Could have been in the 1800s. That's why I said the relic is 100 to 200 years old. I don't recall. But it happened that two youths somehow penetrated down into the labyrinth. They found an entrance into the tunnels. And they went down there, and they somehow managed to make their way into the galleries beneath Sacsayhuaman. And keep in mind, Sacsayhuaman are the megalithic walls up there in Cusco. One of the most impressive megalithic sites on planet Earth. And as the story goes, related to Anselm by Father Gamarra, one of these young men died in the labyrinth. He died because they got lost, obviously. They got lost. And the other managed to make his way out. Somehow, miraculously managed to make his way out. And the way it happened was Gamara told Anselm that one day it was recorded by a previous prior, the incident was recorded, that one day the priests heard a knocking. They heard a knocking coming from somewhere in the cathedral. And they didn't know where it was coming from. They're looking all over the cathedral. Where is this strange knocking coming from? And eventually they realized that it was coming from that trap door that I mentioned earlier. And somebody was knocking on the trap door from inside the crypt. And when they opened up the trap door, it was a young man. And they lifted him out of the crypt, and the young man had in his hand this golden corn cob. And he told the prior and the priests who pulled him out of the crypt that he told them the story of how he and his friend had managed to get down into the labyrinth, that they made their way to the galleries beneath Sacsayhuaman, and that there they discovered a great treasure. And they had selected just this one piece of corn, this golden corn, from this hoard of treasure to bring back because they couldn't carry anything else, and they were lost. So obviously their primary concern was to get out of there alive. Unfortunately, the other youth, this kid's friend, died in the labyrinth because they were down there for a few days, probably died of dehydration. And this young man had gone mad. He had lost his mind. He was barely coherent, and in fact, he ended up passing away a few days later. But he had given into the hands of the previous prior, one of the previous priors, many years ago, this golden corn cob, which was melted down and forged into the crown of the Virgin and the Child. That was the story. So Anselm had proof. The priors had proof that there was still some treasure beneath Sacsayhuaman in those galleries. Now, whether or not they had gone into the galleries later on, remember, with the advent of modern technology, with the proper gear and flashlights and so forth, maybe they went in and recovered all of that treasure and took it who knows where, maybe to the Vatican, who knows. But there is a possibility that it's still there. And it's not just gold and silver, it's knowledge. That's what you have to understand. There's knowledge in the galleries beneath Sacsayhuaman. Anselm believes that once specifically he is able to get into those tunnels, then the secrets of the Andes are going to be revealed. What he calls, actually singular, the secret of the Andes is going to be revealed. And so it's much more than just treasure, it's knowledge. And part of the secret of the Andes is the identity of the megalith builders, because they weren't the Inca. So Anselm gets permission to excavate. Father Gamara is instrumental in this. And he brings an international team to Peru. I believe this was back in the early 2000s. I can't recall. And he begins these excavations. What is he looking for? He's looking for the Shinkana. Now, he doesn't say that publicly. I think publicly he's saying they're looking for further temples or something like that. There was a cover story. But what he was really looking for was the Shinkana. And he had the advantage of knowing where it was located because he had been down in the crypt. So obviously, as soon as he's given permission, he goes straight for the cathedral to the trap door, right? But the problem is they had, since he was there previously and had opened that trap door of the previous prior, they had retiled the floor of the cathedral. So he couldn't find the trap door. They came in with ground-penetrating radar, and at that time it was inferior to what we have today. It was the kind that you drag across the ground. And he thought it would be very easy to find this trap door, bring in the ground-penetrating radar, relocate the crypt, and then excavate. But it wasn't so easy. They couldn't find the crypt. And it was a prolonged excavation. They couldn't find the crypt. He knew where it should have been, but they couldn't find it. Ultimately, they realized from the data that they were able to collect with the ground-penetrating radar, they realized that the crypt was still there, but somebody had filled it in with debris. So either somebody had intentionally filled it in, or there was an earthquake and it had collapsed. But Anselm suspects that it had been deliberately filled in. Like they filled it in so that the Shinkana could not be accessed. And once he realized that, he knew he wasn't going to get in there. He was still going to try, and in fact, he made a very important discovery. They were excavating under the Coricancha, under the cathedral, and they got down to the foundations. And they realized, they have all the evidence of this, photographic evidence and video and so forth. They realized that the foundations of the Coricancha, the most important temple of the Inca, the religious and political epicenter of the Inca Empire, the foundations were megalithic. And furthermore, they were green diorite, very, very hard stone, very, very hard stone. And most of what you see today in Cusco is not green diorite, but the foundations of all of the important temples are green diorite. So we now know that the earliest foundations of the city of Cusco are megalithic, and they are green diorite. Certainly the foundations of the Coricancha are green diorite, which tells you that the Inca were building on top of some kind of megalithic complex at the Coricancha. The problem is that on top of these green diorite blocks that he discovered, the foundational pillars of the cathedral were anchored on these green diorite blocks. And he realized this is bad, because if we screw around too much here, we could bring the whole cathedral down. Long story short, Anselm and his team were kicked out. The Father Gamara was expelled from the cathedral. He was sent to he was basically sequestered away to like a small village somewhere in the Andes. The head of the Dominican order at the Vatican decided, enough of this, we're bringing this excavation to a halt. And that's when it all ended for Anselm, and he was expelled from the cathedral, from the grounds of the Coricancha, him and his team. And what's interesting is that Anselm's, when he was excavating there, his work was celebrated and by the archaeological community, and also the president of Peru visited him, and the first lady, the Queen of England, the Queen of Spain visited him, and he has pictures of touring the excavations with the Queen of Spain, with the president of Peru at the time. So it was a project that was being lauded by the government and even by the archaeological community until it wasn't, until they decided to get this Spaniard out of there. And I can't remember how it all came to a head. I think it did have something to do with the fact that they were digging too deep and had exposed the foundations of the cathedral and were making too much noise, and the project was taking too much, and the project was taking too long. I can't remember the details, but he was expelled from the premises. So now fast forward to just a few months ago. Anselm's dream and the greatest objective of his life is to get down into the tunnel, is to open the Shinkana and reveal the secret of the Andes. That's his life's mission. And a few months ago, Anselm held a press conference in Barcelona. And Anselm at this point is an older man. I think he's around 74 years old now. But he's still very sharp. And he held this press conference in Barcelona where he revealed the images of the tunnel. And he revealed to the world that the legend of the Shinkana is true, which of course we already knew because we had the proof ourselves from our GPR survey. But Anselm revealed to the world that the legend of the Shinkana is true. Of course, he had seen it with his own eyes, and now he had the GPR data. Well, some archaeologists in Cusco saw Anselm's presentation and preempted him And just a couple of weeks later, they announced to the world that they had found the legendary labyrinths beneath the city of Cusco, specifically the Shinkana Grande, and that they were intending to excavate and get into the tunnels. And they stole Anselm's data. They stole his data. So many of you have heard about the tunnels beneath Cusco that have been discovered. That was a few months ago. It was all over the news, international news. Well, understand that that information was stolen from Anselm P. Rambla, and to some degree from us, because we had the data as well, although we had not publicized it like Anselm. I think that a lot of the important megalithic complexes around the world are connected by underground tunnels. I think that goes for Egypt, the megaliths in Egypt, in various parts of Europe, in the Middle East, and certainly in South America. I think that this is the norm. I think there's a lot of hidden structures beneath these megalithic edifices. Certainly Sacsayhuaman, and they could be more megalithic constructions under the ground, or it could be galleries. It could be caverns. It could be all kinds of tunnels that go different places and connect the complexes to other complexes. And in some cases, maybe even hundreds or thousands of miles away. There's something very interesting going on, I think, in the subterranean context of these megalithic sites. Nobody really knows who built the megaliths. That's one of the grand mysteries. I am aware of, well, let me put it this way. Nobody knows who built the megaliths, but we do know that they were all using the same technique, which is referred to today by archaeologists as Cyclopean masonry. And the Cyclopean style involves large stones, sometimes square or rectangular, sometimes polygonal, that are fitted together so precisely that there's no need for a bonding agent. There's no need for cement or mortar. And this kind of masonry is advanced. It's exceedingly advanced. It's not something that is easily accomplished, especially with stones that weigh sometimes in excess of 100 tons, sometimes in excess of 300 tons. These kinds of Cyclopean megaliths are found all over the earth. And I think what it suggests is that either we're looking at the same builders or we're looking at different cultures who are using the same technology, who had the same knowledge. And it's very ancient. It's much more ancient than the Inca. And I think it's much more ancient than the Egyptians. I think we're looking at a technology, we're looking at knowledge that originates in the antediluvian world. So the question is, who built them? And that's a question that nobody knows. There's people out there who pretend to know, but they don't. Nobody knows. It's a complete mystery. And there are many possibilities. Of course, one of the most tantalizing possibilities is that the megaliths were built by giants. And I think that there's some truth to that. Certainly, if you talk to the Quechua people in Peru and you ask them, who built the megaliths? Who built these massive stone walls, these massive stone foundations that you see in the Andes? Many of them will say the giants built them. They were built by giants. So there may be some truth to that. Certainly wouldn't surprise me. However, that cannot be the only explanation. Even if that's part of the explanation, it cannot be the only explanation. Because some of the megalithic sites around the world and in Peru are not built to the proportions of giants. They're not built proportionally to the stature of gigantic people. The doorways are small, The interiors of some of these megalithic constructions would not accommodate, 9, 10, 11, 12, up to 15-foot giants. They're made for normal. They're made for people of normal stature, common stature. That's apparent when you look at the corridors, the doorways. They're made for people of common stature. However, there are some exceptions, Sacsayhuaman being one of them. If there's one megalithic construction that I've seen more than a few around the world, that I would be willing to concede could have been built for giants, it would be Sacsayhuaman, because the doorways of Sacsayhuaman are very large. They could accommodate 9-foot tall giants. The stairwells are broad, and the stairs themselves seem to be spaced for people with a very long stride. Yeah, the native people were very diminutive. I mean, the Inca themselves were not very tall. I take that back. The nobility of the Inca were tall, but the Andean people who they subjugated were of very short stature. So Sacsayhuaman, in regard to its dimensions, in regard to the doorways themselves and the corridors and the steps, yeah, I mean, those could accommodate people of unusually large stature. But if you are confronted with a megalithic site that has narrow corridors, that has small doorways, then obviously it wasn't built for giants. Maybe built by giants, but not for giants. I have, say this, I've explored many of the megalithic towers in Sardinia, for example, which are known as the nuraghi. And although they incorporate really large stones, they're not as finely dressed as the stones in Peru and other places around the world. They're crude. They're crude megalithic stones, but they're still fitted without mortar. In other words, they're still employing the Cyclopean technique. But these towers, and they're very large towers, many of the towers were over 100 feet tall. Although they incorporate large stones, although they're very tall, the corridors are narrow. The doorways and the corridors are narrow. And me, I'm 6'1", I would have to squeeze into some of these corridors. Certainly they were not broad enough for, even an NBA player. His head would be hitting the ceiling, his shoulders might be scraping up against the walls. So you have to keep that in mind. Granted, the nuraghi towers in Sardinia were probably built in a post-flood context. I don't believe those are antediluvian. I think that the megaliths in Sardinia were built by the descendants of the Nephilim, by the various tribes of giants that were inhabiting the Levant, and very likely the island of Sardinia and other areas of the Mediterranean, in a post-flood context. In other words, after the aqueous cataclysm described in the biblical text. These were the giants inhabiting the world after the flood of Noah. So if they were building these megalithic constructions in Sardinia, they weren't building them for themselves. Because who would build an edifice that was not proportional to their own stature, that was not accommodating to their size? None of us would do that. My sense is that the megalithic edifices were not built as dwellings. They were not built as places of habitation for everyday use. They were ceremonial. Or, probably more likely, they were ceremonial and astronomical or astrological. They were built for some other function. They were not houses. I don't think we should be thinking about megalithic edifices, complexes around the world as dwellings. I think it's much more appropriate to think of them as sacred sites, temples. But when I say temples, I mean places where observations were being made, astronomical observations, places that were used for ritualistic purposes. So it is very possible that these megalithic edifices were constructed perhaps by giants, some of them, but not for giants, not to house giants, not as habitations for giants, but rather as observatories, or as I said before, as ritualistic sites for the practicing of various rituals related to astrology, related perhaps to sorcery, astrology, things like this. When I was in Sardinia some years ago, I was actually accompanied by Anselm, and we were touring one of the large megalithic towers, one of the large Nuraghi towers in Sardinia. And we noticed that on the outskirts of the tower, you have the primary tower, and then all around the tower, you have smaller edifices, these little circular rooms. And archaeologists think that they serve different functions, and I'm sure they did. But one thing that we observed was in some of these rooms, you had a stone, and then on top of the stone, you had a stone basin. So you had like a pedestal and a stone basin. And then around the stone basin, you had an area where people could sit. And I don't recall what the explanations of the archaeologists were for this, but Anselm and I immediately recognized this as an ancient device that was used for making observations, celestial observations. In other words, tracking stars and tracking various celestial phenomena. So what happens is that these basins are filled with water, and the structure would have an opening in the top so that you would have an opening to the sky. And if they're positioned to track a particular star, to mark a particular star, when that star is positioned directly over the basin, there's a flash of light. At the zenith, when that star is directly over the basin, there's a momentary flash of light. And then the astrologer, the astronomer, could make an accurate calculation in regard to the position of the star. And these are used all over the world. They're certainly used in Peru and, in fact, at Machu Picchu. And so when Anselm and I saw these stone basins on these pedestals and these what looked like astronomical observatories, we instantly made this connection between these sites in Sardinia and the ones that are very similar to these in Peru at Machu Picchu. So very clearly, the Nuraghi towers have some sort of an astronomical function related to astrology, related to making accurate calculations about the movement of celestial bodies. And so I presume, therefore, that megaliths in general, probably some of them at least, had this very same function. They were functional edifices. They weren't just citadels. They weren't just, built for defensive purposes, and they weren't just temples in the sense that they were places of worship. Rather, they had a function, and they were built for a very specific reason related to, again, in many cases, astronomy. Yeah, we know ancient cultures all over the world were tracking the precession of the equinox, and were basically keeping the same timepiece, which is the zodiac. We know that. Many ancient cultures around the world. And this was done for many purposes. I mean, for one thing, what they were tracking was cyclic cataclysm. And this knowledge was not proliferated among the masses, among the vulgar. It was only kept by the initiated, by the priest class and the noble class. This was the knowledge that they would be trained in. The young nobles, for example, in Peru, those who were of the royal blood, of the Inca blood, were trained by a class of very mysterious teachers who were called the Grandes Almautas. And the great Almautas is basically what they were called. And the great Almautas were the keepers of secret knowledge, were the keepers of ancient knowledge that was relayed to the Inca nobility. And so that knowledge, I believe, is fragments of knowledge that was preserved from the antediluvian world. I appreciate Graham Hancock and his research. I've read many of his books. He's, first and foremost, he's a very eloquent writer. I really enjoy his prose. And for the most part, I agree with his thesis that there was a highly advanced ancient civilization that once existed on Earth that, for whatever reason, probably due to some cataclysmic event or a series of cataclysmic events, was nearly annihilated, but that there were some survivors. I mean, I generally agree with that thesis, although I believe that a more accurate accounting of that very event, that cataclysmic event, is to be found in the pages of the Bible, and more specifically in the account of the flood of Noah, and then also in the Book of Enoch. And I would say a much more detailed explanation is the one provided in the Enochian text, First Enoch. So let's consider the fact that the Catholic Church, that the Church of Rome, has commandeered the most sacred sites all around the Western world, all of the most important ancient temples and sacred sites. This was a process that was practiced by the Church of Rome called synchronization. And synchronization, basically, what synchronization meant was, if you and I are conquistadors, and with the conquistadors came the priests, and the conquistadors were loyal to either the King of Spain or the King of Portugal, but also to the Pope of Rome. So they had this dual loyalty to their king and country, but also to the Holy See and to the pontiff, to the Pope. And so wherever they went, they were conquering for the king and in the name of God for the Catholic Church, for the Church of Rome, in the name of the Pope. So part of this process was to identify the most important temples and palaces of the cultures in Central and South America, and in fact all over the world, wherever the Church of Rome was dominant, and to, in some cases, demolish those temples and rebuild on top of them, and in almost every case, rebuild a church or cathedral or a convent, or to simply repurpose the temple and modify it, such as is the case in Cusco with Santo Domingo. Santo Domingo, they didn't completely demolish the Coricancha because you still have the ruins of the Coricancha on the premises today. They demolished part of it and they erected the cathedral and convent of Santo Domingo. So this is synchronization. The reason why they do this, it's a show of force. It's like planting your flag on the most important sacred sites of your enemy. But then also it's a way of amalgamating the old religious practices, the old cult practices of the native people into the new established religion that is being established by the conquerors, and that being Catholicism. So where once the natives used to come to this site to worship their various gods, now they come to the site to take Mass, to take communion, and become subjugated to the Church of Rome. That's synchronization. And some of the practices of the various religions of these native people, such as the Inca in Peru, such as the Aztec in Central America, were incorporated into Catholicism, into that particular brand of Catholicism. For example, Catholicism in Central and South America has its own brand in comparison to Europe. There's some differences. There are some traditions that you'll find in Central and South America, Catholic traditions, which are distinct from those in Europe, because they're amalgamations of some of the old religious practices of the natives. And this is called synchronization. And synchronization is very useful if you want to quickly convert the native populace to Catholicism. You use the practice of synchronization, you occupy their holy sites, you build your temples on their holy sites, and you synchronize the religion of the Church of Rome, which is Roman Christianity, with the religions of the native populace. Of course, the population is forcibly converted and ultimately has to submit to the catechism of the church, but with some leeway so that they could continue to incorporate some of their traditional practices. So as a result of synchronization, there's many places around the world where you once had pagan temples. Today you have Catholic cathedrals, Catholic churches, Catholic convents, and so forth. Well, what that translates to is a wealth of knowledge and treasure that has been accrued over the centuries by the Catholic Church. Not just treasure, but knowledge. So many of the artifacts that were in the temples fell into the hands of the Roman Catholic Church and probably made their way, if they were important enough, would have made their way to Rome and ended up in the vaults beneath the Vatican. But most of that material would have been destroyed by the priests, such as the codices of the Maya, right? That there are many, many thousands of Mayan documents, codices, were destroyed by the Catholic Church. So all of that knowledge was just lost in this effort to forcibly convert the population. The same can be said in Peru. Many artifacts were destroyed. If they were of gold and silver, they would have been melted down and melted into bars and then shipped off to Spain. There was something called the royal fifth. A fifth of all the treasure that was discovered by the conquistadors had to go to the crown. So that was always being shipped back across the ocean. The royal fifth was constantly, there was a constant transit of gold and silver and other sort of precious metals and artifacts going over the ocean back to the king of Portugal or the king of Spain. So I think that if in the process of, let's say Peru, for example, the conquest of Peru, where the native populations are being incrementally conquered by the Spaniards, as they move through their sacred places, as they move through their temples, they're collecting artifacts. They're collecting knowledge. And that knowledge, and in some cases those artifacts, were probably related to the antediluvian world. And I would say, in some cases, definitely related to the antediluvian world, and specifically to giants. In Peru, there are records, many records, that come out of the chronicles of the conquest of Peru. So in other words, from the very same documents that we derive the history of Peru. Prescott wrote his famous the Conquest of Peru, which is a phenomenal tome. I mean, it's a wonderful read. He derived all of that historical information from the chronicles, which are today kept in the library, in a library in Lima, but they've also been digitized, so you can search them, especially if you're a historian, you have access to that library. And I interfaced with a Peruvian historian. His last name was De la Vega, in Puno. I met with this, and he's a very well-known historian. He specializes in history of the Inca, in the Inca Empire. And I sat down with him, and I wanted to know if he had ever encountered any evidence of giants in Peru. And he said, well, I know that there's legends of giants in Peru, but I'm not aware of any historical evidence of giants in Peru. And so we were we met in a coffee shop, and I interviewed him in this coffee shop, and we went our separate ways after that. Well, the following morning, De La Vega shows up at my hotel. And he walks into the lobby, and he's got a big smile on his face, and he's holding a disc in his hand, a CD. And he hands it to me. And he said, you know, yesterday after our discussion, you got me thinking about this, if there's any historical records of giants. So he said, I went into the digital files of the chronicles that we have access to as historians in Peru. And I did a search. I queried anything related to giants or unusual skeletons, unusual remains, skeletal remains that were discovered during the conquest. And he said, I could not believe how many instances I was able to find related to giants in the historical documentation. He said, here's some of them. He said, this is not even all of them. These are just the ones I was able to find last night. I highlighted them for you in these documents on the CD, the digital files. So I reviewed those files later on, and there were dozens from different chroniclers, from the 1500s to the 1600s, I think even up into the 1700s. Different historical accounts from the archives in Lima of the remains of giants being discovered in Peru. And they were not ambiguous. These are not instances in which the remains of giant sloths or dinosaurs can be confused with giants. So they're not ambiguous. We found a large, femur that we think belonged to an ancient race of giants. It's not that. It's not that at all. It's very specific accounts in which clearly the cadavers, the skeletal remains of gigantic humanoids were discovered. So I have no doubt that during the conquest and as a result of the conquest, the Church of Rome, the Vatican, has accrued not only artifacts related to the antediluvian world, but a lot of knowledge. And because of my experience in Sardinia, and because of some of the things that I was told in Sardinia, I believe that the Vatican is in possession of skeletal remains, in some cases mummified cadavers of giants. And when I say giants, I'm not talking 7 foot tall. I'm talking 9, 10, 11, 12, all the way up to 15 foot tall. I have no doubt, because the conquistadors were finding them in Peru, and in recent history, the residents of Sardinia were finding them all over Sardinia. I interviewed dozens of people in Sardinia who dug up the bones of giants. And we're talking about skeletal remains that were intact with clothing and jewelry, rings on the fingers, necklaces around the necks. And last I've checked, dinosaurs and giant sloths and mammoths didn't wear jewelry. They didn't wear bling. So in some cases, I was told that there were particular priests who were directing the villagers in Sardinia to bring them any remains that they had of giants. And in some of those cases, the remains were burned. In other cases, they were sequestered away. To where? Who knows? While I was in Sardinia, I interviewed 2 individuals, and both of these individuals were hired to excavate in an official capacity in this particular site that had to do with neurologic ruins. And the neurologic culture is a very ancient, mysterious culture that once existed in Sardinia. I think it was a Bronze Age culture. And very mysterious culture, very interesting. But what's even more interesting is that where were they excavating? Of course, beneath the church, or on the premises of the Catholic Church. There was a small cathedral there called the Cathedral of Anastasia in the province of Sadara. And you can go there to this day. And I was in the church of Anastasia, and you can see where the excavations took place on the grounds of the church and beneath the church. And this demonstrates the sort of archaeological treasure, the knowledge that the Catholic Church, just because they occupied these sites, were able to secretly accrue over the centuries. In this case, Both of these gentlemen were involved in the excavation and retrieval of not only the bones of giants, but entire skeletons and cadavers of giants, some of which were very well preserved. And these bodies were 8, 9, 10 foot tall. Both of these guys, at different periods of time, they excavated numerous cadavers at the same site. One of them said that, I should continue that thought. And when they would find these body parts or entire skeletal remains of giants or cadavers of giants, the procedure was everything that they found, everything that they were excavating, because they weren't there looking for the bodies of giants. At least that they weren't told that. They were told to excavate the site, to excavate the artifacts. And it wasn't just these two individuals. There was a group of people, and they were working in shifts. And the protocol was any artifacts or skeletal remains that were excavated from the site were to be placed inside of the church. So they're excavating the neuralgic ruins on the grounds of the cathedral, and then taking all of the artifacts and placing them in the church. Now, this excavation was being overseen, in part at least, by the University of Cagliari, or a university in Cagliari. And Cagliari is the capital city in Sardinia. Sardinia, of course, is a province of Italy. And I believe there was some oversight also from the Catholic Church. I mean, it was their property. So there's going to be oversight from the Catholic Church. So it must have been some sort of a collaboration between the university at Cagliari and the Catholic Church. Again, this being property of the Catholic Church. So all of these artifacts are going into the church. In fact, there were so many artifacts being excavated, including the bodies and bones of giants. And then after all of these artifacts would be placed into the church during the day, during the excavation, overnight, both of these guys told me this, overnight somebody would come and take them all away. So these guys would return to the excavation site in the morning to the Church of Anastasia, open the doors, and it's empty. Everything was secreted away at nighttime, all of it. They were collecting so many artifacts that they were running out of space in the church. And one of these individuals I interviewed, he decided to go talk to the guy that was in charge of the excavation or overseeing it. And he sat down in his office and he said, we need a bigger space. Is there somewhere else that we can put these artifacts and these humanoid remains that we're finding? Is there somewhere else? I mean, is there another warehouse where we just have too much stuff and we're having to pile stuff up in there and we don't want to ruin the artifacts? And this individual looked at him and he leaned over to him and he said, "Mind your effing business." He said, "This is none of your business. Mind your effing business and go back to work." So he didn't say effing, obviously. He said the F word in Italian. And so this conveyed to the guy who was interviewing that they didn't want them to interfere at all. Just do your job. And they were told, by the way, not to talk about the artifacts that they were excavating. So it was sort of a hostile environment. He told me, this particular individual, again, there were two guys. He told me that one time he was excavating at Anastasia and he uncovered a huge skull and the vertebrae was still attached. So the backbone, the vertebrae was still attached. He said it was so large, his wife was excavating at the site with him on this particular day, that it took him and his wife together to carry it. And he said he was holding the skull like this, right? So it's not like this, it's holding the skull like this. And his wife is walking behind him holding the vertebrae. And they carried the skull and the vertebrae into the Church of Anastasia and laid it on the table. Of course, the next morning, gone. Then he said they were excavating a chamber in a nuragi, which is those stone towers at the same site at Anastasia. And the tower was sealed from the outside and they had to break into it. And when they broke into the tower, and this kind of contradicts what I was saying earlier, by the way, that the towers weren't necessarily built for giants. They break into the tower, and he said that they discovered that there was a very well-preserved, gigantic
person, dead, deceased, sitting at a table. And he must have been 9 feet tall, he told me, sitting at a table, and the table was very large, and all of the utensils on the table were overly large. So the cup was really large, the plate was really big, overly big, right? Unusually large. And he said that the oysters that he was eating were still preserved on the dish. Like you could still see the oysters and the shells. And so that room had like been hermetically sealed. And it was preserved. And he said this was like a cadaver. It wasn't like a skeleton. It was like a person who had been deceased for a long time, but preserved like in a coffin. Again, because it must have been buried rapidly, right? And sealed this person in there and killed them, probably suffocated them. And he said it was like 9 or 10 foot tall, he estimated the size. And they a bunch of guys carefully removed this gigantic person, deceased, and laid him in the church. And one time he communicated, one of these individuals, I can't remember which one, communicated to one of the professors who would come and sometimes oversee the excavation from the University of Kajiti. And they told the professor, we're finding some bodies here, and sometimes they're too large to put in the church, right? There's not enough room. There's no table large enough to lay them out on. What do we do with these large bodies? And it was always communicated, we're talking 8, 9, 10 foot tall. That's the size range, 8, 9, 10. And the professor told him, lay the bodies out in the yard at the side of the church. Lay them out, and we'll come and deal with them. So he said, he told me, I remember we laid out 3 bodies in a row, and the next day they were gone. So, I mean, these are the experience of the people in Sardinia. This isn't them accounting some secondhand thing. This is their firsthand experience. And these guys would describe, both of them, the rings that they would find were like that big for fingers, right? Everything was giant-sized. And I talked about, let me walk that back. I was able to interview dozens of people in Sardinia, most of them elderly people, who remembered personally having dug up the bones of giants. And in some cases, they were 12 feet long. And it was known. It was known in Sardinia at the time. We're talking about 50s, 60s, 70s, maybe going back to the 40s. And during that time, Sardinia has always been a very rural, rugged land. And it took a long time to modernize. So it was one of the last places in Italy to get modernized. In other words, the plumbing and the electrical and all of that, the building of roads, it took longer than in other places in Europe and Italy. And when they finally got around to modernizing Sardinia, they're building roads and digging trenches and digging for foundations of buildings, they were finding a lot of artifacts related to giants. Bones and hands, for example. When I say artifacts, I'm talking about like a hand of a giant sitting there with a ring on it. And this was so common that the people understood that if they were plowing in their fields or digging foundations for their houses or exploring around the Nuraghi Towers, that they might find the bones of giants. And if they did, there was a very strong possibility they would find jewelry on the hands or around the necks. And so they're always looking out for this because obviously this is treasure. They would be able to sell these things. And they would often find them. In one case, I interviewed a man who was, I think he was 101 years old. And I'm trying to remember the region of Sardinia I interviewed him in, and I can't remember his name. I probably will pop in my head as I'm talking here. But I interviewed him, and he was a very jovial fellow and very sharp for being, I think he was 101 years old. I think he was 101. He might have been 100, but I think he was 101 years old. He died not that long after the interview. Very, very sharp, though, for a guy 100 plus years old. And he told me the most extraordinary story. He told me that when he was a young man, he needed money, and so he went and hired himself out to a guy from the village that had a vineyard. And he and a bunch of other guys were out there working in the vineyard, and they were tilling the ground in the vineyard. And as they were tilling the ground, and this was a vineyard that was going to be newly planted, right? So the person in the village had acquired this property, and he was going to till the earth to plant a vineyard. And as these guys, the workforces out there, including this individual I interviewed, as they're out there tilling the earth, they were starting to uncover bones. And this, by the way, was in the vicinity of a nuragi, of one of these megalithic towers. So the nuragi's here, and the vineyard's next to the nuragi, and there's a dozen guys or so out there tilling the ground in preparation for the plantation of the grapes, and they're starting to dig up the bones of giants. And they're all sort of, they're surprised, and they excavate the bodies. They don't pull them out yet. They just dig them out, and they realize that they had a bunch of bodies of giants, 9 foot long, 9 foot long, and the bodies were all arranged in a crisscross pattern like this. And I think they determined it was north-south. I can't recall. It was either east-west or north-south, but they were all in a crisscross position, all aligned. And there were multiple bodies that were positioned like this. These are the skeletal remains, the cadavers of giants, right? And the owner of the vineyard said, "Stop. This is a problem. I'm going to get in trouble. We have to be careful." And he notified the authorities so that because it's bodies, right? You have to call the coroner. So he notifies the authorities, and he tells them that they're unusually large bodies, right? That they're discovering in his vineyard, and they don't touch them. He doesn't want to get in trouble. I mean, this is like a crime scene or something, right? And what happens is he tells his workers, "Hey, I've just been informed the authorities are coming, and they want everyone to vacate the field. Nobody is allowed to be around here. You guys have to leave. You have to go." So they had to cut their workday short. And this old fellow that I was interviewing, telling me this story, he said, "Well, I really needed the money. And I couldn't afford to just work a half day. I needed to work a full day. So I decided I'm just going to stick around and keep working so that I can go collect a full day's wage at the end of the day." He decided to disregard what the owner of the vineyard, his employer, had said. So he's there working, because he wants to collect his paycheck at the end of the day for a full day's work. And he said, suddenly, a bunch of vans pulled up. And I think he said something like 3 vans, like big vans or buses or something, pull up, and all these people get out. And he didn't know where they were from, but they looked very official. And he hid himself because they came into the field, and they were measuring the bodies, they were taking pictures of the bodies, and then they were carefully stowing them away into the vehicles, and they were going into the tower. He watched as they went into the Nuragi Tower, and they were inspecting the tower. And he said they removed a part of the tower, and they found a tunnel, and they sealed it up. And he watched all of this operation take place. And then he watched them load up the bodies, and then they left. And he had witnessed the entire thing. And this guy's 100 years old. He has no reason to lie to me about this. He's 100 years old. And he had other experiences besides that, but those were some of the most remarkable ones. He was digging one time. This will connect to what we were talking about earlier. One time he was digging, and again, 100 years old. He's a young man, so this is sometime in the early 20th century. He was digging for the foundation of a house, just as a laborer, right? And he and some guys are digging with shovels, and they hit something hard, and they realized it was this large, I think it was a stone coffin. It had a stone lid on it. And they uncovered it, and they pushed the lid off, the lid of the coffin. And he said there was an enormous body inside, and it was draped in black cloth. So it had been wearing some sort of a black robe or dress, and you could still, the cloth was deteriorated, but it was still there. And the body was, it looked like if you were to open a casket, but it was ancient. And he said it was enormous. It was a gigantic body. And he said inside the coffin, and this was very interesting, he said inside of the coffin, there were coins, Roman coins. And the coins had the inscription and the likeness of Antonius Pius, the Roman emperor. And so you have a body of a giant and coins that date that body to the time of the Roman emperor Antonius Pius. And Antonius Pius was emperor in Rome in the mid-2nd century. So you have coins that date this gigantic body. So does that mean that the Romans knew about the giants? I don't know how large the body was. If the body, he didn't say exactly how large it was. And maybe it was just 7 foot long. Maybe that wasn't that remarkable. It would have been obviously a very large person, especially compared to the Romans, who were somewhat diminutive in stature. But maybe that wouldn't have been considered a giant, like a legendary giant. He didn't tell me how large the body was, but he said it was enormous. But the really interesting part is that he told the local priest about the body. And he told the priest, who was, for whatever reason, was in charge of this construction. Maybe it was, maybe they were building foundations or digging out for foundations of a church or something. I don't recall the details, but the priest told him to break the bodies up and throw them into the foundation. He said, break up those bones and throw them into the foundation. And then he had him give him all of the Roman coins. So break the bodies up, get rid of the bones of this giant person, and give me the coins. That's pretty much how. And he was laughing about it when he told me. So that was very interesting. I heard dozens of stories like this, dozens of stories where people are plowing in their fields and they're uncovering skulls that are this big in Sardinia in the 20th century. And I'm fortunate that I was able to talk to a lot of these elderly people who are surely deceased today, like that gentleman who was 100 years old, but others who were in their 80s, some in their 90s. And it was common knowledge. And if you talk to the younger people, they would say, oh yeah, my grandparents used to tell me that they would find bodies of hands of giants, gigantic fingers with rings on them, or that they knew that those things were being found in Sardinia. Not only do you have the Nuraghi towers, megalithic towers in Sardinia, you also have what are called to this day the tombs of the giants. And the tombs of the giants in Sardinia are megalithic tombs. And they're shaped, I did a film on all this, by the way, when I was working with Steve Quayle at Gen 6 Productions. We produced a film where we feature all these testimonies that I'm telling you. And the film is called Holocaust of Giants, and you can probably still find it somewhere. But at the time, when I was investigating these tombs, I thought that they were shaped in the form of a bull's head. And this is what I say in the film. They're shaped in the form of a bull's head. And indeed, they look like a bull's head. So if you can imagine like a sort of an oval shape followed by like curved horns, right? So it's a shape that sort of looks like a bull's head. But it occurred to me later that they're not shaped like a bull's head. They're shaped like a womb. They're shaped like a womb. And specifically, they're shaped like a uterus with the fallopian tubes. So you can imagine both, like a bull's head, but I think more accurately, a uterus. And why were these tombs shaped like a uterus? Well, the answer is because they were used specifically for a particular rite of passage by the Nuragic people. And the rite of passage is referred to today as the rite of incubation. The rite of incubation. And so you can imagine why they would shape the tomb like a uterus, because there were young people incubating. In other words, it was like a birth was going to happen. It was a rite of passage, like a rebirth, like a new birth. And the purpose of the ritual was that these young people would go into the tomb, because in these tombs, there's a few different kinds of tombs in Sardinia, but what they all have in common is a gallery. They have this internal gallery, and then they have like imagine the shape of the uterus, which looks like the bull's head with the fallopian tubes coming out, and then the gallery is inside of this megalithic tomb. And there's always there's a little doorway. Sometimes there's like a stele, like a large stone with a little doorway cut into it. It's almost like a little doggy door, right? And then sometimes there's a trilithon door. It's actually megalithic stones. And it's a trilithon door, but with a small doorway to where you have to stoop down to get into it. But the stele doorways, like the little doggy doors, are very small so that only very young people could get into them. Like we're talking, teens or preteens. Whatever the coming of age was to the neurologic people, obviously these guys were pretty young. These boys were pretty young, probably in their early teens. And the rite of incubation involved either one or multiple of these young people crawling into the tomb through the opening. And these tombs, in my opinion, at least some of them were likely mounds. They were likely covered with earth. So it would have looked like a mound. And the young person would crawl into the tomb, and then the tomb would be sealed for a certain amount of time, and that young person would incubate in the tomb. Now, there's probably a couple things going on here. Probably there may be psychedelic substances involved in this. I don't know if that's the case or not. But what I do know is that they're not just in there incubating in a tomb to communicate with their ancestors. They incubate in the tomb to communicate specifically with the mighty ones who are buried beneath the tomb. They're there to communicate with the spirits of dead Nephilim, dead Rephaim, who are buried beneath the tombs, not in the tombs, beneath the tombs. And a lot of archaeologists today will scoff at the notion that the tombs of the giants were built for giants. Well, in one sense, they're correct. The tombs of the giants weren't built to house the bodies of the giants, although they are big enough to do so. I measured them myself. The giants were buried beneath the tombs so that the galleries were built on top, and the young people could go in and incubate with the spirit of the giant. These things were potentially factories for demon possession. That's one way to look at it. You go into the tomb, you get possessed by a spirit of a Nephilim, the spirit of a dead giant, which are the possessing spirits according to the scriptures, and you come out demonized. Or it could be that you're just trying to communicate with your mighty ancestors, the giants, and somehow be imbued with their prowess, their power, their strength and capability in battle, and so forth. But very interesting. The tombs of the giants, megalithic tombs, were built for the rite of incubation, and they're shaped like uteruses. People don't realize that there were more megaliths in Sardinia than any other place in the world that we know of so far. There were over 30,000 megalithic nuragi towers on the island. 30,000. And of course, the conventional explanation is that these towers served a defensive purpose. In other words, they were built like castles, but there's just way too many of them. 30,000 on one island. And I'm convinced that the towers and the tombs are related. In fact, you can usually find tombs of giants in the vicinity of towers. The towers and the tombs are related, and I think they're both related to communication with the giants, with the Rephaim, with the Nephilim that are buried in the soils of Sardinia. But also the towers clearly have an astronomical purpose. So there's something very interesting, an interesting relationship between the megalithic tombs and the megalithic towers. I believe that this ancient neurologic culture was actually the root culture of the Canaanites and of the Canaanitish peoples that were inhabiting the Levant, the Promised Land, during the conquest by Joshua and the Hebrews. I think that this was a stronghold. Sardinia, the island of Sardinia, was a stronghold of the offspring of the Watchers, of the descendants of the Nephilim in the post-flood world, and that they had migrated to the Levant from Sardinia and probably migrated back to Sardinia after the conquest or during the conquest, some of them at least, of Canaan. But it's clear that the Neuragic civilization, this ancient mysterious civilization, the roots of it are Canaanitish. There's a lot of similarities between the Neuragic culture, the ancient Neuragic culture, and the ancient Canaanites. And it's known that the Phoenicians also inhabited the island of Sardinia, and the Phoenicians were Canaanites. And so it's very possible that the island of Sardinia, that was the origin of the Phoenicians themselves. Because again, the Phoenicians were Canaanites. So it might have been the origin of the Canaanites who migrated to the shores of the Levant a long time ago, and then had established themselves before Joshua entered the Promised Land and drove most of them out. Not all of them, but most of them. The island of Sardinia is a part of Italy. It's located off of the western coast of Rome, and it's below Corsica. So you have mainland Italy here, and then you have Corsica, and then you have Sardinia. And Sardinia has been traditionally a very rugged and difficult place to keep under control. The Romans had a hard time. They used it. They mined Sardinia, but they were mostly occupying the coastal regions. The Sardinian people have always been very difficult to subdue. And I think, the heritage of the Sardinia people, we know today, many of the modern Sardinians are actually related to the Phoenicians. They have Phoenician genetic markers. That's why in Sardinia today, you'll find quite a lot of people with red hair. Red hair is one of the genetic traits of the Sardinians. The secrecy surrounding giants is kind of baffling to me. On one hand, you can understand why conventional archaeologists would keep it secret, because it just blows their theories to pieces. We know that Colonel Powell, for example, who was I believe the first director of the Smithsonian, he knew about the existence of the giants that were being discovered in the mountains of America because he wrote a letter to his friend. And in the letter, he said that they cannot yet talk about the giants until they can determine where they came from. And the reason why the origin of the giants was so important to Powell is because Powell was an isolationist. And the Smithsonian Institute the doctrine is isolationist, the doctrine of isolationism. And the doctrine of isolationism propounds that all of these various cultures around the world developed independent of each other. In other words, there was no contact across the seas. Nobody was coming from over the sea. There wasn't cross-pollination from other cultures. In other words, the ancient Egyptians weren't cross-pollinating with anyone in the Americas. Everyone developed totally independent of each other. These are the pillars of modern archaeology and the conventional historical narrative. Isolationism. That's a problem. If you're finding red-haired giants all over the world, obviously these guys are migrating from over the sea. And they're coming from somewhere, and that somewhere happens to be the Middle East. And probably Sardinia as well. Most likely, I think Sardinia is the hub, was the hub of post-flood giants. So Powell didn't want to talk about the giants because it wrecked his theory of isolationism. So there's that, right? But the argument is made sometimes that, well, they don't want to talk about giants because it proves the biblical narrative. Okay, that's a very weak argument, though, because giants don't just prove the biblical narrative, they prove all the myths of all the different ancient cultures around the world. I mean, everybody's got myths of giants, so it's not exclusive to the biblical narrative. The ancient people in general believed in the existence of giants and had legends of giants. Of course, the biblical narrative is a part of that tradition. The attestation of the existence of giants, of course, that's part of the biblical narrative. But it doesn't necessarily prove the biblical narrative. It lends it lends credibility in regard to the accuracy of the biblical narrative. But I don't think that's a very good line of reasoning, that the reason why they're covering up the existence of giants is because it would prove the Bible true. I don't think that's a very good line of reasoning. There's something else going on, especially if the Vatican's involved in the cover-up. Why would the Vatican want to suppress evidence that the biblical narrative is true? Why would they be interested in that? That doesn't make any sense. You think that they would be eager to present this evidence to the world and say, see, here's more evidence that the Bible is true, being Christians, right, as they are. So I don't believe that the primary motivation to cover up the existence of giants, of ancient giants, and of perhaps contemporary giants is because they don't want people to believe in the Bible. What is the reason? Why is this topic of giants so taboo? And why has there been what I believe is a historical and systematic cover-up of the existence of giants? Why? Well, the only thing that makes sense to me is that the occult is involved here, that the mystery schools are at the center of this, that the bodies of giants are being used in a very specific way, that there's a purpose, and that they don't want people to know. For whatever reason, they don't want people to know about the existence of these giants because there's something about them that's deeply entrenched, that's deeply intertwined with the mystery schools. I mean, are they using the bodies for ritualistic purposes? Probably. Are they worshiping? Are they venerating these bodies? Probably. Are they harvesting genetic material from them? Probably. That's a much better explanation than, well, they don't want to prove the Bible is true. I think that it's a much more plausible explanation that they're harvesting something from the bodies. They have a use, they have a function, and whatever that use and function is, they don't want anybody to know about it. There's probably a black market that exists for these relics related to giants and other things as well, relics related in general to the antediluvian world, and oddities in general. I mean, out of place artifacts, rather. I know there's a black market for that. So, I suspect it's something to do with the occult. I suspect that the cover-up of giants, the primary reason, has much more to do with the mystery schools than with proving the Bible, proving the veracity of the biblical narrative. And everybody knows that Abraham Lincoln believed, I would say knew, that the bodies of giants were being discovered in the mountains. He references it, that ancient race of giants, I'm paraphrasing, whose remains can still be found in the mountains of America, something along those lines. Abraham Lincoln, that was a definitive statement by Honest Abe. And so I don't think there's any doubt whatsoever that the bodies of giants were being discovered in the mountains of America, just like they were being discovered all over Sardinia. I think in some sense, and I illustrate this in the film I made about this, Holocaust of Giants, that in my film, Holocaust of Giants, I draw a correlation between Sardinia, the situation that was happening in Sardinia in the 19th and early 20th century, and the situation that was happening in the United States, namely with the Smithsonian cover-up of the remains of giants that were being discovered in the mountains and elsewhere in the 19th and early 20th centuries. So I think there's a very interesting correlation there. Both America and Sardinia, for whatever reason, both of these areas were littered with the bones of giants. Sardinia more than America, but I have no doubt that the bodies and bones of giants have been secreted away to the Smithsonian repositories and remain there to this day. We know that in the Podesta emails that were leaked, there was an email in there that was associated with Hillary Clinton, in which she was conveying an interest in the body of Gilgamesh. So I think that's anecdotal, but I think that the occult, members of the occult, and I think that Hillary is a member of the occult, have an interest in the bodies of giants. I think there's something very nefarious happening. I do believe that the late Tom Horn once related to me a very interesting story in which, and he's talked about it publicly as well, but he told me the details of this story while I was staying with him at his house in Crane, Missouri, and he told me that he had obtained images from the invasion of Iraq, specifically from an operation that was happening at the museum in Baghdad, the History Museum in Baghdad. And the images depicted specifically some very large sarcophagi that were being removed from the museum and loaded up into Chinook helicopters. And that after Tom had downloaded these images on his computer, shortly thereafter, his house burned to the ground. And he lost everything, including those images, but he lost everything else. He had a very substantial library that he had lost among all of his personal affects. So it's plausible that part of what we were doing in Iraq, part of the operation was to recover the bodies of giants, the remains of giants that we knew were being kept in the museum in Baghdad. And I think we did go and recover. I have no reason to doubt Tom's story. I think we did recover those bodies. Is it possible, and I'm just thinking out loud here, is it possible that you can utilize the cadavers of giants to summon the spirits of the giants, i.e., the demons? We're talking about the disembodied spirits of the giants that are wandering the earth as disembodied vagabonds, the possessing spirits. Is this the interest that the occult has in these bodies? Is this why they want the remains of giants? Can you somehow use these remains in an occult ritual and occult practices to summon or control, or even use them to as a mechanism through which you can become possessed, or other people can become possessed with the spirits of these deceased giants? I mean, maybe that's the interest here. Maybe that's why no one is allowed to talk about the giants. So I recently returned from an expedition in Peru. Part of the reason why I went down there was because I was invited by Professor Roger Zuniga from the University of Ica to come and examine the so-called tridactyl beings, these three-fingered mummies that are in the possession of the university. And I accepted the invitation, and I traveled to Ica. Ica is in the desert. It's kind of between Paracas and Nazca, the Palpa area. And it's an extreme desert. I mean, it looks like the surface of Mars. It's a very interesting environment. And because it's so dry, it's one of the driest places in the world, you have extraordinarily well-preserved mummies and desiccated bodies. And it's really desiccated bodies more than mummies. So this is where you find in the Paracas, Ica, Palpa region of Peru, this is where you find a lot of the mummies, the Paracas mummies and the Nazca mummies. And the Paracas mummies, when you find Paracas mummies, desiccated bodies is the correct term, because a mummy is wrapped and preserved in a different way. A desiccated body is the flesh is just dried. It's almost like you dehydrate the body. But it's much easier to refer to them as mummies than desiccated bodies. So if I say mummy, just understand these are not technically mummies. But these desiccated bodies are preserved so well. So if you find mummies related to the Nazca or Paracas culture, oftentimes you're going to find them in the fetal position, and they're going to be wrapped in burial bundles. They're going to be encased in burial bundles. And burial bundles are multiple layers of fabric. And inside the fabric is this mummy in the fetal position. And grave robbers often look for these burial bundles because it's the nobility that's buried in this fashion. And the nobility, of course, is sometimes associated with all kinds of artifacts, including gold and silver and other artifacts that can be sold on the black market. So you have grave robbers, huaqueros, they're called in Peru, who are always out there in the desert looking for these desiccated remains. And it happened that some years ago, there's the origins of the tridactyl beings, the three-fingered mummies, are convoluted. I've heard several different stories. But one of the stories is that years ago, maybe 7, 8 years ago, maybe 10 by now, some grave robbers discovered a cavern or a cave or a tunnel in which 150 three-fingered mummies had been buried. And these huaqueros extracted some of these mummies and they sold them to various individuals. Ultimately, the University of Ica was able to acquire 4. And they're not all the same. Some of these three-fingered mummies are very small. They're like 1 to 2 feet tall. Some of them are quite large, and they're in the fetal position, just like the Paracas desiccated bodies or the Nazca desiccated bodies. They're in that fetal position, and they were discovered in mummy bundles, I was told by some of the professors at the university. Although, remember, the origins are convoluted. I've heard other stories, and I think I've heard the real story, which probably won't publicize just yet. But understand that many of these things were discovered. Some are small, some are large. They look different. The similarity is that they have 3 fingers. The small ones and the large ones look different. And so when I went to the university in Ica, I examined these mummies, and I approached the large one first, and it was in a case. It was in a glass case. And I was immediately struck with the sensation, let's say, that this thing was living and breathing at some time in the past. Now, I don't have any scientific reason to believe that that was in fact the case. It was just my initial reaction when I walked up to this mummy. And you have to understand, I have a firewall up. When it pertains to Central and South America, let's say this again. When it pertains to artifacts from Central and South America, I have a firewall up because there's a lot of fake stuff circulating. There's a lot of fake artifacts. I've been exposed to a lot of fake artifacts. I understand the way the markets work, and a lot of gringos are buying these artifacts thinking they're real. It's a whole industry, and there's a lot of money to be made. So, and it's rampant in Central and South America, especially artifacts related to aliens, alien artifacts. I've got a firewall. Most of that stuff is fake. And so I'm very incredulous, and I refrained from commenting on these tridactyl desiccated bodies, these 3-fingered mummies, for a very long time, because I didn't really want to comment on them until I had the opportunity to examine them up close in person. But like I said, when I walked up to the larger body, which is called Maria, which the university has, Maria/Mario, they call it now, my first impression was, I think this is real. I think this was a living, breathing entity. Now, at the university, they have Maria, which is the larger mummy, and then they have the smaller ones. The ones that were featured by Jaime Maussan, the Mexican ufologist Jaime Maussan, a couple of years ago or a year ago. He had this press briefing, which went viral on the internet because he unveiled. There were members of the Mexican Congress there. He unveiled the alien bodies there, right? The little ones that are 2 feet tall. They have 3 fingers. And the university had 2 of those. And I did not get the same impression from the small ones as I did from the large one. The anatomy of the larger mummy, and I call it a larger mummy because although it's in the fetal position, if that thing were to stand up, it would be typical stature of the natives in Peru. Probably 5'6", somewhere around 5'6", 5'7", maybe. You have to understand that, because it's dried out, it's shrunk. The anatomy of Maria, the larger mummy, looks functional to me. There's no red flags, at least my initial observations, where this looks like functional anatomy to me. Even the way that the 3-fingered hands and the 3-fingered toes, and these are very long fingers. Even the way that the bones connect to the wrists and to the ankles. It seems very natural, that the anatomical flow seems very functional to me. Whereas the smaller ones, they seem very rigid, and I don't get the same feeling. The anatomy seems off. Now, I'm not a professional. I don't work with human anatomy. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a forensic scientist. These are just my, as a layperson, my initial observations. But the small ones, they just don't look like they have functional anatomy. They don't look like they were living and breathing at some time. They look very rigid, and the joints they just look off to me. I can't imagine those things having flesh on them and walking around and actually functioning as living beings. One of them is in a seated position. It's missing its head. It's in the seated position. Again, it's very rigid. They're very rigid, the little ones. So understand that these are distinct from the larger ones. Their facial structure is totally different. The small desiccated bodies have a flat face, and they look like the aliens from the Steven Spielberg movie. I can't recall the title of it, but they look exactly like that, and just unrealistic as far as I'm concerned. But let's return to the larger mummy, Maria. Maria has some anatomical oddities that are highly intriguing to me. For example, she has an elongated skull. And I've done an extensive investigation into the elongated skulls of Paracas. And most people are familiar with those. They're all over the internet. I've held them. I've analyzed them. We even did a genetic analysis from one of the skulls, which yielded some very surprising results. We were able to get mitochondrial DNA from one of those Paracas elongated skulls, and the DNA indicates haplogroup M, which is interesting because haplogroup M has a wide distribution in Europe, Central Asia, the Middle East, and other places, but no distribution in the Americas. It is not represented at all in the Americas. It's like one of the only places where you don't find haplogroup M is precisely the haplogroup of this elongated skull, which indicates that these people migrated from over the sea. They came from somewhere else to the shores of Peru, at least members of the Paracas culture, or there was a culture that migrated and interbred with a native culture, and that resulted in the Paracas culture. Of course, Eli Marsuli did a phenomenal analysis, a much more extensive analysis of the elongated skulls in regard to the genetics. They did a genetic analysis with Mondo Gonzalez was involved in that, Chase Koletsky and others, and that was led by my colleague Eli Marsuli. And they also were able to determine that the haplogroups of the Procus elongated skulls, the haplogroups were not, some of the haplogroups did indicate indigenous populations in South America, but many of the haplogroups indicated Middle East, Europe, Central Asia, and so forth. So that just reinforces the idea that there was a migration and an interbreeding. And the reason why I'm talking about this is because it's going to be relevant to these, in my opinion, we're going to have some relevance here to the tridactyl beings. The tridactyls have the elongated skulls, just like the Procus culture, just like that. And there are several of these larger tridactyls. I think there's 7, 8, maybe up to a dozen of them that are known, and many more that are unknown. And some of them have more accentuated elongated skulls. Maria's skull is slightly elongated, but it is elongated. So that's an oddity. But the most striking anomaly, anatomical anomaly, are her overly large orbital sockets, like really, really large eyes. And she has these eyelids that are divided in the middle. And so she has these large eyelids with clearly very large eyelids, very large eyes, and very, very small nose. And something that a lot of people don't realize about at least Maria, if not all of these larger specimens, is they have puckered lips. And the way that the professors explained it to me was that their lips are puckered in the way that chimpanzee lips are puckered, or gorilla lips. So this is a freakish being. Okay, assuming that this thing was alive and breathing sometime in the distant past, you would have had this elongated skull, and by the way, they don't have ears. Elongated skull, no ears, gigantic eyes, barely a nose, and puckered lips. That's what these things would have looked like. And obviously, most bizarrely of all, these 3 fingers and 3 toes, very long 3 fingers and 3 toes. Very strange indeed. But as I said, the anatomy of these large mummies seems to flow very naturally. They do not look like they're composites. In fact, the reason why I'm even interested in these mummies is because there has been extensive scientific analysis. They've been subjected to extensive scientific analysis. And the data has been published freely online. Nobody's hiding the results. And there have been several scientific teams that have come to investigate these mummies, the small ones and the large ones. There was an American team that was associated with Jaime Maussan who came, and they were led by John McDowell, a celebrated forensic investigator. And they did MRI scans, X-ray, DNA analysis. I don't know the extent of all of the testing that McDowell's team did, but the combination of all of these different teams that have analyzed the mummies have accrued all of this kind of data. Again, MRI, X-ray, DNA analysis, and other tests and other analyses besides. And universally, if you read the data and you listen to the opinion of the scientists who have examined these mummies, they all say the same thing. Now, before I say what they say, understand that McDowell, he was not given access to the small ones. He only analyzed the large ones. And what they say, so let's be specific to the large mummies. The universal conclusion about the large mummies is that they're not fake. In other words, and when they say they're not fake, what they mean is that there's nothing in the anatomy of these mummies that doesn't belong. There's no epoxy, there's no plastic, there's no, like metal wiring. There's nothing there that doesn't belong. All that's there is tissue and bone. Sinew and bone. That's it. And skin. So there's nothing out of place in the anatomy. Furthermore, they all attest to the fact that the anatomy is natural. It seems to be natural. The way that the the wrists, and the way that the hands connect to the wrists, as I said, which was my initial observation as a layperson, the way that the feet connect to the ankles, it has a natural anatomical flow. The scientists, especially the American scientists, are not willing to say these things were alive and breathing, but they are willing to say they're not fake, and they suspect that they might have been alive and breathing at one time based on the anatomy. And that's what I'm willing to say at this point. I suspect that the large ones might very well have been alive and breathing. They might have been sucking air on planet Earth at some point in the distant past, walking around. They've been carbon dated to between 1,000 and I think 1,500 years ago. I think that's the time frame that these various mummies fall in, somewhere 1,200 years more or less ago, which puts them squarely in the time frame of the Procus culture. I find that to be very intriguing. So I analyzed these mummies. I didn't do any sort of scientific testing. I mean, what can I do that hasn't been done already? And then I interviewed Dr. Zuniga, and all of this is going to be published on my YouTube channel. So if you want to see the full debrief of this with all of the data, you can go over to my YouTube channel. I'm going to be publishing a video on this. And one of the most interesting things that Dr. Zuniga told me was that the DNA analysis across the board was indicating 30% human DNA, 70% anomalous. And Zuniga highlighted the fact that human beings have more, genetically speaking, have more in common with a papaya than with these tridactyl beings. We share about 40% of our DNA with a papaya, according to Dr. Zuniga. So that's very interesting. And when we talk about anomalous DNA, we're talking about DNA that does not conform to any known creature on planet Earth. It's anomalous. It's unknown. Zuniga and his colleagues at the University of Ica are unequivocally convinced that these mummies are real, in the sense that they were living and breathing, including the small ones. Now, again, my initial observation is I'm persuaded at this point, based on my initial observation of these desiccated bodies, that although I do believe the large ones very well could have been living, breathing beings, I am not persuaded that the small ones were living, breathing beings. I think, and I always reserve the right to change my mind, it's just my sense. And again, this isn't based on the data, because the professors in Peru will tell you that the data indicates that they're all real in that sense. They were all living at some point in the distant past, about 1,200 years ago. But my sense is that these smaller mummies are effigies of the larger ones, and that they were buried with the larger ones for some sort of ritualistic purpose. So they're like, you can think of them maybe as ancient dolls. They're effigies, they're facsimiles of the larger ones. And if that's the case, then they're composites of different kinds of animals, replicas of the larger ones. That's just as I keep saying, that's just my impression. Now, when I came home from Peru, I pulled up some interviews by Dr. McDowell, and I was very interested to discover that's his opinion as well. He is leaning in the direction, based on interviews I listened to him. Of him. He seems to be persuaded also that although he thinks there's a very strong possibility the large ones are real in the sense that they were living beings, the small ones appear to be dolls or effigies. So they drew this. At least the guys from the American team drew the same conclusion. Now, it's possible that the small ones are real in that sense as well, that they were also living. It's very possible. Again, Zuniga and his colleagues are totally convinced that they're all real. All 150 of them are real. And I asked him to describe some of the anatomical anomalies of both the large specimens and the small ones. And he rattled off, he began to rattle off just a very impressive list of oddities. And the beings are humanoid, generally speaking. They're humanoid, they're bipedal. But a lot of the bones and the positions of the bones and the musculature and the skin is totally divergent. It's totally different than the human species. The skin, he was telling me, is much more reptilian than human. It seems to be textured like a lizard, basically. The configuration of the rib cage, the configuration of the neck, and some of the other skeletal structure of the anatomy is quite different than ours. So it's not just that they're a little different than us. They're as he said, they're only at most 30% similar to us genetically speaking, and somewhat similar to us anatomically speaking. They're bipedal. It's been discovered that some of the specimens have eggs, literally eggs, like a reptile. And the contents of the eggs have been tested, and all of that is online, and it appears to be organic. One of the most compelling aspects of these mummies is that some of them have metallic implants. Some of the smaller mummies have metallic implants in the chest. One of the larger mummies, at least one of the larger mummies, has a metallic implant right in the center of its forehead. And these implants are made of gold, and at least one of them has a very rare alloy. It's called osmium. And osmium is relatively new in regard to our understanding of osmium, and it has a very limited use. Its utility is very limited, at least in the modern world. And we only use it, as far as I know, in communication devices. And I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong about this, but I don't know that osmium has ever been discovered in any other ancient artifact. But it's one of the alloys in these metal implants, or at least in some of them. So what's that doing there? That's very bizarre. And something about these implants that, again, I find very compelling is that Dr. Zuniga described to me how the bone and the sinew have clearly grown over the implants, which indicates that they were implanted while this thing was alive, resulting in the bone. That's the only way that the bone would grow over the implants. So that I find that very compelling. Now, I'm not a scientist, but I was impressed by how knowledgeable and honest and sincere Dr. Zuniga was, and he wasn't aggressively trying to convince me that these things were real. He's really just fascinated by them. I mean, that's what he conveyed to me. He was genuinely fascinated, awestruck by these tridactyl beings. And he told me that he is persuaded by the data. He can't argue with the data. And because I pressed him on this, I said, do you really think the little ones are real? I mean, their anatomy is so bizarre. It doesn't seem functional to me. What do I know? But as a casual observer, the anatomy of the little ones doesn't seem functional to me. And he said, I know, but all of the data indicates that they're real. And I can't argue with the data. That's what he told me. He said, I have to acquiesce to the data. So I asked him, what the response of the Ministry of Culture in Peru has been. And initially it was very hostile. The Ministry of Culture was convinced that these were fakes, hoaxes, and there was an incident in which 3 of the smaller desiccated bodies were confiscated in the airport. And what I've been told, and I believe this is a proven fact at this point, is that the bodies that were confiscated, at first the press made a big deal about this in Peru and said somebody was trying to smuggle out these artifacts from Peru and they were found to be hoaxes. And that disproves all of the rest of the 150 mummies. See, they're hoaxes. I mean, and they were clearly not real. I mean, they were hoaxes. They were composites of different creatures, and I think there was epoxy in them. And but it later was proven, as far as I know, this is what I was told in Peru, that those, and in fact, the person who was in possession of these artifacts admitted that they were facsimiles. In other words, they were models based on the actual mummies. And so the conspiracy theory is that the Ministry of Culture orchestrated this confiscation at the airport to disprove the authenticity of the mummies. Case closed. See, we dissected them. They're fake. They're all fake, right? That somebody wanted to disprove the authenticity of the other mummies. So it seems to me that there's some credibility to that story. I was told by the professors in Peru that had happened. So if in fact the confiscation of these fake alien mummies, 3-fingered mummies, was orchestrated by the Ministry of Culture or somebody else, then that lends credibility to the authenticity of the mummies, of the real ones. So these are my initial thoughts. I reserve the right to change my mind. I am convinced that the larger mummies, Maria and her like, were alive at some point in the distant past, namely circa 1,200 years ago. And I do believe that they are related to the Paracas elongated skulls. My hypothesis is that assuming that these tridactyl beings were alive and breathing during the time when the Paracas culture was flourishing in Peru, that they were interbreeding with the Paracas culture, with members, individuals from the Paracas culture, and that resulted in the Paracas nobility with the elongated skulls. Now understand that many, perhaps most of the elongated skulls in Paracas, the Paracas elongated skulls, are in fact the result of cranial deformation. Let me say that again. They are the result of cradle headboarding and head binding. Artificial cranial deformation is the correct explanation for the majority of the elongated skulls. However, I am persuaded that the noble class, that the elongation of their skulls, which is much more accentuated, they have much larger craniums, is the result of a genetic variation. It's a genetic anomaly. In other words, it's natural. I'm convinced that fetuses, I've seen evidence that fetuses have been discovered with elongated skulls. And if that's true, it's case closed, because you can't cradle headboard a fetus in the womb. So if you have fetuses or really, really young newborn babies with elongated skulls, then you're looking at the product of a genetic variation. So, again, assuming that the tridactyls were real, and assuming that some of the elongated skulls, namely of the Paracas nobility, are the result of a genetic alteration, then it seems reasonable to me to infer that there was interbreeding. And that the product, the hybrid offspring of the tridactyl beings and the Paracas people would be a noble class among the Paracas with naturally elongated skulls and perhaps some other anatomical anomalies, oddities. That's rank speculation. It's just conjecture. But if the tridactyls are real, then I think it's perfectly plausible. And I talked to Zúñiga about this, and he had never really considered that. He was only vaguely familiar with the elongated skulls, the Paracas elongated skulls, which I was a little bit surprised by that, seeing as he's a professor at the University of Ica. But he conceded that it's possible. It's possible that if they were living contemporaneously, and they were, that they might have been interbreeding. So what you're talking about here is a crypto-terrestrial species that is inhabiting the earth, concurrent with the Paracas culture, to their contemporaries, and is clearly interacting with the Paracas culture or the Nazca culture, because they're being buried in the fetal position, intentionally buried, and in some cases in the burial bundles. This indicates that they were alive, they died, and either the Paracas or the Nazca culture buried them in the manner of the Paracas and Nazca cultures, which means they were interacting with them. So the question is, what in the world are they, and where do they come from? I suspect, assuming again that they're real, I suspect that they're subterranean. There is some indication that they could be aquatic, but I suspect they're subterranean. And if they were alive 1,200 years ago, could they still be alive today? Are there still specimens of this non-human species alive today? Now, people are speculating all over the internet, and have been for the last 7 years, that these are aliens, that these are extraterrestrials. They could be. That's possible, but it's just as possible that they're crypto-terrestrial. In other words, crypto-terrestrial means that they are cryptically inhabiting the earth, that they're native to the earth and they're just hidden. They're concealed. Their existence is concealed from us. In other words, they're living inside of the earth, in the bowels of the earth, and caverns and tunnels and whatever, underground cities maybe, or maybe they're living under the oceans. Who knows? I mean, the speculation is endless here. But I do want to make it clear that it is still possible that they're hoaxes. I think it's very unlikely, because if they're hoaxes, this constitutes the greatest hoax in the history of archaeology. This is certainly the most complicated, the most complex hoax ever perpetrated, if in fact these mummies are hoaxes. I mean, the level of detail that went into them is unprecedented. And remember, there's hundreds of them. So to me, it's unlikely that they're hoaxes. So that's one possibility, that they're hoaxes. And when I say hoax, what that means is they were purposely created to be sold or to be marketed to the world as if they're real and with a financial incentive. That's a hoax. It's also possible that they're real artifacts, but they weren't real beings. What do I mean by that? It's possible that an ancient culture, such as the Paracas or Nazca, created these composite beings and buried them for some ritualistic purpose. That, in other words, the mummies are real in regard to the parts involved in the composite, right? But they weren't living, breathing beings. That's another possibility. I find that possibility to be more likely than the hoax, but in order for that to be true, you have to attribute a lot of skill to the Paracas or Nazca people in creating these mummies. I mean, this wasn't a hack job. They're very intricately, the joints and all of the various anatomical constituents are very, very precisely fitted together so that they look natural. I mean, how are ancient people accomplishing that? So that one also seems unlikely. So the hoax and the ancient artifact theory both seem less likely than these things were actually living creatures. that seems to be the simplest explanation here, at least as it pertains to the larger mummies. I'm not willing to go there with the smaller mummies. So it could turn out that the smaller mummies, as I keep saying, are just as authentic as the larger ones. It could turn out that they're all hoaxes. I'm just conveying my initial observations here. It's hard to argue with the data. It really is hard to argue with that much data. That is freely available online. I mean, it's published online. The CT scans, the X-rays, the genetic analysis, it's all public knowledge at this point. It's all available to the public. So nobody's attempting to hide any of the data. And that's compelling. And it's because of the data that all of the professors I talked to in Enoch are persuaded that they're totally authentic, totally real. And I was told that the Ministry of Culture is slowly coming around, slowly warming to the idea that these are in fact real. That these mummies were real, living, breathing creatures, precisely because the data is accumulating. And at some point, it's going to become undeniable. It's just a tsunami of data, and which doesn't mean that they're not hoaxes. I just want to put that out there. It doesn't mean they're not hoaxes. It just means it's becoming more and more. It's becoming less and less likely that these are hoaxes as the data accumulates. And what I'm conveying here, I think, is the general consensus of most of the scientists who've looked at these things. I don't think anybody yet is willing to jump out and say, these were living, breathing beings, and we need to accept them as such. But as time goes by and more data is collected, everyone's kind of moving in that direction, quietly and inevitably moving in that direction. And let's just be clear. I mean, if that's the case, this is the most important discovery in human history, archaeological discovery in human history. Nothing even comes close. We're talking about a non-human species that was living contemporaneously with the Nazca Paracas people, and that were buried in the manner of those cultures, which means they were interacting with them. That demands a rewriting of history, at least in this part of the world. And if these creatures were living and breathing in Paracas 1,200 years ago, then who's to say they weren't living and breathing in ancient Egypt or Mesopotamia? Or aren't still living and breathing under the ice in Antarctica, or something like that. I mean, all bets are off. We don't really know, and anything's possible at that point. Could they be extraterrestrials? Certainly they could be. I mean, they could be anything. Cryptoterrestrial, extraterrestrial, if they are real. There's an interesting connection between the discovery of these tridactyl mummies and something I discovered in Peru in 2019. We were in Peru working on a film project, myself, my partner Gary Haven, and our crew. And at the time, we were driving into the desert of Pisco, which is, you have the desert of Pisco, Paracas, and Ica, and the Palpa area. It's generally the same area. I mean, it's the same sort of terrain. And we were driving from the city of Pisco to this lake called Lake Morón. And at the time, we were looking for treasure. We were filming a treasure hunt, and we were looking for Inca treasure in the lake. And our route to and from the lake, we would pass an archaeological site called the Chongos Necropolis. And the Chongos Necropolis, it's not like it's not a roped off archaeological site. It's totally open, and it's the main feature of the site is an adobe pyramid, a large adobe pyramid, and it's in ruins, but it's an adobe pyramid. It's pretty impressive. And I remember we were driving to the lake, and I'm looking at the pyramid, and I had this intuition that there was something beneath it. And specifically, it was very specific. The intuition was that there was a tunnel beneath the pyramid. And I told my team, there's a tunnel beneath that pyramid. We need to take our GPR unit out there and drone the pyramid. We did. Our GPR team went out there. They flew the drone around the pyramid, and we discovered not one, but two massive artificial tunnels 100 feet beneath the Chongos Pyramid. These tunnels are so large you could drive a semi-truck through them. And all of this is featured in a film series that's available in my community. If anybody wants to watch this, see the data, see us drone the site, and see what we discovered, you can go over to my members community. And if you're an annual subscriber, you get access to those films. And we have the 3D renderings of the tunnels through our GPR technology. And I mean, they're huge. And we have no idea how far they go. But they're there. There's two massive tunnels, and they're sort of crisscrossing beneath the pyramid. And understand that the Chongos necropolis, archaeologists believe that that was the center of the Procus culture. So this was built by the Procus people. And all around the Chongos necropolis, you can find elongated skulls sticking out of the sand, sticking out of the desert floor, or fragments of elongated skulls with red hair. That's one of the features of the Procus people, that they had red hair. And you find burial bundles or fragments of burial bundles all over the place, and just shards of bones just laying everywhere. It's a necropolis. It's basically a graveyard. And we detected a bunch of burial bundles, by the way, around the necropolis during our scan. We could see the burial bundles, and we could see the mummies inside of them in the fetal position. And so this is the Procus culture. And I learned later on from a particular source, this individual likely is the guy who discovered the mummies, not the Huaquero, not the grave digger, but this other guy that I've been interfacing with. He told me that in reality, the mummies were not discovered in a cavern or in a cave. They were discovered in a very large tunnel, deep underground. And I told him about what we had discovered at Chongos, and he was intrigued, to say the least. And after communicating with him for a while, by the way, he has specimens in his own collection. He has specimens himself that he's been analyzing because he discovered them or was involved in the discovery of these mummies. He's not told anybody where he's actually discovered them. He's put out misinformation so that nobody could go back and screw with the site, especially grave robbers or the Ministry of Culture. He's kept it hidden. So he's purposely seeded misinformation. This is what he told me. And he also told me that I explained to him, I expressed to him what my initial thoughts about these mummies and my hypothesis that this tridactyl species was interbreeding with the Procus people. And he was astounded because that is precisely what he believes. And furthermore, he believes that they're subterranean and that they're still alive. And he and I discussed a joint expedition into the desert to go down into the tunnels and thoroughly explore them. So that's something that let me rephrase that. I got to be careful. Let's just leave it there. So I find that very interesting. I think that I know that the tunnels exist. I detected them with my equipment. And if in fact these beings were discovered in one of these tunnels go somewhere. Where do they go? Maybe they just connect, the important cities, the Procus and Nazca people, or maybe they go to some kind of underground city. Maybe they connect to the Shinkana. And in fact, the legends in Peru regarding the Shinkana, the legends of the Quechua and the Aymara people regarding the Shinkana, is that there is a race of non-human beings inhabiting it. So it's not beyond the pale to wonder if these things are still alive and if there's some sort of underground city beneath the Andes.